love Israel? Israel number one. No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cold but somewhat sunny, maybe a little gloomy, 66 degrees but chilly, California, Los Angeles, and Stolen Land. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and I am coming back from a 2-day hiatus, also known as a freaking weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, like I told you, taking more time off, spending more time with loved ones, cherishing the moments that I have to myself away from all of you Philistines, okay? All of you little animals. But of course I missed all of you, and I'm back. I can't believe I'm talking about this as though like I went away for any extended period of time, because that's how unimaginably consistent I am, that when I am not live for 2 days in a row, also known as a weekend, people lose their freaking minds. And you spend all of it on Twitter. Take a real break, for fuck's sake. I did spend a good amount of it on Twitter, but honestly, let's be real. Major chunk of that was spent reading, actually. So I did get a decent amount of reading done. I told you guys I've been reading Mao. The book is called Mao, the Man Who Made China by Philip Short, and I've been reading a lot about it. I didn't really know. I'm familiar with Maoism, obviously, Mao Zedong thought, but I was never fully aware of like his own personal development, and yet I did always assume, especially with like the Cultural Revolution, that there was a positively anarchist slant associated with that decentralized movement of violence. And I do think now I know better. It's because Mao initially was not a Marxist. He was not even remotely educated on Marxist thought early on. I think early on he was an anarchist, as many people were in China, or many of the progressive forces were in China. Which is, Mao didn't shower, yes, but that's not because he's an anarchist. That's just how other cultures have different hygiene habits in general. But yeah, he didn't, and he fucked a lot, from what I understand. And yes, he did not shower. I guess neither did Marx, though, to be fair. Oh my God. If only people knew the real reason why I'm not an actual communist or a real socialist is because I do shower quite frequently, and I think it's actually good to shower. Perhaps people don't understand that. That's like my biggest inconsistency with revolutionary figures of the late. In any case, yeah, it is, one could say it is truly a real socialist thing to just not shower. Anyway, there's a quote attributed to Mao that, because he was fucking so much, that he once said, because he liked to fuck with his doctor, he once said he washes his prick inside of women, from one woman to the next. Oh God, I shouldn't have mentioned that. Now people are going to fucking say Mao was a misogynist, is patriarchal, and Maoism is actually a patriarchal thought.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of gross. I know. Anyway, in any case, folks, this is not even, I'm not even, hating on. I'm not even hating on that. How dare you take the weekend off? Well, I took the weekend off so I could read books. So, that's me. The new year, new me, taking more time off and reading more books. All right. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. Don't get too caught up in the in the mindset of a guy who was born in like 1876 or something. I forget exactly when he was born, but it is what it is. But reading is bourgeois decadence. This is a joke. No, reading is counter-revolutionary. But Fear End episode with cinema. Oh yeah, the Fear End episode with Brendan Lee Mulligan came out. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm sure we'll get some good marks off of that. But did you miss chat over the weekend? Yes, of course, as always. Let's be real. I did miss chat, as I always do, and I missed. Did I miss streaming that much? I mean, I guess I did. Yeah, but I feel refreshed, revitalized, and ready to go. Especially considering that the world is horrifying. The world is experiencing a sequence of horrifying realities all around the globe. Whether you have mass mobilization and protests taking place in Iran that have been very violently suppressed, and we're going to talk about that, and who gets to benefit from this situation. And newsflash, it most likely will not be the Iranian population, as always, or whether it be, whether it be discontent and potential, not even potential, but just like naked imperialism taking place in Venezuela, or all of the other countries that we are going to potentially bomb and also dominate, like Greenland, Open presents, thank you. Open presents. With the 25, get the subs. So yeah, of course, new fresh hells are unlocked on a daily basis. The murderous ICE agent Jonathan Ross has a GoFundMe. Bill Ackman donated $10,000 to it. We'll be getting to all of that and more. But I just wanted to give you guys a very brief parasocialist update, which in spite of my absence, there isn't really much that I did. Watching some Jujutsu Kaisen, and also reading a bunch of books. Well, one book in particular. So, we're going to talk about Jerome Powell, obviously, the real chairman, the only chairman in the United States of America that we in the left could actually call a chairman, really. A true central planner, if you will, centrally planning the flows of capital, of course. Ironically enough, not at the behest of the interests of the working class, but at the behest of capital. And now Donald Trump, the madman, he's doing it. Money molestation. So we got to talk about all that, of course. Trump talks next steps in Iran after deadly protests. Minneapolis right hogs celebrate ICE killing Americans. Hogs celebrate Iranian protests, then celebrate ICE killing Americans. Big inconsistency there. Iran protests turned deadly. Trump wants to bully the Fed with criminal charges so he can molest the money. I'm back. All right. Do we have a blast off meme, ladies and gentlemen, after my 2-day absence, or no? Why did I think Powell was black? Is that your doing? Oh, I joke about like white guys with white guys who you would assume are black just off of their name. Jerome Powell's one of them. Sherrod Brown is another one. But yes. Anyway, I like this one. Thank you. Shouts out to Auntie Piker for this absolute banger. Okay, that was very nice. Okay. All right, we'll blast off with this. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Trump talks next steps in Iran after deadly protests. Hogs celebrate Iranian protests, then celebrate ICE killing Americans. Iran protests turn deadly. Trump wants to bully the Fed with criminal charges so he can molest the money. I'm back. And yes, we got Scott Weiner. We'll talk about Scott Weiner capitulating to the woke mob and recognizing the reality that Israel is committing a genocide. I mean, I know we can get started on that very shortly, very quickly. For those of you who don't know, Senator, California State Senator Scott Weiner is he's a pretty decent YIMBY style state senator. You know, there's some good, there's some bad there, right? But of course, he was also a fairly rapacious Zionist throughout this entire process for the last 2 years as Israel committed a genocide. And I mean, he was pretty aggressive. Like, he was pretty aggressive in his in the way that he approached the subject matter. He was certainly very outspoken in defense of Israel. He met up with politicians from Israel, including the president. He actively, as Tyler Oakley presents here, summarizes here, tried to get pro-Palestine academics fired, led a group of California legislators to meet with the Israeli government, smeared Jewish Voice for Peace as bigots, and also co-sponsored legislation to ban teaching about Palestine in California schools. And now Scott Weiner is running for office, running for Nancy Pelosi's seat alongside Saikat Tribarti and a bunch of other people. Now, for that reason, I fucked up his last name. Chakrabarti. And Saikat has some good and some suspicious aspects to his run as well, but I can't tell if you're doing a bit, but it's Wiener, by the way. Oh, sorry, I wasn't. In any case, it's Shoikat. He's Bengali. Okay, Hasan, you're a clown. Wow, I'm glad to be back, everybody, so that people could come in and do that. Okay, so Shoikat. I don't believe Scott Wiener is honest in the statement, but it's encouraging that he feels the need to do this. It shows a real shift in the primary electorate that being pro-Israel is now a liability. It absolutely is. And yes, that's precisely what's going on here. Okay? So here's how it actually started. So they're all running for Nancy Pelosi's seat, right? And there was this conference taking place where all the candidates are they have these paddles, yes and no paddles. Okay, they have these yes and no paddles, and with the yes and no paddles, they're asking them a bunch of questions like, oh, do you believe this, do you believe that? Here's the video where the question is Israel committing a genocide? So they're all pro Medicare for all.
Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza?
You don't want to look like that, man. You don't want to be out there looking like that, California State Senator Scott Wiener. You don't want that, okay? Sitting there looking like that. Rough. No answer is the worst answer? Yeah. In any case, I mean, he has done a lot of stuff. Yesterday, the president of Sonoma State University aligned with the campus with BDS, a movement whose goal is the destruction of Israel, home to 7 million Jews, all this stuff. Like, he has been a pretty active supporter of Israel throughout this entire process, like pretty vicious. Yeah. AB 715 threatens to censor Palestine in schools. AB 715 is a dangerous bill that threatens free speech and curriculum in California classrooms, championed by Jewish Legislative Caucus member Senator Scott Wiener, and Assembly Jesse Gabrielle and Rick Spoor. This bill is a coordinated effort to stifle any criticism of Israel and censor Palestine within California public education under the guise of combating anti-Semitism. Last week, I co-led a legislative delegation to Israel with both Jewish and non-Jewish legislators and several community organizations. This was in 2014, okay? This was in the month of February in 2014. So make no mistake, this was very deliberate. This was on purpose. He did this after Israel had, or am I saying 2014? 2024. God damn it. Not 2014. I apologize. 2024. This is after October 7th. And during this devastating time of war and violence, we met with a variety of leaders, he says, and, the variety of leaders includes the president of Israel. So he gets yelled at, understandably. Cries of free Palestine can be heard, people wearing keffiyehs. And I suspect that, I'm glad, trigger warning, by the way, a heinous act of anti-Semitism took place here, of course. This is, trigger warning for everybody. Obviously, probably the most anti-Semitic thing that you've ever experienced, that you've ever seen, is taking place, unfolding right in front of your eyes, where you have someone who wants to be a representative refusing to recognize that Israel's committing a genocide, a foreign country is committing a genocide, and then people, of course, say free Palestine. I mean, basically, this is what happened in Nazi Germany, I think. Scott. And then they say, shame on you, which once again, only doubling down on the unimaginable maximum anti-Semitism. Sorry that I had to put you guys through that. Obviously, you know, this is a heinous act, an act so heinous that the entirety of the New York Democratic Party should probably come out in unison and speak out against this heinous act of anti-Semitism, even though it's happening across the nation. I mean, I suspect that there will be a coordinated statement coming any moment now, because I can't. This is traumatic. Okay, so but one thing that I think is good. Okay, one thing that I think is good here is that after that experience, Scott Wiener literally turned around and was like, "Hey guys, just wanted to say, actually, genocide is happening. I'm now officially recognizing the genocide. I've had an epiphany." Now, do I believe this? Not even a little bit. Okay, not even a little bit. Okay, but bro switched up on Israel. No new friends. If I am the president of Israel, right, I'm thinking to myself, wow, I never believed in magic until all my dogs turn into snakes. Okay, I'm just saying, Scott, I thought you were a real one. I thought you were a real combater of anti-Semitism, and now you are disseminating anti-Semitism. It's really messed up. Okay, I love Israel, bruh. Me too. Okay, 2026 is the year where I pivot. I switch up on everybody. I'm pro-Israel now. Okay, so AB 715 wasn't just bad because of his content, but it was rammed through the last day of the session, where they gave notice of the Senate committee hearing at like 3 a.m., 6 hours before, giving no time for the opposition to organize against it. Talking to people at the Capitol, they said they'd never seen anything so flagrant. Yeah. So, I mean, the way I'm like, I can't even think of anything more anti-Semitic. I guess like sometimes when I think of Miss Rachel, that's like, it makes me so mad. I think children learning. Okay. So Scott has this take. Let's take a look.
For those of you who saw the debate clip from last week, I want to clarify that I do believe Israel has committed genocide in Gaza, and I want to explain why I hesitated at the debate.
This motherfucker is 6'7", by the way. Don't even meme about that. It's not even on some meme shit. Literally 6'7". What the fuck are we doing? Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing in Congress? What are you doing in California Senate? Like, you should be out there balling. You should be hooping. Ridiculous. Okay, 6'7", don't know ball. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, what a waste. What a waste. Yeah, go grab a rebound. Okay.
For the past 2 years, I have harshly opposed Israel's escalations in Gaza, and I've used phrases like total destruction and catastrophic levels of death and moral stain. But I haven't used the word genocide, and I want to explain why. As a Jew, I am deeply aware that the word genocide was created in the wake of the Holocaust, which was the industrial extermination of...
Wait, what? That's not even true. No, it was the Armenian genocide. Brother, what is going on, man? What is happening? No, it was the Armenian genocide. That was the initial like conceptualization of genocide and wholesale extermination. And obviously genocides had taken place before, guys. I'm just saying the word, the invention of the word, or like it coming to prominence is I believe the Armenian genocide. It wasn't the Holocaust. Legally, the word genocide wasn't used until the Holocaust and the Nuremberg trials. Yeah, but even then, it's not. This is not correct. If he's talking about the Genocide Convention, sure. Which is ironic because the guys who wrote the Genocide Convention very quickly, years before, admit you're wrong. HasanAbi shaking my head. Yeah, the term genocide was coined by Polish-Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin in the early 1940s. Again, shouts out to the Lemkin Institute. Guess who fucking recognized Israel doing a genocide maybe 2 years prior to Scott Wiener? The Lemkin Institute. So what are we even talking about? Not only... like, there is nothing salvageable here, okay? not only is it incorrect and it's wrong, but it's ridiculous. Yeah, there it is. Polish Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin coined the term genocide between 1941 and 1943. Lemkin's coinage combined the Greek word genos, race, people, with the Latin suffix seido, act of killing. As a law student, his interest in the subject was initially sparked by the Armenian genocide. Okay? In any case, this is not even an adequate argument to deny the current, ongoing genocide that Israel is doing. But Lemkin came up with the word in the 40s, citing the Armenian genocide, but the word itself was in his book, Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, about the Holocaust. Okay. In any case, also industrial genocide is basically every genocide that can be done with modern weapons. So you don't deny it. Deny what? The word was coined during the Holocaust, but he used Armenia as the basis to label the Holocaust as a genocide. The two go together because it creates a policy basis that genocides are not aberrant. Anyway, okay. Now that you guys learned a little bit more about Raphael Lemkin's coinage of the term genocide, shouts out to Scott for this take. The point that actually matters here is this is utterly irrelevant. Okay, the Holocaust is not like a special form of genocide. It is industrialized massacre, and it was heavily documented and studied extensively. But it's certainly not the only version of genocide that has taken place. Okay, like the exceptionalist nature of looking at the Holocaust, especially when you even consider like what Germans did to other places even before internally committing this fascist act, colonialism turned inwards, as we like to say. That's what fascism is. There have been industrialized massacres. Never to the same extent and never to the same, I guess, rapid acceleration, severity. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is not simply over semantics. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because this sort of exceptionalization of the Holocaust, especially in the direction of defending the current ongoing Israeli genocide, is disgusting. That's the reason why I'm like, this is not just like a misunderstanding or a simple disagreement. I think this is very deliberate. And it's probably not even being conducted intentionally. Like, I don't think that Scott knows what he's saying. I think this is so baked in to the consciousness of people who get a lot of Zionist indoctrination early on that he's having even when he is having a conversation about like recognizing the Israeli genocide, he just automatically drops a couple lines in there that the trained ear can pick up on. And this is one of those things. Okay?
I am deeply aware that the word genocide was created in the wake of the Holocaust, which was the industrial extermination of 6 million Jews. For many Jews, associating the word genocide with the Jewish state of Israel is deeply painful and frankly traumatic. But despite that pain,
like the gall, the audacity, you know what I mean? Like think about the like even this assessment, even this statement in and of itself betrays the severity, betrays the real death toll that Scott is supposed to recognize here, or rather the real violence that he is supposed to be taking ownership over in terms of his recognition, right? And in terms of his own actions that he is supposed to be saying, my bad, over, right? Like, there is no other world where you can say, oh, well, like, this would be akin to a German person saying, like, well, Germany suffered tremendous hardships in the wake of World War I, so I felt some type of way about taking ownership over the Holocaust because, like, we had been wronged, Like, so it's just it's very difficult for me to take ownership over this in some way, shape, or form. Like, not even a German in Germany, by the way. I'm talking about like a German in America, right? If you were to say something like that, because of the severity of the crime itself, the Holocaust, people would look at you and go, what the fuck are you saying? But here in the United States of America in 2026, because of our mutual understanding that like genocide is just a word, basically, okay? That genocide is simply just a word, right? You can kind of get away with saying something like this where you're like, yeah, my personal feelings on this issue are far more important as a Jewish person. Like, the importance of the word genocide for me and the severity of that word overrode my clear and calm assessment of what Israel was doing. Like, this is not a very good way to make up for all of the advocacy that you did for the last 2 years against those who had arrived at this position far before you did, right? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? Like, I think this is the reason why I think this is already insincere. The good and the bad is this. It's bad because it's obviously fucking insincere. He has a lot more to do in terms of making up for it, and I don't even know if he would be able to make up for it in time for the actual election. But the good thing here, the silver lining here, is that he even feels the need to come out and say that this is, a real recognition of genocide, because he understands that now, if you want to win an election, you have to say that. You have to say the truth. He has to do this. And to me, that actually is another clear indication of this massive sea change, this massive tide shift.
And that trauma, we all have eyes, and we see the absolute devastation and catastrophic death toll in Gaza inflicted by the Israeli government. And we all have ears, and we hear the genocidal statements by certain senior members of the Israeli government. And to me, the Israeli government has tried to destroy Gaza and to push Palestinians out, and that qualifies as genocide.
Performative male behavior. That's funny. True. So, yeah, I mean, there's still obviously like the whole, it's just like some members of the Israeli government are doing this, and it's not like being loudly fucking cheered on or anything like that. And this is the worst of both worlds for someone like Scott, because when he comes out and says this, he's not going to get any grace from the anti-Zionists, obviously, because we all know what he was up to for the last 2 years. He's also not going to get any grace from the Zionists, because they're going to be like, how dare you betray your own people? Like, this is what the fuck? How dare you recognize that there is a genocide at all? There is no genocide. That's blood libel. It's utterly preposterous. And basically, you're cooked, I think. I don't know. I feel like this is totally ridiculous. Like, he should have fucking slammed the yes. If he wanted to, if I was his campaign manager, I would have told him to slam that yes ASAP, and then also do a follow-up video being like, hey guys, I know I've done a lot of fucked up shit, but I just wanted to clarify certain things, okay? This, on the other hand, is the worst possible way to deal with this. Stop Anti-Semitism replied to him and said they still support him because he believes in Zionism. I think they also see this as an opportunist statement, and he doesn't actually mean it. But in the opposite direction, yeah, true, maybe. But like I said, the very fact that a person who is so loud and so proud in defending Israel for the last 2 years, coming out and having to do this, like, I'm really sorry for what I did moment, like, it is truly, for those who have been around, for those who are aware of Palestine, for those who are engaging in anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian advocacy for a lot longer than, post-October 7, this is a very interesting moment. It's a very interesting moment to observe, because I never in a million years would have thought that you would have a Zionist state senator from the state of California who has actively defended Israel over and over again turn around and be like, actually, Israel is doing a genocide, even if he doesn't fucking sincerely believe it. You know what I mean? It's a huge sea change. Take the W where you can, I guess. What is this? Hasan, I want to hold your feet to the fire on this. Do you want to elaborate on how you're comparing broken German pride over losing a war they themselves started to an innocent population of women and children being gassed at an industrial scale? I get the point they were trying to make, but there's no equivalence to be drawn between the Holocaust and Germany losing a war itself. It started as an aggressor. Wait, what? Okay. Chatter. The comparison that I was making is not one that actually not one in defense of Nazi Germany or in defense of like American Germans' feelings over the Holocaust. I think you misunderstood the point that I was making. In order for this to work, in order for this analogy to work in the way that you thought it worked, I would have to be pro Nazi Germany or pro Holocaust. The comparison I was making is it is utterly irrelevant what the personal feelings of a Zionist congressperson when making, like when you're talking about something as severe as genocide taking place. That's the reason why I use this analogy. The crime is far too severe for you to be talking about your own personal feelings about what words mean to you internally. Do you get what I mean? That's the reason why I used that analogy. I used an analogy from something that everybody understands. At least, hopefully, I think people still understand that there is like shared consensus over that the Holocaust was a horrifying crime against humanity. I'm not so certain anymore because I feel like there have been real initiatives to undermine the depravity there as well, to some success, unfortunately. But at least for the time being, while we still have that consensus opinion, I'll lean into that to, make these sorts of analogies. Give it 0 more years. I know. Give it, give it a couple months. What do people even get from lessening Holocaust? Fascism. If you can soften the blow of the Holocaust, or if you can like undermine the history, if you can undermine the historically relevant facts that led to the Holocaust, you can make an argument for fascism without people looking at you funny. Because right now, one of the major hurdles that this administration is trying to clear very aggressively is openly taking ownership over, white nationalism and fascism. And they're trying to launder fascism, but in a more American way for American sensibilities. And it's happening every day. It's happening all around us. It's something that I think many people are aware of, right? So if they were to chip off the historical consensus on built around accurate reporting of the death toll in the Holocaust, they can turn around and say that fascism wasn't all that bad. It was actually a totally appropriate defense mechanism against Jews who have historically lied about the Holocaust and the death toll, things like that. So that's the goal of fascists, is to normalize and expand on the permission structure so that other people can self-identify as overt fascists. And a big part of the reason why, at least in the United States of America and certainly in the Western world, the reason why we look at fascism as this terrifying, dangerous thing, and the reason why we even hold the Holocaust as almost an exceptional event, in spite of the tremendous amounts of colonial violence that all of these countries, including Germany, has subjected others to, has led to an environment where there is censorship surrounding fascism still to a certain degree that has at least caused fascists to mobilize and organize around these hurdles rather than directly mobilizing and organizing by leaning in to the historical fascist movements, openly. They're bad guys. It's a bad ideology, and even the most racist person also agrees with it. So that's where this stems from. That's the reason why they want to undermine Holocaust education and things like that. Yeah. Jenny Lee, what can you do about liberals who believe campaigning on the difference between legal and illegal immigrants is impossible and too hard to understand for voters? I had an argument yesterday, and 2 liberals told me that campaigning on better legal migration systems is too progressive and too difficult for voters to understand. I mean, that's terrible. That's just a terrible, silly person who wants to lose. Would you say that it's better for fascists to own it so that it's easier to identify them and keep the fuck away, or not? I mean, you're seeing that right now. You're seeing that currently. Do you think it's better for fascists to own it? Do you think it's better for Donald Trump to openly say, I'm going to Venezuela because I want the oil. I'm going to Venezuela. I'm going into Venezuela because I want the oil. I don't give a fuck what you can say. I'm doing imperialism. I love imperialism. I love death and destruction. Or there is this Some people will say yes, it's better, but I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so is because when you expand the permission structure, it's kind of like racist, right? Like people say, oh, well, I'd rather have someone be openly racist than hide how racist they truly are. But the very act of having to hide how racist you truly are indicates that there is still social stigma associated with being an overt racist. And when you actually shed away the hurdles that you must clear when you want to be a racist in broad daylight, some people might think, oh, this is a good thing because now we know who our enemies are. But what you're failing to consider is that there are plenty of other people who actually hear this kind of rhetoric and think, oh, this is actually good and normal. So when you expand the permission structure on how racist you can be, that actually leads to a very dangerous mobilization out in the open. Yeah, same argument can be made by pedophilia. Exactly. When you erode the social stigma associated with pedophilia, which, again, another thing that like the modern right-wing movements are kind of doing right now, which is crazy to say, but it creates an environment where people are more comfortable adopting it, and you can market it. You can even present it as aspirational, right? I'm talking about not pedophilia, but specifically fascism in this regard. Yeah, so the people get more emboldened. I mean, look no further than Elon Musk. The types of things that the wealthiest, most powerful individual in Western society is saying on his own social media platform about white people experiencing white genocide due to, migration and due to miscegenation was not even like a decade ago, not even like 5 years ago, would have caused someone to be pushed out of polite society. And now you have the most powerful person on the planet who literally has a surveillance apparatus with satellites all around the orbit of this planet, with a massively consequential social media platform that is very clearly feeding people straight up brain rot poison, openly stating that he believes that white people are under attack due to migration. White people are under attack because America is no longer, or the Western world is no longer as white. This is white nationalism. It's white supremacy through and through. And the very fact that like someone is openly saying that, someone as powerful as Elon Musk is capable of openly saying that without anybody checking him, is terrifying. What do you think the impact of that will be? This is a person that has a lot of influence over a lot of random people, a lot of random normies. This is a person who commands a social media platform. He can literally fucking slowly but surely get people to agree with him by doing unlimited propaganda. And he is doing that, for the record. He is doing that. He's doing that nonstop. Anyway, we are going to talk about, first story of the day, we're diving into Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying more federal agents are heading to Minneapolis, which is, again, very strange, right? Because remember, the Department of Homeland Security is supposed to be tasked with dealing with migrants, right? Undocumented migrants, or at least that's on paper what they're supposed to be doing, okay? Having said that, however, it's very strange to me that they're utilizing the Department of Homeland Security in what seems to me is objectively not an immigration operation at all. It kind of feels like they're utilizing the Department of Homeland Security as an unaccountable fascist army that can be sent to the domestic front at the behest of the administration. And that's precisely what it is. That's why we say it is the Gestapo, okay? And I want to clear some stuff up for people that are maybe unfamiliar. I did tweet about this. I tweeted quite a bit this past weekend. But for those of you who don't know, the Department of Homeland Security was actually created in 2003. Okay? The Department of Homeland Security has not been around since like the inception of the nation state or whatever, right? We've had Border Patrol and we've had Customs, okay, as separate entities, and we've had the INS. Okay. Now, in 2003, in the aftermath of 9/11 and the global war on terror, right, post 2001, we created a major surveillance apparatus and created a new federal agency specifically to utilize a new group of people trained to do like mass surveillance and mass apprehension under the guise of like at least one element that was federally controlled, immigration, right? Controlled by the White House, immigration, so that the Bush administration at the time could take on whatever they wanted to and engage in mass surveillance of like Muslim communities, send them to Guantanamo Bay, things like that, right? ICE has no reason to exist. Something like the Customs and Border Patrol makes sense, but there's no reason to have an internal migrant hunting army. Law enforcement can deal with crime. Customs and Border Patrol can deal with the border. Exactly. And that's what it was. That's how it used to be. That's how it used to be until 2003. Okay, so when people say, oh, dude, what do you mean? Can we not have any fucking borders? You can't have a nation without borders. It's like that's not the function of the Department of Homeland Security. You've just believed this lie. As I said, I love when people act like ICE has always been around, like we didn't have any border control before Department of Homeland Security was created in 2003. We had the INS, Customs Service, and Border Patrol before it all merged into an insane surveillance behemoth that is now Trump's personal Gestapo. Idiots. Okay? Because that's what it was. It wasn't like open presence, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. It wasn't, the Department of Homeland Security's function was not to actually, protect American borders or anything. That was the reasoning and the justification that they used to develop this like mass surveillance and unaccountable military force that they can use in the domestic home front. That is the real reason why they did that. This is the Patriot Act. This is the aftermath of the Patriot Act. Okay. So when people say like abolish ICE or abolish the Department of Homeland Security, this is what they're referencing. So I hope people understand. What is this? Well, since my post clearly inspired you. Yeah, I love these bot accounts. Yes, I learned about this from you, Gator Gar, Yala Gator Gar. Yes, this person is saying that the INS has been conducting deportation operations inside our borders for almost 100 years. Okay? The stupidity of this, of course, is that the INS was tasked with dealing with a civil offense because that's what border crossing is. Okay? That's what it is. It's not... This whole this is actually a felony, and perhaps the most violent felony of all time, is a new phenomena. The notion that immigration is anything beyond a civil misdemeanor is, one, not even in the fucking rule books, for the record, even though we have changed the rules a little bit to make it more a more severe crime. For example, if you're caught crossing the border illegally or overstaying your visa and you're deported, right? In a relatively peaceful process, for the record. This isn't like, this isn't supposed, like this new version of like door knocking operations or dragnets, like that's not how it's supposed to go. But normally it's a process that you can deal with paperwork, right? Because that's all this is. And it's been treated like that for a very long time. The notion that this is actually a severe felony, or all of these people are actually criminals and they're coming here to do rapes and drug trafficking and whatnot, that is a new attitude, or at least that's the old attitude that the Klan held, right? But it's a new attitude that has become, it's new in the sense that it's become normalized and mass adopted, okay? That's the problem here. And that's the reason why I've also criticized the Democrats quite extensively for not doing enough to push back and counter message against this fucking ridiculous racialized lies. These ridiculous racialized lies that undocumented migrants actually present an ever-present danger to the United States of America, or they're stealing the welfare, but they're also stealing the jobs. All of it is inconsistent and none of it is true, right? And yet, here we are.
This morning, furious protesters bracing for hundreds more federal agents to descend on Minnesota as outrage grows nationwide over the deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Thousands taking to the streets in New York, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. Protesters were demanding an independent investigation after disturbing cell phone videos showing ICE agent Jonathan Ross fatally shooting 37-year-old mother Renee Good last week. Over the weekend, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem doubling down on her position.
Democrats were behind many of the anti-immigrant movements in the 1900s, as early as back as the Reconstruction. Yes. Yeah. This is also true. Even in the not even the 1900s, in the early 1990s, up until the early 1990s, Republicans were pro I mean, Ronald Reagan did mass amnesty, guys. Republicans were way more open to migration into the United States of America. And it was actually the Democrats that did not want to do this, but only on the boundaries of protection of labor. Okay. And the argument there is the argument that I always tell you, which is that if there is a two-tier migration system into this country and you have undocumented migrants, okay, and you have documented migrants and you have the domestic labor force that already exists, this two-tier structure actually does depress wages. It's true. But the solution to that is not to engage in, it was Strong Thurmond. I can't tell if you, Strong Thurmond that flipped the script of political axioms. Strong Thurmond is crazy, brother. That's a white supremacist, okay? Another white supremacist who also had a secret black child, straight up KKK Klansman. God, American politics is a tapestry of some of the craziest, inconsistent freaks. Anyway, many such cases, classic white men behavior. That's why it's like silly whenever someone goes, well, how can this person be racist? They like have a Filipino girlfriend or something. And it's like, well, because it's very common. All right.
That the shooting was justified, accusing the deceased woman of domestic terrorism and claiming she tried to run over the agent with her vehicle, but the video shows her turning away. Minnesota officials say DHS has blocked them from accessing any evidence for a state-level investigation.
If we're going to trust the federal government, how can we trust the federal government to do an objective, unbiased investigation without prejudice when at the beginning of that investigation they have already announced exactly what they saw, what they think happened.
ICE and Border Patrol agents stepping up operations in Minneapolis. Videos showing agents deploying pepper spray, smashing through the front door of this home and leading a man out in handcuffs.
And George, the federal response to this deadly ICE shooting has been met with a lot of criticism, especially among congressional Democrats who are now threatening to hold up DHS funding if there isn't a transparent investigation. George.
Faith Abubi, thanks.
Now to Minnesota, where there are new confrontations between protesters and immigration agents. This one happened at a gas station in St. Paul after ICE demanded proof of citizenship from a man pumping gas. Over the weekend, demonstrators took to the streets in multiple cities to protest the deadly encounter between an ICE agent and Minneapolis resident Renee Nicole Good. The government is sending more federal officers to the Twin Cities. Nicole Skanga has our story.
Immigration raids escalated across the Twin Cities Sunday, including at a St. Paul gas station where federal agents dragged a man from his car, then tackled a bystander who was filming. We were there as federal agents deployed pepper balls and tear gas against protesters outside an ICE facility.
Stay out of the road.
Led by Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bavino.
What do you say to Americans, including police chiefs, that say if there is no de-escalation in sight, it's not a matter of if, but...
I hate this fucking guy so much. I mean, pure, transparent fucking bovine fascist, okay? And he LARPs as it too. He loves that shit. So one of the things that I'm also noticing that I think is good, you know how we talked about Scott Wiener and the sea change that's taking place? A lot of liberals who also leaned into the Republican insanity over immigration are now turning around and saying like, fuck ICE, melt ICE, all this stuff. They're getting more radical by the day, and that's a good thing. But that was another aspect of my back and forth commentary, which is something that I've seen liberals engage in, at least like liberals that are hyper online, who want to talk like they've been here from the start. And I have no problem with that. Once again, if you have realized, if you finally had a wake up call and you recognize right from wrong, and now you're actually willing to go out and protest, I'm totally on board. I love that. But don't try to punish people who have been there from the start. Don't try to fucking rewrite history. Don't try to act as though we were the dangerous radicals and that we actually played a role in what's taking place here. When in fact, the administration, the Democratic Party, played a role in normalizing this kind of violence by refusing to counter message against it. And there was someone who was correctly saying that this would inevitably lead to exactly what's going on. And that person was people like myself. So it is not lost on me that there are a lot of people who are a lot of liberals who are trying to act as though they were here all along. You know what I mean? Will Stansel is personally tracking ice agents around Minneapolis in his Honda Fit. That boy is just built different. I'm just saying, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly happy with that. This is not about like I was right and you were wrong or anything. It doesn't matter to me that much. What does matter to me, however, is that if you don't identify why you were wrong initially, quietly, if you don't identify what led you to believe that the Democrats were operating with the best possible agenda in the election cycle that actually did not offer any counter message to this like unlimited racist bullshit towards migrants, and how that normalized in the eyes of a lot of Americans this kind of violence that was inevitably going to take place, you will fall for it again. Same goes for, supporting the current war, but not the previous ones, supporting all the previous civil rights movements, but not the current one. Okay? You can't do that. So I don't want people to, I don't know. I just don't. Like, I see stuff like this. I don't know who this guy is. I've only seen some of his stuff before, like shitting on me over Israel and whatnot. And I've been finding myself liking people like this and their takes a lot more, right? Because there is this like real unification taking place, at least against the Republicans, right? And I said, am I crazy or are you normal now? He said, Hasan, you're normal as being a tanky boot slurp. I have been a liberal this entire time. And I said, okay, I'll give it a few more months before you hate the right as much as I do. Check back soon. And this guy was retweeted by Destiny when he responded to you. Yeah, I don't really care about all that stuff, obviously, because I don't think these guys have ever had like a real constituency in the real world. But what I find really strange is, stuff like this. It's incredible how for the last several years, those of us who have tried to build a community of liberal democratic online commentary had to constantly face off commies trying to either subvert what we do or drive us off the internet more so than any far right assholes. I said, I don't know any of you at all, but if you spend most of your time left bashing and signaling to the right how moderate you are, it's not strange to assume you like reactionaries. So it's either time to unite or still complain about the left when the left hasn't changed gears. What the fuck did he call you? I'm too old for that one. He just said I'm a tanky. It's like it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. He's saying that I just like authoritarian leftist movements or something. I don't know. Whatever his fucking worldview is. Now, once again, this is not about like, oh, you need to be held accountable. You need to be held accountable. I am much more open-minded than many of my counterparts are on the left in terms of welcoming people with open arms when they actually recognize the errors of their past ways, right? But what's actually frustrating is like if you are still talking about the tanky threat when the fascist Gestapo is literally knocking on people's doors, then you're objectively not dialed in to exactly what's going on. Like you don't understand it. You don't understand what you're saying. You're still trying to find this like weird moderation, not realizing that weird moderation that you're desperately trying to signal is unironically just normalizing the right. Okay? That's it. Hasan, is it possible for you to conceive that people might dislike the right and also dislike the left? In fact, for very similar reasons. Austin Ox responds, is it possible for you to conceive that conflating open fascism with the people flirting against fascism as being very similar is a dumbass opinion people should mock you for? Name the reasons and let's see. My God, is Hasan so thin-skinned that he's now sending his editors to whine at us? Yeah, I sent my editor. That's what I did. I was like, Austin Ox, please defend me. So what's frustrating about this kind of stuff is if you don't realize like how we got here, like if you don't have the solid fundamentals in your analysis on how we arrived at the current ever-present danger that we're facing as far as America turning into a complete fascist dictatorship, okay? Because it is at our doorstep. We're already in the waters of fascism, but it hasn't turned into like a full authoritarian, I guess, fascist movement. Like the courts are still there to a certain degree. There is still like a little bit of ticker tape holding this entire thing together, right? But my assessment right now, he made fun of the genocide in Gaza, by the way, as of 5 hours ago. Yeah, my point always is like, you guys have to, at a certain point, you don't have to like say it out loud, right? But you have to go back and really reconsider what your first principles are and how you arrived at like the wrong conclusions initially until it was slamming you in the fucking face. Yeah, these liberals just see the tide turning, so they're trying to infiltrate these already established movements so they can control it. I know, and it's ironic because they think we are doing that. Like the attitude that I'm seeing from people like this is very strange. Like they make it seem as though like the left is actually trying to take advantage of this tide shift, as though we haven't been at the forefront of this tide shift, especially even against the Democrats at certain points. And that's what's so frustrating about this is like, this is not productive in general. This is an opportunity for you guys to go, hey, you know what? Let's let bygones be bygones. Like, I'm the one who's being nice. I'm not the one who's being vindictive here when I should be vindictive. I should openly treat you as a fucking enemy, right? Ultra leftists are just annoying while the far right is killing people and destroying democratic institutions. Exactly. This has always been my principle, and that's precisely the reason why I have maintained the position that I don't left bash in general. At most, I make jokes about it, whether it be anarchists or ultras of all different sorts and varieties. But I don't spend a good deal of time shitting on the left or shitting on the people further to my left, or at least in the way that they present themselves, because I understand that they don't necessarily have any power whatsoever. And not only do they not have any power whatsoever, they are directionally moving the conversation in the appropriate direction. So, what is this? Hey, Hasan, as a longtime watcher, I'm really disappointed in your Iran protest coverage. I watched your YouTube video and all you did was make fun of a dumb chatter just claiming everyone wants a monarch. No one wants a monarch. Even people who are chanting his name, they want a secular democracy, and Reza Pahlavi is the only person right now championing it. Yeah, I don't think the monarch is championing a secular democracy. Let's be real. That sounds a little inconsistent, but we'll get to Iran in a second. Don't worry. I'm going to be talking about Iran extensively today. But there's multiple factions here. We have the Shah, we have MEK, and a lot of outside interests. And then there's also an incredibly diverse country, Iran, that is led by the repressive forces of the Islamic Republic. But we'll get into all of that in a little bit. Let me keep talking about the repressive forces in the American regime for now, and then we'll get into Iran in a little bit as well. When I say I only mean not only the person, I mean one of the few who actually cares about the country and does not want to hijack it. Chatters, chill. Yeah, okay. We'll get into it. I don't think that it's again, we're gonna get into it in a little bit. Okay, liberals stop the Holocaust, you absolute moral leper. No, actually, people who stopped the Holocaust are not as bad as the people who perpetrated it. That was the Soviet Union. What are you talking about? Anyway, it's just like, I don't understand it. I don't understand that these guys cannot, like, liberals have no capacity to fucking read the room whatsoever. And what they fail to comprehend is liberalism failed in the 20s, okay? And I don't mean 2020s. I mean 1920s. And that failure of liberalism brought about a at the time considered a revolutionary movement that was actually counter-revolutionary, fascist movements in Europe, right? In many other parts of the European continent, the death of liberalism came with organized fascist movements, okay? And the death of liberalism elsewhere was rung in by, or at least like Tsarist monarchy was brought in by socialism and communism, okay? Yes, I mean the 1920s, to use Harry Emden's terminology, okay? The problem is liberalism is dying once again. And I think a lot of liberals, instead of recognizing that and then figuring out which side of this equation that they're on, they're still holding on to this notion that, like, no, actually liberalism is not dying, okay? And that's very stupid. A liberal voting for the left is 1,000 times more valuable than you getting less people to vote for the left. That's why no one takes you seriously except gossip magazines. They are frustrated because you would rather support Elon ads for your merch than Kamala. Wait, what? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But as far as this statement goes, do you think the New York Times is a fucking gossip rag? Is that what it is? Like CNN, New York Times, ABC, Like these are all where do you get your news from if you think that all of these mainstream media outlets they only talk about your drama, never your ideas? Really? So when the New York Times invited me to write an opinion editorial, that was drama. Do you understand how silly this looks? If you want to present yourself sincerely as this like intellectual, high-minded thinker, okay? When you actually dilute the conversation and tackle it simply from the angle of drama, and then you make it seem like all of these other mainstream media outlets that you believe are credible media outlets are simply covering drama and slop, don't you feel like you're kind of destroying your own argument or like the way you're trying to present yourself? Yeah, but you only serve for drama. You have had zero political impact. Okay, well, I don't think anyone in the at least in the Democratic Party agrees with you. Like the adults don't agree with you is what I mean. But that's besides the point. Yeah, when you follow after Zoran, yeah. No, that's my favorite attitude that people have, which is like, you have zero political impact. I love Zoran and I hate you. Why is the DNC bringing you to cover it? It's really fucked up. You're just a drama slop tuber. Got it. Chronically online brain broken person. He exposed himself as a drama obsessed slop eater. Yeah. What are people pivoting to instead of liberalism, Bubba? Right now, I don't think the liberals are really pivoting, at least openly. They're not recognizing that there are alternatives out there. And that's one of the saddest parts about this, is because like there is no further left position that is commonly held and popular. So a lot of people don't realize that there is an entirely separate world out there, socialism and even social democracy, really, if you want to fucking entertain that, These people don't exist in the real world, by the way. True. That is true. They just exist mostly on the internet. Can we talk about why everyone is so far left and right? Why is it so hard to find or hold common ground? I mean, I'll give you one example of this, right? Here. Now, this has been something that I have talked about quite extensively, about hating the Republicans. Whenever I talk about how like liberals actually love the Republicans, they want to hug and kiss the Republicans, or they want to be Republicans, and that's what's really frustrating. But here, if you want to understand like where I'm coming from, here, this is a podcast called The Necessary Conversation. These two podcasters talk to their mom and dad that are Trump supporters. Okay, let's take a look.
No, it's because you're in a cult.
What if Donald Trump says, "I want you to carpet bomb Oklahoma City, everyone"? You think the Air Force should carry that out?
Yes.
There might be a reason. We don't know.
This is insane.
You cannot be this stupid. Jesus Christ. Oh, my. This podcast was going well until that. You just said it's cool. We levels Oklahoma. You're like, yeah, it. There must be a reason. Like, you literally can't be that dumb.
You know what the problem is? Mom and I don't believe he'll ever blow up Oklahoma, because we're on his side and so's the whole state.
No, it's because you're in a cult.
You guys are worried and afraid because you live in a state where it might happen.
I think people that like my first inclination that this because of how fucking freakish this commentary is that it's rage bait and it's fake, right? And as far as I understand, I mean, I'm going to interview these guys at a later date. Okay, to try to get a better assessment on if it's scripted or if it's like exaggerated or not. But I will just say that at least talking to people that I know that do have MAGA parents, conversations such as this one do take place at the dinner table or during Thanksgiving, like not dissimilar to the one that you are going to hear. Now, first he says, oh, he's not going to bomb Oklahoma, but you guys are afraid because he might bomb California. So he shifts gears. Listen.
Okay, let's theoretically say that does happen. Let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out going to see a movie on a weekend, and he says, go into that shopping mall.
Under a truck.
Quiet piggy. He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say I get gunned down by the Marines for just being at a mall.
Okay, number one, let's just take it
Dad,
one step
wait a minute,
further.
Mom, wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Dad, hang on, Mom. Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason, and you would support that.
if he walks into a mall to people with military,
There has to be a reason.
there's a reason. And I'm all for it. And the people in Los Angeles, California are as deserving of execution as the assholes in New York City. You're all communists.
Chatters with immediate family members that are deeply invested in the MAGA cult can maybe attest to this, but more and more people are saying things like this in the countryside, in the rural areas, in places where Donald Trump has made a lasting impact. And what is really funny is, for those of you who don't know this podcast at all, they go, did he just say mom and dad? And the answer is yes. Okay. To which I repeated, I don't think we can live normally in a country where 20% of the population operates like this. We need cult deprogramming. Okay. And if you recall, the last time I talked about this was once again, where liberals got so mad at me for saying that we need some kind of fucking deprogramming and education for people. They said, oh, you want re-education camps. Now I'm seeing more and more people who previously were liberal or liberal adjacent also coming to that reality, coming to that recognition. I'm seeing it more and more often. More and more often, I'm seeing people go, oh, I kind of understand why there is a necessity for some kind of education procedure, because this cult, if left to its own devices, is not exactly tenable with having a nation state. Like, you can't really have a country if 20% of the population straight up thinks like, yeah, no, all the fucking commies deserve it, including my own children. And this is not like, this is something that, this is why college isn't free law. I mean, it's part of it. Yeah, it's part of it for sure. I think a less educated population, I don't even think re-education camps would work for those kinds of people. What do you do with that kind of hog? You just really hammer it over and over again that this kind of sentiment is completely inconsistent with the shared values that we're supposed to maintain as a nation state. That's all you got to do, and hope for the best. You can't save everybody, but that shouldn't stop you from trying to save as many people as possible. But this is once again something that I talk about all the time. This is a byproduct of creating a malleable population, because they are not educated, because you paywalled education, because all the K through 12 education is paywalled, or not paywalled necessarily, but the public schooling system is completely in a dire state of disrepair. Okay. There is a massive class disparity in educational attainment and educational outcomes in general. And that creates an environment of servants of empire, not very, an environment where there's a lot of people who are just not very intelligent, and people who are stupid are malleable. They're easy to manipulate. But when it gets to a certain point where you have 20% of the population that is so firmly invested in the MAGA cult that is at the mercy, at the whims of one madman like Donald Trump, who has time and time again shown that he will do whatever the fuck he wants to do, no matter what the repercussions are. Even if the repercussions of his actions are directly impacting people like that, directly impacting people in the MAGA cult, you have to do something about it. This is me asking because I genuinely don't even know how to begin this process, but assuming nothing else changes about the country other than like an establishment Dem gets elected after Trump, assuming we have elections again, what does deprogramming look like to you? Check logs, please. I can't get into it right now. That's a much longer conversation that could take place at a later date. But the reason why I brought that up is because someone asked. Like, why can't we find moderation? And the question I have is, if 20% of the country, right, just 20%, I'm not saying 20% of the country thinks this way and is is basically at the mercy of a complete madman, right, with cult-like zealotry that they demonstrate over and over again. And then the other 20% on top of that is basically like agnostic to it, where they're like, I don't really care as long as my taxes are, as long as I feel like the country is moving in a positive direction under the watchful eye of this Republican movement, and I don't really care that much about immigrants or whatever. How do you find moderation? How do you find the golden mean with those guys? Okay? How do you do that? I don't think it's possible. And I think a lot of liberals end up coming to the conversation with this honest naivete, with this honest assessment where they think, no, like there has to be some kind of back and forth here where we can just find a reasonable middle ground, as the middle ground shifts further and further right from under their legs every single fucking day. Someone needs to pull at least the middle ground back to the actual center. And that's never going to happen unless you have more overt, openly leftist people in positions of prominence actively speaking about this shit. Okay? That's it. It's not going to happen, which is part of the reason why I never, I as a policy refuse to actively left bash, even though many people to my left, if there is really someone to my left, let's be real, I don't personally think so, but people with like ideological differences or ideological delineations that claim to be further left than myself will yell at me, but I usually do not return the favor. And the reason why I don't do that is because I think they play an important role in pulling the broader consciousness back to a place of reason, a place of common sense.
When this happens again?
Well, we've already said that, Nicole. The de-escalation and a lot of those police chiefs that you mentioned don't...
Breaking news, communists not more left than HasanAbi? Yes.
Seem to de-escalate, they seem to escalate.
Are you de-escalating?
Absolutely. Every day we de-escalate.
We watched as you confronted protesters right there. It didn't look like de-escalation, but are you trying to send a message?
The agitators and the rioters here in Minneapolis need to understand that our operations will continue unabated despite the violence they perpetrate against law enforcement.
Trump administration officials have claimed
the violence of the snow and the icy roads against our big, beautiful hog army. Just the fattest Gestapo that you have ever seen.
Renee Good intended to ram ICE agent Jonathan Ross with her car before he shot and killed her last week.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Video taken by the agent on his phone during the incident shows the moment he fired at Good's car, capturing this expletive seconds later. Appearing on CNN, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem insisted the deadly use of force was appropriate.
He had to take quick action based on his training to defend himself and his colleagues around him.
Once he's out of harm's way.
That's very clear and factual from the videos that you can see.
Minnesota Senator Tina Smith questioned that claim.
I mean, the guy is holding a camera. He's holding his phone with one hand taking video, while with the other hand, he is shooting this woman in the face.
In a statement released last night, Renee Good's family described her as, quote, relentlessly hopeful and optimistic with a seemingly infinite capacity for love. They went on to write, we already miss her more than words can ever express. She was our best friend. Adriana.
Beautiful statement, Nicole.
Did you see this? Is great. Strength in numbers. A Somali mob rushed ICE agents in St. Cloud, in St. Cloud, Minnesota. These guys are way outnumbered. They need National Guard support. The terrorists cannot win. I want to reiterate something here that a lot of people do not understand, and I briefly talked about this with Mustafa the Poet when I was live with them as well. People see black people from the African continent ethnically and assume that they're migrants, okay? Somali Americans, by and large, are American citizens, okay? 90% of them are American citizens. 60% of them are American-born U.S. citizens, okay? So when you see like a crowd of Somali people, if you're a racist piece of shit, or maybe even if you're not like a Republican, but I understand like why people look at the Somali population on U.S. soil and it just automatically assume that they're immigrants. Like, you're wrong. I'm just explaining this to you. They are no different. They are no different than like an Irish American or a German American. Like they've been here. Many of them second generation. Like I said, 60% of them are natural born U.S. citizens. Okay. So when a lot of Republicans look at this kind of stuff, they think, oh, this is unacceptable. You look at this, a bunch of criminal immigrants like surrounding a police officer. Like, that's not the case. This is no different than a crowd of white people doing this. Okay. And the reason why I consistently stress the importance of this is because if an ethnic group of people on U.S. soil are 90% American citizens, why the fuck is ICE there? Why is ICE there? I mean, why is ICE anywhere, really? It's the same reason. But this is one of those instances where you look at a group of minorities and automatically assume, because of the way that they look, that they are not American citizens at all, and therefore Department of Homeland Security apprehensions and ICE traffic stops are perfectly justifiable. It's not. It's ridiculous. Okay? So, your crooked con monologue in counter messaging is gaining traction
Republicans,
again?
they act as though there is an election every single day. They are constantly on message. They're constantly creating an alternative reality with lies, saying that undocumented migrants are actually responsible for a metric ton of the crimes that are taking place in American cities, when that is an abject lie, okay? And when I talk to congresspersons, whether it be at the DNC or even before, even after, and I tell them, why the fuck aren't you guys counter messaging against this? We are a nation of immigrants. America is the most diverse nation on the fucking planet. It is literally the reason why we are such a domineering force beyond all these other, beyond all the other, violent reasons. But like that is one of the most redeemable aspects of America that I personally love, that the Democrats completely dropped because they were scared. They saw that one poll from the Pew Center of Research that said that 66% of Americans want mass deportations. That exact same poll also showed that if given two options, mass deportation and mass amnesty, that the majority always chose mass amnesty. So why is that never communicated? Because Americans, sure, the median voter, trying to understand where the median voter is coming from is impossible, okay? You will kill yourself if you try to understand what these people are thinking.
You just lost me, Hasan. I was with you halfway through that, but you lost me. But I'm with you.
But what I'm trying to say is this, okay? There are Trump supporters out there, okay, that have been deluded into thinking that Donald Trump represented a change. And obviously, we saw that buyer's remorse this past Tuesday, right? Especially in Hispanic communities where they were like, oh, I can't believe that he is actually doing mass deportation. And it's we're in D.C. This is a fairly liberal crowd, and we laugh at those people. But, like, I talk to those people every day, and there were people that genuinely believed that Donald Trump was actually excising the violent criminals. And the only reason why people are led to believe this lie, aside from the faucet of misinformation that comes from independent outlets on the right and also Fox News as well, is because there is no robust response from the Democratic Party that says that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. Undocumented migrants in this country are responsible for a lower rate of per capita crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are. If you pair that up with documented migrants, it's negligible.
Hasan, if Renee Good had been non-white, the response on the left would have been even stronger. What? That clearly makes them racist, or at least biased to one race. If you disagree, you have to provide an argument. What? Are you all right, dude? Why do you do this every day? Confused woke of the day? No, this is a derailer. He just like comes in here and does this shit. Here, take an hour off. There have been tens of thousands of people like protesting in the streets in the aftermath of Renee Good's execution. So he's just trying to derail and say that like the left is actually anti-white racist. But in order to make this reactionary counter argument, you have to obviously deny the reality in front of your eyes and make it seem as though there hasn't been this like robust response and mass mobilization that has taken place in the aftermath of Renee Good's assassination.
It is marginal, and they're hyper-focusing on it specifically because this is a vulnerable population that is easy to target and it's easy to ridicule, and there is not enough of a robust defense mechanism out there. And that's the reason why people end up believing this bullshit, and then they get shocked when it's actually implemented. Republicans...
Yep. I'm going to repost it again. So, I mean, this is not the first, nor will it be the last time I address this, and I will continue addressing it over and over again. And when people say, Hasan, why do you keep repeating yourself, or why do you keep fucking debating people over and over again on stuff like this? It's because I still believe that every single time I have this kind of conversation, there are new people that listen and new people that go, you know what, this guy is making sense, especially when attitudes change, right? Or when people start seeing the impact of things that they thought were going to be good for the country, and then they realize maybe it's not good for the country at all. Okay. Sometimes it also helps movement veterans to hear the arguments again too. Yes. Bring the same derailers into this town hall, but ignores the vast majority of clarifying questions for folks that honestly want nuanced comparisons and explanations. Wait, what is that? Where are you getting your statistics for the 90%, 60% Somalian citizenship demographics in Minnesota? You've been saying this for the last week or so. You've never ever discussed where you get those numbers from. Not saying you're lying. However, I think you owe us at least a source. So 2 things. Number 1, if you actually want to see the sources that I'm pulling from Top Dome here, you can watch my YouTube videos in the aftermath, because my editors will literally go and put the direct sourcing. Because in my mind, I'm just, I'm rattling details off the top of my head in real time. Having said that, however, you can also Google it personally if you've been asking about this for like the last 3 days, right? John, why don't you ever provide source for the 90% and 60% stats that you're talking about in Somalis in Minnesota getting that information from ... You had 3 whole days where you could have Googled what percentage of Somalis are U.S. citizens. Let's Google it. Somalis are naturalized citizens or permanent residents, with figures 92 or even 83. Here's from the Minnesota Reformer. Most Somali people in America and Minnesota are citizens. The percentage of Minnesotans with Somali ancestry who are not citizens dropped from 76% in 2001 to 9% in 2023, and as estimated by American Community Survey. Was it that difficult for you to take 3 whole days of asking this question? Not even 3. You asked about this before. You asked about this on 1/7. Where are you getting the demographic stats for American Somalian population in Minneapolis? That would not be census data. 90%, 60%. Where does this even come from? So the question I have for you is, it has been 5 days since you last asked that question. In 5 days, you could not have actually Googled it one time. That's actually helpful. I didn't know that. Okay, but what should be helpful for you is not necessarily just like the sourcing behind this information, but also you should, in the future, if you have an issue with the information that I'm presenting, okay, you can just Google it on your own. And if I'm wrong about something, if I'm wrong on the numbers, you can come in and say, hey, I actually Googled the information that you were presenting, and I feel like there's something that's a little bit inconsistent there. Could you perhaps please address this? And then link it, okay? Instead of just coming in here for 5 days in a row being like, where are you getting this information from? I think you could have just fucking Googled it, right? I'm not your personal ChatGPT bot. To be fair, you don't source stuff on stream enough. People generally don't know how to do research for obvious reasons, lack of higher education. Yeah, because I'm offering real-time commentary and analysis. I could fake it as though I'm encountering this information for the first time ever and go, let's Google this, or let's research this together. Or I could just continue giving you this information and move on. Of course, there's a reason why people apply this level of like hyper scrutiny to my commentary, because there's a bunch of dumbasses who have spent, the last 5 to 6 years consistently saying that I'm actually misinforming people instead of actually presenting any evidence of the sort. And that kind of sentiment is stuck. But my sources are readily available on the YouTube VODs. Okay? I refuse to believe you need a higher education to be able to research. It should be common sense to ask about biases when Googling stuff. I mean, it is something that people are taught, and I don't think a lot of people have been taught this basic shit.
Down with deportation! Down with deportation!
This is outside of what I would normally do. I don't really have any connections to the...
Wait, what do you mean? I've always wondered if you have sources in front of you or is it off the dome? No, it's off the dome. It's off the dome. I read quite a bit, and everything that I'm presenting to you is off the dome. Sometimes I can actually get like a percentage or a number wrong because of this reason. But because this is a, 8-hour process, yes, I'm like rattling off facts from the top of my mind when I'm presenting you with an argument. I know that for a lot of people, however, this is strange because, unfortunately, for a lot of people that get their information from content creators online, the content creator is seemingly first encountering this perspective, or at least they have a biased framework that they're operating off of, and then they go and try to find facts that justify their worldview or justify their perspective in real time, And a lot of people will look at that and go, that's brilliant. He's doing research. He's doing research in real time. But I have already arrived at these conclusions off of doing the research for many, many fucking years before I even decided to stream on Twitch. And that's precisely the reason why when I'm rattling off information off of the top of my mind, off of research that I've conducted for years at this point, okay, you can immediately go and check and see that that is credible. The argument that I'm presenting is built on facts. Anyway, let's continue. What Trump is doing is psychotic. Protests held in North Carolina after the ICE shooting.
Democrats are the left, but what Trump is doing is psychotic. Because killing people in the streets in intimidation tactics is horrifying, and we can't allow it. We have to stand up.
The assumption is that this Justice Department is going to whitewash that case.
Okay, but are there no merits to reading Wikipedia during a debate? Why read beforehand? That's funny. You used to say you never read inconsistent much. First you say you don't read, now you say you do read. How can I believe you on anything? This chatter is joking, but like I did realize that all of my memeing about how I don't read and how I'm illiterate has unironically caused people to legitimately believe that. Just like whenever I say I'm fucking stupid over and over again, which is something that I do believe because everyone is stupid. It's impossible to know everything. I constantly have to deal with the fact that there is so much knowledge out there that's not in my mind on any issue and so many different perspectives as well. Having said that, however, the average person reads that, the average person hears that and goes, oh, this guy's not supposed to be taken seriously. He's a fucking moron, especially if they're biased towards the worldview that I'm presenting, biased against it, you know? How are you liking the Philip Short Mao biography? It's pretty good. It's not as dense. I mean, he has he writes in a way that is so easy to decipher, is so easy to understand, and I recommend it. It's very good. Obviously, he's not like, I wouldn't say he's like pro Mao or anything like that. It's not like it's not like that at all. But I think it's the closeness that he has to the information, and you know, being a Western journalist, a Western reporter in the region for a very long time, has given him tremendous insight and shows a very different perspective than one that you would normally encounter in the Western world. That's like automatically treating Mao as like Adolf Hitler, you know, Chinese Adolf Hitler or some shit. He doesn't do that, and it's very good. It's on my list right now, trying to go through Ezra Vogel's 930-page behemoth that is Deng Xiaoping and the Transformation of China. Watch Cover Up on Netflix about Seymour Hersh. I already did. It's fucking awesome. I love Cy Hersh. Obviously, that's my goat.
Absolve an officer.
Please briefly talk about Pol Pot. I need good counterpoints. The fuck do you mean? Are you asking me to give you talking points to defend Pol Pot? What are you, fucking insane? Chatter. First of all, this is not a good way to seek out information, okay? Yeah. The communists that the U.S. liked, I know. Well, not just the U.S., let's be real. The communists that China liked as well.
Sort of poor conduct at worst, at best.
What can protests like this do to...
I hope get people concerned. I hope get our legislators to grow what are called cojones, some guts, to assert their legitimate power under the Constitution.
If you look at their policy against both Americans and their international policies, they follow the exact tenets and playbook of all fascist governments that we have seen in the 20th century.
It's just like, it is truly remarkable to have like such dedicated anti-fascists who also happen to be liberal. It is genuinely contradictory. I'm serious. Because like, historically speaking, liberals have capitulated to fascist movements both in Europe and in general. But like, America is the one place where you can both be an anti-fascist and also an anti-communist at the same time. I guess America and Poland, maybe. But they don't even recognize like the contradictions there at all. And I think part of that is because they are the most propagandized people. We are, as Americans, the most propagandized people on the fucking planet. So propagandized that we don't even understand. We don't even understand that we are being propagandized against. Like, we just don't even recognize it. What is the contradiction? If you are anti-fascist, being anti-communist is idiotic. Presenting Donald Trump as though he is like some sort of communist is the most insane thing you can say, because communists have historically, if you have any understanding of history whatsoever, communists are the first fucking group that fascists will seek to eliminate. Organized communists, organized socialists, trade unionists, and the like are the first group that will always be eradicated by organized fascist movements. And that is because communists are always anarchists, socialists, anti-capitalists alike have always been the vanguard against fascism. They are the most militant against fascist movements. So when liberals actually present this utterly ahistoric assessment because of their understanding of Stalin or their understanding of communism, which is, again, chock full of propaganda and totally inconsistent, because they just go, well, these are all authoritarian. We're just against authoritarianism of every sort or whatever, except if it's authoritarianism that we have installed, an authoritarian dictatorship that we have installed, in which case we just won't really think about it. These are boomers, so I suspect they're using the symbol to mean Russia, not communism. You see a lot of hammer and sickle Trump stuff among lib boomers. They just see it as Russia. No, I know. Iran proves you wrong? What do you mean, bro? You're so delusional. Iran proves you wrong? What? Do you think the Islamic Republic is a communist movement? Iran is the most anti-capitalist regime? Oh, yeah. No, you're right, man. Yeah, they were. You know what it was actually? When the Ayatollah was ripping every like revolutionary, socialist, communist in the country, throwing them en masse in jail, in prison. As a matter of fact, using them as like the number one ops, far more consistently, far more like a far larger threat to the established order in Iran. He was actually doing that as leftist infighting. When Iran was purging the left mobilization that played a formative role in the Iranian revolution, okay, what they were actually doing was leftist infighting, where they were like, we're trying to do Islamo-communism. We're trying to do Islamo-communism the right way. And all these other Soviet-aligned movements in the country are actually doing it the wrong way. And that's why they were throwing them in fucking prison and purging them. Guy who doesn't understand anything. And unfortunately, this is like the overwhelming majority of people. Whenever we talk about fucking Iran, bro, he doesn't realize you're making fun of him. Yes, because he thinks being anti-imperialist or being anti-West as a understandable position for sovereignty in a country that is designed as an adversary towards the West is automatically that you're a leftist. Like you are a leftist across the board. You're ideologically a leftist. No, man, that's just for survival, okay? And as I've reiterated over and over again, especially in terms of Iran or even with Hamas, from my perspective, when a country is being utterly dominated by Western forces, okay, and is in the death throes, actively trying to keep everything together in a very diverse country that is a powder keg, okay, it does not matter what their ideological predisposition is. Like that's the reason why leftists used to say critical support to insert whatever country you're talking about. Trying to learn the correct positions on the USSR and China makes me feel like a conspiracy theorist. Okay, that's fine. How do you rationalize nuclear proliferation and the idea that inevitably as an irrational actor will have nukes? Can you use global destruction? I agree that all nation states should be able to acquire nukes. You want to know something? I mean, I've talked about this quite a bit as far as like countries that want to develop sovereignty, especially if they're not under the nuclear umbrella, the nuclear security umbrella of the United States of America, have to develop nuclear arms, right? Like have to develop nuclear arms and have to have a robust military to be able to defend themselves and said nuclear arms as well. Now, that is a consistent take that I've had. I also will say that like obviously, I mean, I guess we're going to get into Iran in a little bit. Hold on. Let me see how many more videos there are, because I want to watch the Kristi Noem thing first, and then get into the Iran situation. And everybody wants to hear my analysis on this, and it's understandable, but you guys want a spoiler alert. Iranian Azadi, who just ran from Iran and Istanbul, now people don't know how to calculate the situation. They're either pro-IR or pro-bombing. Yeah. As I've said before, even in the past, far before this last iteration of the protests that took place in Iran, one of the major issues with the Iranian government is the endless amount of investment that they have for education while simultaneously being crippled by sanctions. The economy is in a fucking state of disarray, as always. And they still hold on to fundamentalism as the connective tissue that reasserts their power, okay? Fundamentalism is seen in that part of the world as being the truest form, the truest expression of being anti-Western intervention. This is something that I've tried to explain to Americans quite a bit, and they have a really hard time understanding that. However, that fundamentalism, especially when you have an unimaginably educated population, is always going to lead to people going, what the fuck do you mean I have to abide by the morality police standards? This creates a massive clash with the way that the government has tried to maintain sovereignty over their own country, the way that this government has tried to reassert sovereignty over their own country, and maintain like the strategic posture they have that, let's be real, 1/4 of the entire country actually abides by. And a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people think like, no, every single person in Iran is actually anti, the Ayatollahs or whatever. Okay, this is not the case. There are still a fuck ton of people who are Islamists through and through, who actually love this administration's ridiculous posture and ridiculous repressive elements. Okay, why is there a clash that just sounds condescending? What do you mean? Why is there a clash? Of course there's going to be a clash, dude. What are you talking about? Like, think about the United States of America and how much we get fucking mad when the American government tries to be like, we're going to take away bodily autonomy from women in red states. Now try to imagine what that looks like if you are, a young Iranian, well-educated young Iranian, access to the fucking Western world, and you see Western liberalization in terms of like social repression and whatnot as a understandable movement in the right direction in your country, and the Republic refuses to, in this unimaginably diverse country especially, the Republic refuses to do anything but every now and then bring some reformist presidents that don't actually move the needle in the appropriate direction in terms of reforms, in terms of scaling back the social conservatism or the repressive elements. It's just not. It's not going to work. It's a fucking powder keg for that reason. I think you're talking about the concept of a relative deprivation that is a highly educated populace whose economic and social reality does not meet the standards they have been raised to expect via education and social mobility. It's the same thing that happened in Egypt during the Arab Spring. Yes, sanctions paired up with discontent over repression from the administration, from the government, will always create a tremendous instability, especially in a country that otherwise would fall to a lot of fucking sectarian violence and balkanization if left to the interest of Western states that want to cripple the only country in the region that has the military power to actually hold Israel at bay. That's it. And let's be real. Every single time these sorts of protests have happened, people go, oh, it's just like Mossad. It's America. This is true. America and Mossad are heavily involved in these protests. America specifically is heavily involved in creating the economic conditions that lead to these sorts of protests, okay? And then the government comes in and fucking kills a bunch of people. And the protesters themselves are also very violent and getting increasingly more violent, okay? Every single time these kinds of protests happen. The problem here, however, is that in the aftermath of these sorts of skirmishes, let's say, if you want to call it that, okay, you have to let up. You have to give in to the demands being made. You have to, because if you don't, then the protests are only going to grow. And it's getting to a point, especially in this last iteration, where while there is, of course, always going to be Western involvement, There are plenty of young people in Iran who have developed, understandably, a reactionary attitude towards Islam in general and are very clearly, not at the direction of Israel or America, very clearly expressing their fucking anger. Okay? You are very wrong. It's not 2019 anymore. It's way less than 25%. Do you even know what the initial protests were about? Yes, it was fucking small business owners and you know, market. It's like people not having access to basic necessities and groceries and things like that. And also specifically the bazaar owners and, like, you know, market owners that were protesting against, like, the economic situation in Iran. But the very fact that was the tinder that exploded into this massive fucking situation where, you know, a lot of people died, a lot of people were killed by the government, is another indication that this is becoming less and less sustainable. Yeah, shops are closing because there's limited cash flow, so they can't even pay rent to keep shops open. So yeah, America did create the conditions for that. The United States of America absolutely created the conditions for that. Westerners don't fucking get it. Iranian government has been a lot more substantial support than they think. Khamenei is literally the highest religious figure for Shias. Middle Eastern countries don't work the way you are describing. You are so westernized, dude. When I was in Egypt during the revolution, this exact bullshit happened, and people in Egypt to this day regret even protesting. What? Middle Eastern countries don't... What are you... I don't understand what your criticism of my commentary is here. I'm Iranian. I have to tell you right now, we have only two options. Either Pahlavi to guide the way for a democracy, and yes, it's going to be Western-backed, or stick with the brutal regime heavily backed by China and Russia. I will gladly choose Pahlavi. Yes. Young Iranians do not know why the Iranian revolution took place to begin with, because they only know one repressive element, which is the Ayatollah. So they don't understand why there was already fucking mass mobilization that took place, because it was a real revolution. The Iranian revolution wasn't just like Islamist forces coming into power, okay? There was a reason for why that took place. That was literally Western intervention in the Shah and how fucking ruthless and how brutal the Shah was. Like, that was a real revolution. It was a real social revolution that took place in Iran. And I think a lot of people don't know that, especially younger people. So the only brutal, ruthless, repressive forces that they've experienced has been this modern iteration of the Ayatollahs, and therefore they have no concept of understanding what it would look like if they returned back to a Western-backed puppet state installed on top of the Iranian population, especially in a country that is so diverse as Iran. Does it seem like anything is coming out of all these protests? I mean, I think they've very clearly, ruthlessly suppress the protests, and the Iranian government's assessment here is going to be, it was all Mossad, it was all Westerners, and the protesters themselves were the reason for why there was so much violence. They killed, you know, firefighters, they killed cops, all this stuff, and there's truth to that as well, but like ultimately it was the state that is the most ruthless force here, the ruthless force of suppression. And yes, remember, guys, I know that there's always going to be Western intervention. I know that there's always going to be Western intervention. You guys are being ridiculous if you think that that's not the case. Okay? There's two different ways of analyzing this. In terms of sovereignty, it doesn't matter if someone is a fucking chud or an Islamist or whatever, okay? In terms of like fighting against any sort of Western intervention, that calculation is not even, you know, remotely relevant. There's also another part of this that I find to be interesting, especially with Iran, okay? Especially with Iran. And that is how much people like Mike Pompeo, Jerusalem Post, and many others have talked about their open involvement in the protests this time around, greatly overemphasizing how they're actually pushing the needle. Not realizing, I think, that this is actually perfect propaganda for the Ayatollah to just turn around and say, see? These are outside forces. But I think the reason why they are presenting it as such, the reason why they are presenting it as such and not even fearful of the repercussions here in terms of like the positions hardening internally against outside influence and outside enforcement is because they realize that the situation on the ground is so fucked up that it doesn't matter. They could literally be like, Mossad is doing this and there's nothing you can say about it, and the population will still rise up. Does that mean that do I know where this will go? I do not. Okay. There are numerous different outside forces that want to take ownership over the protests, whether it be Mossad, CIA, or whether it be MEK, which obviously is also an internal force inside of Iran as well, or whether it be the Shah, right? The Shah writers. And the reason why there isn't really much coverage on what the internal left forces in Iran look like is because the administration, the regime, has always considered left forces to be the number one op. Okay? That's it. Their number one op has always fucking been, the number one op for the Ayatollah has always been the left. Yes, MEK is massively unpopular in Iran. The Shah is even more popular, I think, from what I understand. But it doesn't even matter. Now you got like Rudy Giuliani shitting on the Shah. The MEK only has power amongst the diaspora, especially the U.S. diaspora. They've successfully become the main forum for Iranian Americans, but they have no real support base in Iran itself. And I don't even think the Shah itself has as robust and as popular a support internally inside of Iran either. It's just that people have run out of options and they think that it's the only thing that they can hold on to. Is the left even left in Iran? Do you think Iran will go through the same thing as Syria went through? No, hopefully not. It's crazy though that the goal, I think, broadly, the goal from the West is to balkanize Iran, which would be devastating. Fucking bomb. And I don't even think if you were to poll every single fucking Iranian person that's in the streets right now, if you were to ask them sincerely, do you want to balkanize Iran? They would say no. Iranians are very proud people. Okay, they're very proud people. They've literally have revolted against Western intervention over and over again. So, like, I don't think that they would be on board with like the complete destruction of this, 1,000-year empire with like 1,000 years of history in general. I don't think they would be on board with that at all. So it's a complicated situation for that reason. But the discontent is very real. It's not just Western-backed intervention. Western-backed intervention, especially in the form of sanctions, has absolutely created an environment of economic instability and volatility that has led to people freaking the fuck out, understandably, on top of the internal repression that exists in the state. Anyway, let's get back to our regime and what we are doing here in the United States of America before I get back to Iran.
Fucking bum, you're a bitch. And if your wife did, I'll probably fuck her too. You guys are all bitches. You can't do shit to me. You can't do a thing to me. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here. Right, get the fuck out. Walk the fuck out, you stupid bitches. Get the fuck out of here. You dumb. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking coward. You're a fucking coward, bitch. You're a fucking bitch. Hold on, baby. I'm on the phone to you, bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid bitches. You're a fucking coward piece of shit. Fuck you. And if you didn't have a gun or a badge, I would beat the shit out of you. Take that fucking badge off and that fucking gun and see what happens to you. You shut the fuck up. That fucking tongue. You're a bitch. Get the fuck out, you fucking pussy. You fucking bitch ass white boy. I'll fucking spit on you. Fucking get out of here. Get the fuck out. Fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Stay back. Stay back. Fuck off. Stay back. Easy. Easy. Back up. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking. Get the fuck out. Nobody wants you here. Nobody wants you here. Nobody wants you here.
We have power in numbers, okay? You just have to remind yourself of that. We have power in numbers. Border Patrol confronted by a crowd after questioning man at a Minneapolis gas station.
How do I know you're a U.S. citizen? If you know two ways, I can take you
Like, what's going on here? Like, what do we think is happening here, guys? What the fuck do we think is happening here? Why is this good? Why is this normal? Why are we normalizing this? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening here, brother? Oh, you just have random dickheads roaming the fucking streets, walking up to every black or brown person, being like, show me your papers. That's what we're about now? That's America now? That's what we're doing? And before people say, oh, this is what America's always been about. Yeah, not to this fucking degree and never to this. Like, there have been periods throughout history where it was there was an environment of repression, an environment of like racialized hatred, animosity. Oftentimes it was actually delegated to like the Klan or non-government entities in general. Okay. But in modern day, in this day and age, in 2026, this kind of attitude is identical to the fucking Nazi regime. And the very fact that there's still 20% of the population that doesn't realize what the fuck's going on is crazy. Okay. I mean, this is a 1-to-1. And it's ironic because this is what I said was going to fucking happen over and over again. I kept repeating over and over again. Why is no one talking about this? Was the number one thing. If you were in here during the election cycle, one of the things that I kept repeating over and over again was, guys, they're going to do mass deportations. They're going to do Gestapo. They're going to do mass deportations. Imagine what that looks like. What do you think that will look like? That would mean, you know, militarized units in fucking every neighborhood demanding to see papers and then shipping them off to concentration camps. Okay. Why are the Democrats not bringing this up? Why are they not routinely saying this is completely unsustainable and it's going to get worse? Did people in Germany treat the Nazis like this? I mean, first, yes. And then you know what happened? Okay. Not only a failed revolution, but also what ended up happening is, and this might come as a surprise to at least, liberals who don't have any understanding of the history of Nazi Germany, they started arresting the people that were fighting back. And the people that were fighting back, at least in an organized manner, were the communists, were the socialists, were the trade unionists. Those are the people who were fucking fighting back, actively taking up arms, as a matter of fact, taking up arms against the brown shirts, right? Why are you not talking about Iran, brother? I was just talking about Iran. I'm going to continue talking about it right now in a little bit, okay? If you want to come back in a little bit when I go back to the commentary on Iran, but like we're experiencing, you know, our version of Iran here in the United States of America, so I feel like it's still important to explain it, you know? It's a little bit reductive to say, but so yeah, did people in Germany treat the Nazis like this? There were people in Nazi Germany who treated the Nazis like this, or at least when the Nazis were building their movement, those people were communists, those were socialists, you know? You act like police are normal and ICE are the only bad guys. Why are you acting like the police is any different? At least as a function, there is utility behind the police force. The problem with policing in this day and age, or at least throughout history, is that it has always protected the interests of capital. But in theory, there is a necessity for at least some kind of democratically organized unit of people that are actually maintaining law and order, at least the presence of law and order, or solving crimes, for example. Okay? The problem with policing in the United States of America, at least historically and certainly in contemporary society, is that they do not abide by those principles at all. They don't do their fucking jobs. They're not accountable. They don't do their fucking jobs. I demand that they do their fucking jobs. At least in this circumstance, one of their jobs would be to protect those fucking citizens from the Gestapo. Okay? In any case, both of those things can still be right. Okay? But it's an idiotic argument to make in this moment. Like, please. Oh my God. That's hilarious, Hasan. ACAB. I know, guys. I know. It is their job to side with the state. Wake the fuck up, man. Brother, listen to me. Listen to me, please. I urge you, okay? Step by step. Baby steps. Okay? Baby steps. Please. One of the questions always is like, well, if the person, Renee Good is a white woman, and there wouldn't be this much outrage if this was a black person. As a matter of fact, the black person was killed by an off-duty ICE agent in the beginning of this year, right? In Los Angeles. And no one cares about that. No one bat an eye. It's like, okay, that's correct. But is it helpful in this moment? Sometimes people do this without realizing that like what they're saying might be correct, but it's not like in the direction of where the crowd is moving towards, okay? I don't know if you realize, but there's not a lot of time left for fucking baby steps right now, Hasan. No, I haven't realized it. Thank you for educating me on the situation that I've been warning against for like the last 10 years of my political commentary career. Thank you. I wasn't aware, but I'm glad that ya boy, even Steven, you have dialed in and you know what is what's happening here. We're done. We're not. There's no reason to fucking currently have internal battles, internal self-struggle sessions here. Okay, we're not doing that right now.
I'm not going to get out of your city, number one.
Yes, get the out. Yes, you clearly. Oh, what does that say? Nazi, you work for the orange fascists in chief.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, by the way, yo, Godspeed to all the fucking liberals out there, dude. This is why I say the liberals are far more radical than the Democratic Party is. And in some instances, the liberals that take it out to the fucking streets, the boomer ass libs too, they are far more radical than the fucking annoying people on Twitter. Like, they're out there literally getting in the face of cops and being like, fuck you, suck my dick. You love the orange man. You know, things that people on the internet would like criticize and make jokes about, like, oh, orange man in chief, really? Oh, Mango Mussolini, like shit that we would cynically, from an edgy nihilist perspective, make jokes about. Well, those people are fucking out in the streets. I don't give a shit if their form is silly, okay? Why are you giving liberals credit for what leftists are doing? This is not just leftists that are doing this. Let's be real. There are plenty of liberals who are themselves engaging in leftist actions right now at this very moment, okay? What leftist is saying you're working for the orange fascist Mango Mussolini? Yeah, they're saying there's a dang Cheeto in the White House, but this time they're saying it directly to a fucking Gestapo agent, okay? Out on the goddamn streets in an effort to protect the members of their community. So they can say whatever the fuck they want.
Number one, I'm not gonna get out of your city because I live here. Oh, you want to make? You want to make? Okay, good for you. You want to make?
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that little piggy. He's leaving. The little piggy's leaving. Oh, his feelings got hurt and the little piggy's leaving. The worst part about this is the assumption that people will have the answers to these questions they ask immediately. I've been through visa applications 4 times over the last few years. And if someone asked me when I got my last visa, I would not know. In that case, that's enough for them, I imagine, to do something heinous. I can't imagine how it would be for a random person getting cornered by ICE. Yeah. The church going aunties are out in the streets, dog. It's crazy. Yes. Anytime we see these sorts of incidents take place, anytime we see like mass protests and whatnot, I look at the crowd. Okay. And the very same liberals that wore pussy hats in 2016 are the liberals that are out there, man. It's not more often than not, it's not the youth. It's not the youth at all. It's the fucking boomers. You have to recognize that. This is why I said the Karen Vanguard is here. This is why I said the Antifa is here. They are the people who are taking it to the fucking streets. You cannot fucking deny that. Yeah. Current day liberals are like, there's a freaking orange Cheeto in the White House and we're going to fucking kill him. No, literally, the average liberal's position nowadays is basically like, we must water the trees of democracy with the blood of tyrants, that happen to be a dang Cheeto in the White House. People love to talk a big game about dark woke, but the dark woke is the fucking aunties out there, dude. Straight up. It's the radical wine moms. Globalize the Antifada. Exactly. I don't think we realize like where this discontent is coming from. At least like who is willing to take it to the fucking streets. Cannot disparage the people who fight for you. It is not cringe, it is courage. They call it cringe to try to intimidate and embarrass you into not using your power to not help them. Wait, no, I didn't say that. I'm literally saying you will never catch me fucking making fun of the cringe ways in which they're presenting themselves, because they're out there. The fuck? They're out there. You need people. You need everybody. And these people are out there, okay? Ban incoming for who? No, I know that person was talking to chat. I know.
Tensions reach boiling point in Minnesota as ICE immigration enforcement agents continue to patrol the streets in the face of a growing backlash. On Sunday, officers forced entry to this home, arresting a man. His wife showed journalists at the scene paperwork relating to his removal, a warrant signed by an immigration officer, a document that does not authorize agents to enter a private residence.
Okay, so that was illegal. That was fucking illegal. Who's gonna stop them? Like, that was fucking illegal. We talked about the distinction between an ICE administrative warrant that is signed by an ICE agent or an ICE, manager or whatever, an ICE administrator, versus an actual judicial warrant. You cannot break the fucking door of an American or anyone really on U.S. soil like that with an ICE administrative warrant. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. They're dressed like they're in Desert Storm while in a mundane suburbia, a sort of end result of decades of tactical LARP being done by the absolute lowest common denominator that washed out of normal police hiring. ICE agents stormed a Minneapolis home full of kids, pointing rifles and ignoring pleas to lower them. The warrant shown appeared incomplete. The man arrested had just checked in for a routine appointment.
Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant?
I'm sorry, but every single person that is engaging in this, especially at the administrative level, has to go to prison. Actually, I'm not sorry for saying that. They have to go to prison. They have to. If they don't, and there's no accountability whatsoever by the law, it's over. Okay? It's over. There is no law. There is no society. The social fabric is completely fucking ripped apart. Every single person that is participating in this, down to the guy who's pulling the fucking trigger, all the way to the person who's signing off on the fucking administrative warrants at ICE, down to Kirsty fucking Noem, have to face legal repercussions for this. I'm being dead fucking serious when I say this. They have to face legal repercussions. They have to face criminal repercussions for this. This is the type of shit that would happen every now and then, and it would cause panic and disarray and then be handled by the courts. Okay? And year over year, we expanded on the permission structure. Year over year, we said, well, cops are just doing their jobs, all this shit. And it all played a role in what we are experiencing currently. This is Nazi shit, a violation of the Fourth Amendment, yes. But if there is no group that will hold the administration to account for severely violating the Fourth Amendment, then what good is the Fourth Amendment? What good is the Constitution? It's just a piece of paper to wipe your ass with.
Where is it? Can you put the guns down, though? Can you put the guns down? There's kids in this house. There is kids in this house. Show the warrant first. Show the warrant. Show the warrant.
Bro, all it takes for one of these fucking Gestapo pieces of shit to as we've seen this past week, is to have a bad day, or to feel like their authorities threaten, or to feel like their ego is harmed, for them to fucking pull the trigger too. Because like a lot of people are such badge eaters that they see guys that wear this gear, that see guys that LARP as though they're fucking cops, okay? And they assume, oh, they must be there for good reason. No, they're not. You have to literally pull yourself out of the situation and realize that these are people, some of them have been trained for 47 fucking days total, that are Proud Boys, that are fascists, that are white supremacists, that got a $50,000 signing bonus, very little training, and are not actually doing something that's appropriate at all. They're doing something that is utterly illegal, okay? They are terrorizing the masses. For what fucking purpose? Do you feel safe when you see images like this? Because I certainly don't. This does not actually give me safety and security at all. This is giving fucking chaos and panic, lawlessness and disorder. Not law and order, not safety and security, but instead mass chaos.
There's kids in this house. That's it. Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant?
How is raiding a home with a warrant illegal? So there's two different kinds of warrants. There's an administrative warrant that is a ICE warrant. Okay, that means nothing. It has no legal basis for entering someone's home, but they use that as a lie oftentimes to say like, oh, well, we have a warrant here, right? And I've described it before. And then there's a judicial warrant signed by a judge. If you don't have a judicial warrant signed by a judge, under the Constitution, you have no reason to allow ICE agents or any cops to come into your house, okay? The only instances where a police officer, not ICE agents, but a police officer could at least like entertain entering your home, potentially unlawfully, is if they actually see who signs the administrative warrant, an ICE agent, like an administrator at ICE. So it's a real like, make work bullshit fucking piece of paper that you use. We've described it before. I've described it before, obviously, when we were talking about the DoorDash woman who ordered DoorDash and then had the dasher run into her house, and then ICE agents were like surrounding her home, and they were lying and saying they had a warrant. Okay, I don't know why this is not showing, but here, this is the difference between a judicial warrant and an immigration warrant. Okay, a judicial warrant will say United States District Court. An immigration warrant, an administrative warrant, okay, will say Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, warrant of removal and deportation, okay? A judicial warrant also has to be signed by an actual judge, okay? So when you see someone present a warrant when they're entering your home or they're trying to enter your home, because you have the right to ask them, dude, you'll be right but dead, bummer. I mean, this is not an argument. You're just a fucking cuck. Like, you're openly showcasing that you are a ginormous cuck. The fuck do you mean? Dude, you'll be right but dead. Okay, so these guys can just come into your house, bust through your door, and rape your mom. And sorry if you push back on that, if you fight back against it, and you don't roll over and also show your asshole so they can fuck it too, you're actually going to die. Sorry. You should have rolled over and let them rape your mother and you as well. You should present your ass cheeks so that they can fuck it. Sorry, otherwise you're dead. What is this? How are you so fucking cocked? What the fuck are we doing? Excuse me, officer, I'm popping my pussy for you, sir. I love law enforcement. When you're done violating my mother, can you please blow out my back, sir? Please? No warrant necessary here. Come in. Blow my ass cheeks into smithereens, sir. Fuck my ass too, please, sir. I love law enforcement. Otherwise, I'll be dead. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What are you saying? I don't get it. I don't think you're a human. I think you're cattle. If this is truly the way you operate, you are not a human being. You're just fucking cattle.
Get the paper. Please get the paper now. He's not coming out till my fucking sin. He's not coming out. My daughter's here. That's a dog.
Yes, don't answer the door is the best legal advice. Except in this circumstance, there is no door to be answered because they broke the door, which was illegal, by the way. Please click this because this is you today. What is this? Wait, hold on. This guy's still arguing. I mean, that the whole America is right now, but the red-haired guy just does what he wants. It's not about right. It's now about life or death. Not fun to be right, but dead. What are you talking about, dude? The point that we're having, the conversation that we're having right now is not that ICE is at your doorstep, dumbass. The conversation is about pushing back against this shit. And you're the only person in this chat, at least, desperate to normalize this kind of behavior by saying, well, they'll kill you if you don't comply. What the fuck? That video calling Asmonfold a rat had over 500,000 likes on IG. Every comment shitting on him at thousands of likes. His stench is broken. Containment of regular people are starting to learn how fucking vile he is. Yeah, fuck Asmongold. Who gives a shit about Asmongold's point of view here? I'm already dealing with like the fucking cowardly, servile cattle in my chat right now. Please don't bring up fucking Asmonfold.
Warrant. You should have the paper before you hit the door. That don't mean nothing. You come with a warrant. You do have to show a warrant. You guys see this all on live. He said he doesn't have to show a warrant. Get in here with my babies. Stay in your room and shut the door.
Like, that's illegal. They can't do that. That's just fucking ridiculous.
I'm not even touching nobody. Get your hands off of me. I can record. I am back. Get your hands off of me. In your way, and I'm not stopping nothing. You're also not checking to see who's in this house. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off of me. I don't give a fuck about your taser. Get your hands off of me. Oh, you're real big and bad.
Oh my God, look at how fat he is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The absolute fucking monstrosity over here. Jesus Christ, they are so fucking rotund.
I don't give a fuck about your taser. Get your hands off of me. Oh, you're real big and bad. Where is the warrant? So you can't answer, but you can flash a light? Where's the warrant? Where? Where is the warrant? Back up, because he's asking me to do something, so now you back up. Can you tell him to back up with this taser? She's in her room, sis.
Why you bending my fucking hand like a boxer? I'll put this over. Look right on it.
Big and bad. That's what they are. 49th and Russell. 49th and Russell.
This is the worst warrant execution I've ever seen because there is no warrant to be executed. It's an administrative warrant, so they're illegally entering someone else's domicile. They're not supposed to be inside. They broke the door illegally, and then they entered the home illegally with guns blazing, and they're terrorizing the fucking person that lives there and their children that live there because they're fucking terrorists. They are Nazi terrorists. This is Nazi shit. I don't know how else to explain it to you. And anyone that looks at this and goes, this must be justified is a fucking servile little worm, a cattle, okay? Yeah, sure. Explain to me how this is in any way, shape, or form legal or constitutional without saying, well, those people scare me, so I'm glad they're being terrified and terrorized. That's it. All of this stems from, as Matt Christman calls, the dual sadisms of American politics. Oh, well, my enemies have harmed me. I have decided that my enemies have wronged me. They've harmed me. It's liberal women with blue hair. It's black people that have, it's black teenagers that bullied me in high school. And all of these are the real villains in society. And it's the liberal elite that prop them up and never give me my, never give me what I am supposed to get from society. So at the very least, I can vote for a guy who's not going to fucking improve my material circumstances in any way, shape, or form, but will actually destroy my enemies, will harm them, will terrorize them, will hurt them. That's it. That's it. That's all this is. Because you have nothing going on in your life. So you just have to imagine enemies that are at your fucking doorstep and an administration that will punish them. Because it's not like they're going to fucking give you free health care. They're not going to make sure that you can actually own a home at any point in your life. They're not going to make your work conditions better. So you just have to sit there like the servile little cuck that you are and imagine that at least there's someone else in the fucking crosshairs, so that makes my life better in comparison. That's it. You're fucking cattle. You are dumb cattle. You have no self-preservation skills. And if the police were really there to protect the community that pays them, they would protect them from illegal actions like that. Exactly. Exactly. The fuck are we doing? Look. Look. Do you see that?
Get your hands off of me. Y'all the ones who need to keep your fucking distance. Y'all so big and bad, but let's see what type of citizens you are on the street without this bullshit. Something.
I can't see. Fuck. God damn it. Aren't there different levels of judicial warrants even? Like an arrest warrant versus a search warrant? Yes. I don't know if this is a judicial warrant at all. And no, the key doesn't work. Breaking. ICE Border Patrol blatantly violated the Constitution. Is there... This is the only thing... Oh, wait, hold on. This may be a little bit clearer. Let's take a look. What does it say up here? Oh, it says Homeland Security. Yeah, it's an administrative warrant. Right? That's Homeland Security, right? Yeah, if it says that if up top it says Homeland Security in any part of the fucking piece of paper, then it is actually an administrative warrant and not a judicial warrant. So it's not a real warrant at all. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. U.S. Department of Homeland Security. This is the sample. This is a U.S. Department of Homeland Security warrant. It's not a real warrant. This is bullshit. This is exactly what they're showing here. Yep. Look. It says a U.S. Department of Homeland Security warrant for arrest of alien. Any immigration officer authorized pursuant to sections 236 and 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act of Part 287 of Title 8, Code of Federal Regulations to serve warrants for the arrest of immigration violations. Okay? This is not signed by an actual fucking judge. Okay? This, know your rights. This piece of paper does not give ICE the authority to enter your home. This piece of paper does not give ICE the authority to enter your car. It's nothing. It is utterly irrelevant. And the fact that they have like little holes on the top means that they just have like a bunch of these papers that they sign off in their fucking car and they just like rip it off to be like, see? It's irrelevant. Okay? This is fucking bullshit. You need something that says at the top, the United States District Court. You need to make sure that the address is the correct address. Okay? You need to make sure that when you look at a judicial warrant before they enter your home, you need to make sure that the address is the correct address. You need to make sure that the date is the current date to make sure that the warrant is not expired. Okay. You need to see if only the person and property and areas specified may be searched. Sometimes it can be the whole house. You need to actually see if it's signed by a judge, and you need to see what the actual, who the actual judge is. If the answer to all of these is yes, then it is likely a valid judicial warrant. Okay, how do you fight this warrant? You just tell them fuck off. You don't have the right to get into my house. That's it. Except these fucking dipshits didn't even do that. They busted through the door, which was illegal. They don't have the right to do this. They can't do this. This is unconstitutional. Now, before people go, oh, laws. If we're getting to a point where a permission slip from the fatter guy in the car is enough for you to do this, then there might not be any rules at all at that point. Whoever is the fattest guy in the gaggle gets to sign off on whether you can break people's doors. Like, what are we doing? Genuinely, at that point, when we're already inside, will it stop them? They have guns pointed at them and there's like 20 of them. What should anyone do in that situation? I mean, in this situation, you can't do anything. That's my point. You have to just hope that their law actually kicks in at some point. Ask yourself, if ICE is going door to door, what's next? Armed federal agents took a man away in handcuffs. A woman came out of the house and said the man was her husband. It also appears ICE used an administrative warrant, not a judicial warrant. That matters. An administrative warrant is signed by ICE, not a judge. Without a signed judicial warrant, agents do not have the right to enter your home. It's true. Anyone who thinks this is appropriate and good and just, and that person in there could be the biggest criminal of all time, and it doesn't matter. You have to abide by the laws that were created, okay? It doesn't matter. The reason why you have to abide by that standard is the same process is the same reason as to why we defend due process, okay? Because if we decide this is appropriate, no matter how severe the crime is, and there's no indication that this person was a severe criminal anyway, but it doesn't matter, even if they were, even if that was fucking Adolf Hitler in that goddamn house, okay? You have to abide by the rules that were set, because the next time they do this is not going to be Adolf Hitler. It's going to be you. It's going to be your parents. It's going to be your loved ones. And there will be no one that will defend you. Do you understand? That's the reason why we defend due process. That's the reason why we defend certain aspects of the Constitution around these fucking parts, including the Fourth Amendment, okay? No unlawful search and seizure. There's a reason for it, because an administration that seeks to violate the Constitution in this egregious manner, that will not be checked by the courts, that will not be held accountable by the criminal justice system at any point, will inevitably do this to you as well. That's it. And without those fundamental aspects that have been around since the fucking Magna Carta, there is nothing that remains that will protect you. At that point, it is truly might is right. And unless you have so much fucking money that you can hire your own private military contractors to defend your home at any given point, you're fucked. And even if you do have that kind of money, do you want to live in a society like that at all, where it's just complete fucking chaos? It's an anarcho-capitalist dystopia. Do you really want to live in that society? I know that people like Elon Musk live in that reality anyway. They know that they're unaccountable. They know that no one will ever fucking hold them accountable. They know that they can get away with doing whatever the fuck they want to get away with. But if you're a random guy working at fucking Jiffy Lube, okay, what makes you think that anarcho-capitalist dystopia is actually going to be beneficial when this current liberalized system that is failing right now is not helping you? You're still a fucking wage slave. So what makes you think you will be a god in the next iteration? What makes you think that you'll be anything but a slave in even worse conditions? People do not have the capacity to understand this, where they go, oh, just comply or die, comply or die. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, you're describing Rust, but with people who have massive head starts. Oh no, exactly. You keep acting like laws matter anymore. There's no one that will prosecute this shit. They're speedrunning fascism. The reason why I'm talking about the importance of law in this situation is because I can't believe you would mute me for simply challenging you on a certain point. I thought this channel was different because you allowed disagreement. You know what? If you want me to agree with everything you say, just say it, Hasan. I know I'm not right-wing, at least not completely. Take another hour off. Stupid. Every day. Ugh. DHS was forced to respond to this because they're growing more callous. This was literally a U.S. citizen. Huh? Border Patrol attacked the U.S. citizen teenager, beat him up, drove him away, and then dumped him.
I'm not doing all right.
What's that?
I'm not doing all right. I'm not doing all right. Back up. Yo, see that? Look, they're recording. They're here. What y'all doing? Yo, back up.
You good? What's that? You good? Oh,
Greg Bovine Bovino in the streets.
absolutely. Oh, back up. I'm walking here. Back up.
Bro, if our governments, our local governments, and our state governments can't protect us against this kind of like federal action, it's going to be complete chaos. Okay? I urge even the likes of Mayor Frey or Tim Walz to wake the fuck up. Okay? Deploy the National Guard to protect the citizens. order local law enforcement to protect Minnesotans, okay? Because if you don't do that and people realize that even local law enforcement and state and the state and the government is not on their side, it's bedlam from that point on. People are going to start taking matters into their own hands in an act of self-defense. This is where we are barreling towards, okay? What the fuck? Would it be better to wait strategically until after we win the midterms? What midterms, man? What fucking midterms? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you? I'm here to learn. Okay, brother, they're doming people on the fucking streets. They're busting through their doors. It's Gestapo time, and you're talking about the midterms. There will be no midterms to be had if this keeps going. What do you think happens? They keep doing this over and over again until someone says enough is enough. And then they actually get into an armed conflict, okay? They get into an armed conflict. An ICE agent gets shot in the process, okay? Boom, mass suppression. Like an ICE agent in every fucking corner. Trump tries to federalize the National Guard and deploy it in against the population, okay? Then people grow even more angry. There's more pushback because they realize that the state is not there to protect them. So they treat every member of the state as an enemy, because in some ways they are. Where do you think that goes? More suppression, more repression. There's no more midterms at that point. It's martial law, which is what the administration wants. They want martial law. The American government wants to implement martial law. That's why I keep saying over and over again, they're moving like there's not going to be any elections whatsoever. And I know a lot of people will say, Edinger Mentum and many others have said, well, if that was the case, then they wouldn't be trying to gerrymander, and they wouldn't be trying to engage in like new redistricting initiatives in an effort to at least like make up for the numbers that they're losing in the midterm elections due to their tremendous unpopularity and all this shit. I think both can work at the same time. I genuinely think it's both. They're trying to at least like create some kind of fake democratic process by engaging in these acts of like redistricting over and over again in an effort to be like, well, see, we still have control. But I think that's just hedging their bets. I don't think that is their game plan. I think their game plan is this: keep fucking pressuring. There will be no legal pushback. There will be no like local government pushback whatsoever that will entertain some kind of like constitutional crisis, okay? Because Democrats always are too fearful to actively defend their own constituents. And eventually, people recognize that reality. People recognize that there is no more defense. There is no local government that's coming to save you, and they take matters into their own hands. And in that process, when people take matters in their own hands, there's bedlam, there's chaos, there's violence. And there's even more violence in an effort to suppress said chaos and the violence for people who are engaging in an oftentimes legal act of self-defense. That is where we are headed. That is where we are headed down. That is the direction we're headed down. This guy said there's no way we wait for the ballot box. We need to go to the bullet box. The people are done.
And murdering people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area, and then shooting her in the face like that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice. The time for speaking is over. The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this shit by any means necessary.
Under different circumstances, I would say this guy's a fucking fed or something. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think this guy's a fucking fed. I think a lot of people are unimaginably fed up. It's gotten to a point. And for many of you that haven't experienced this kind of thing, right? You can't imagine what it feels like when you have, when as an American citizen, your whole life you have been taught that this is a nation of laws, okay? There's rules in play that actually are supposed to keep these kinds of repressive forces at bay, okay? There are rules that are supposed to stop the government from behaving like this. And it turns out those rules only matter if both parties in the duopoly that we have are playing by said rules. And if one party decides, yeah, there's nothing you can do about it, I have unchecked power, okay? I can do whatever the fuck I want, and the other party just fucking keels over and says, go ahead, there's nothing we can do about it, then people inevitably come to terms with this new reality. The reality that is very different than what they've learned about American existence, okay? And I think that's where a lot of people are right now, especially a lot of people who experience this kind of violence, experience this kind of suppression. People that actually see it in their fucking neighborhoods eventually say, I'm fed up. It's fucking bullshit. Philly police brutalized a minor on camera. The community called a modern Black Panther group led by Paul Birdsong, inspired by the original party to demand accountability when systems fail, communities organize.
I mean, you're talking about, potentially going to a dark place in this country. Do you foresee...
We're there. This is the dark place. This is the dark time. We have people being sent to Salvadorian concentration camps. We got other countries being raided for their oil. We're in the dark time. There's no way out of this. There's no voting our way out of this. We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box. That's the only way. If there was another way, I'd be advocating for it. I've spoken peacefully. I've marched peacefully. I marched without Sharpton. I marched on Washington. I've been peaceful. I've acted peacefully. The time for peace is over. The time for any means necessary is right now.
Yeah, he needs to be arrested and thrown in prison. The tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots and tyrants from time to time. But you're not the patriots here. You're the tyrants. Yeah, you're right. The tyrant in this circumstance is the random guy who's fucking fed up with the unconstitutional Gestapo force busting down people's doors and like murdering them at certain points. That's famously throughout history, those guys have been the real patriots. The SS, the real patriots, and not the people who are resisting against the SS. Those were the tyrants. Yeah, the real tyrants were the Jewish people that were thrown in concentration camps, the socialists, the communists, the trade unionists. Those were the real tyrants. And the real patriots were the fucking Nazis. Is that the argument you're presenting here? Holy fuck. Anyway, let's watch Greg Bovino pull off this fucking nonsensical bullshit again.
Like that. Do the show.
Hey, that's what a nice guy.
I don't give a fuck.
Dude.
What is this?
Fuck you and fuck all y'all. What you gonna do?
Hey, you guys American citizens?
Fuck you.
Huh? None of your business. That's what.
Fuck you.
All right.
See that? You're blocking traffic. You're blocking traffic. Look at that. Bunch of y'all right there.
Fuck you.
Fuck every single one of y'all. Look at that.
Just gonna get a pic. Hold on.
Why are they taking pictures? To put it through the database. So a lot of it is. So here's one of the things that they're doing. So they're working with Palantir, right? So they already have like AI facial scanners, which are not, exactly super useful. But I think like as long as you change the standards of what decides someone is definitely the person, as long as you can like tweak the algorithm, you can use that as a justification for detainment. Okay, that's the goal here. They're using facial recognition software to see if the person that they're apprehending or the person that they're encountering is apprehendable. And because it's AI, it's not supposed to work. It's not like a direct 100% success rate. It's just supposed to give you probable cause. So they are starting to use this as probable cause to say, oh, you're going to be detained. Okay, sorry. This is a 67% facial recognition match in our database for a criminal migrant. We had to beat the fuck out of you, and we had to detain you in the process. Because that's what's going on here.
Go ahead, take a pic right there.
Let me get one of this guy here.
Right here.
Appreciate
that.
Fuck you. Huh? Fuck you. Come on. Fuck you. Don't touch me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Hey, don't touch him. Don't touch him. What are you doing? Come on. Yo.
I work here, bro.
Yeah, he works it.
Fuck you.
Look at that.
Fuck you.
Yeah, he's got like the fucking Target shit on him too.
Or what? Fuck you.
Look at that. Look, they're grabbing him. Look, they're grabbing him. Yo, let him go, let him go.
Border Patrol attacked the U.S. citizen teenager, beat him up, drove him away, and then dumped him. Why do they not care about getting caught in their lies? If he was arrested for assaulting law enforcement, why was he released and found battered in a Walmart parking lot?
This guy right here, they let him out of the vehicle, they tortured him. This guy right here, yeah. Tortured.
You okay, man? No, I'm not okay. Bro, shit's crazy. My man's bleeding. Bleeding. They slammed me on the ground.
I can't say what must be done here, but you can't stop me from thinking it. It's a fucking teenager, dude.
We gotta be able to call somebody. This is ridiculous.
Bro, this is straight up fucking Israel, dude. This is straight up fucking Israel. Wake up. For people who like think this is just like, you know, oh, this only happens in foreign countries or whatever. This is happening right now. Wake the fuck up. And anyone that thinks, oh, this is only happening to like, you know, teenagers giving lip who are black or brown or whatever. If you don't think that this is going to come for you, you're a fucking moron. You do not even have the self-preservation skills of an insect. Oh my God.
You got family around? You got somebody here, man? Come on, we in here. Come on, man. You work here, don't you? No, I work at Target. You work, bro. Come on, bro. It's okay. That is so crazy. Man, slam this man up in the parking lot. Torture this guy.
I can't say how I feel right now, but goddamn, I'm thinking it. 1 hour ago, Neon Neck. ICE agents detained a U.S. citizen legal observer in Minneapolis, smashing his car window, dragging him out, and placing a knee on his neck. Conduct banned under Minnesota law after George Floyd. It's getting crazier and crazier. It's very obvious to me that the mandate from the Department of Homeland Security, specifically from the federal government, is to just increase the intensity. You can't say what you feel, but Asmund Bitch can say whatever he wants with no ban. Yes, because Asmund Fold, who is utterly irrelevant in this conversation, is demanding more of the state violence. And any kind of fucking counter against said state violence, even an act of self-defense, is technically demanding illegal actions. Whereas state violence, even if it's illegal, is still state violence, and therefore it is interpreted as totally sanctioned and legal violence. This is the dichotomy between right-wingers who demand more of that same state violence and left-wingers who actually want to defend against state violence and illegal actions by the state. This is why right-wingers can get away with saying, oh, the left is so violent. The left is so violent. We are not violent. We're just simply demanding that the state continue doing violent actions. Have a cry. This is it. I mean, what do we think was going to happen? What do we think was going to fucking happen? You got a bunch of deputized fat Gestapo roaming the fucking streets specifically for this purpose. Like, the goal of these guys is to do this, okay? The goal of these guys is to do this, is to terrorize the population. So they're doing their job. They're just following orders, if you want to call it that. Means to Minnesota. Hold on, I'm tweeting, sorry. Sitting there day after day with this crap isn't going to do anything. When are you going to start organizing and consistently demonstrating every day? I mean, there are people consistently organizing and demonstrating every day, unless you mean like just me, right? Because as a part of my job, I'm showing you that there are people that are all around the country currently demonstrating, including here. This is what's happening at a demonstration, chatter. If Obama was doing this, the red state governors would call the National Guard and start fighting back. It's time to stop fucking around. The National Guard needs to do his fucking job. I agree. I think what is this? I think that if states and local governments don't actually defend their citizens, you're a bad person. You think I know how to live. Screw you. I would expect that this would be a moment of unity, I think, but I guess you somehow think you're magically above this kind of state repression, right? Is that what it is? In your mind, do you feel like this won't happen to you or a loved one? Or are you a member of ICE? Because either you're deluded, you're delusional and you think that this won't happen to someone that you know, someone that you love, or yourself, or you think you're just going to join ICE at some point, I guess, and be a part of the fucking cruelty. Because it's getting to a point where you're either wearing the boot or you're under the boot. It seems like you're throating it like you're not ever going to, like you're ever going to find yourself underneath it. I think the lines have been drawn in the sand. People watch one video and see two different things. That's how wars start. I mean, that's part of it. But, I mean, if they universalize the pain, enough, I don't think they'll have a robust popular mobilization to justify this kind of thing. And everywhere that they go, they will experience people pushing back. That's why I say there's more of us than there are of them, and this can't go on. Anyway, here's another example of like community defense.
Hold my gun like this, it's the law. Philadelphia Crime Code 6108 says I can hold my long arm in my hand. Just can't have my finger on the trigger. So don't ask me to do nothing that's against the law. Can I help you? I didn't.
ICER.com to find your local rapid response number. Call and report if you see ICE chat. Get trained and respond and defend your neighbors. Yes.
Somebody sent us a video of y'all beating up a teenager. It was y'all. You're a police officer. You part of that. It was y'all. It was y'all. If you don't like to be labeled in with the slave catchers, you shouldn't have touched their hole, sellout. You are a sellout. You wearing their shit. You are a sellout. You ain't protecting shit. You got to do whatever they tell you to, including hurt your people. Because you're walking up to me and I don't like you and I don't trust you and I don't got no conversation with you. So unless you're investigating the crime, leave me the fuck alone. I don't care. I got a gun license right here. This is legal. Philadelphia Crime Code 6108. Move your car out of people's way and get the fuck out of my face. Thank you, officer.
Have a good day.
You have a bad one. Sell out. Fuck out of here. What you smiling for? Sell out. Do you know where you came from? Slave catchers hired you to help catch their property, which was us. Slave catcher controls the origin of that cash. You bitch ass nigga. The fuck out of here. Go where you're needed. We don't need your help. Get out the fucking street. Like your supervisor said, get out the fucking street. Get out the fucking street. Go with him. Go with him. Get out the fucking street.
America is such an insane country, but I mean, I guess this is what you get, you know? This is the well-trained militia, I guess, you know? That's the Second Amendment for you. I don't know what to tell you. It's ironic because this lawful demonstration by the new iteration of the Black Panthers is precisely the reason why open carry was banned in the state that I currently live in, the state of California, by Ronald Reagan. That's right. Ronald Reagan banned open carry in the state of California when the Black Panthers organized and did a demonstration at the Capitol with their guns, which they legally acquired and were legally carrying openly. So they made it illegal. One of the few instances where, you know, a Republican was against the Second Amendment.
You blocking traffic. Get out the fucking street. Get the fuck out the street.
Anyway, I can't believe it, dude. Unbelievable. Deploying the National Guard would mean civil war now? Okay. I need to explain something to people, okay? The state always maintains the standard of violence, okay? Whether it be Israel against the Palestinians or whether it be the American government against the American people, okay? And those who make peaceful rebellion impossible make violent retribution or violent revolution inevitable. Okay, when you shut off people's capacity to push back, when you make them believe that the state will never be on their side, when you make them recognize that the state is not on their side at all, eventually something's going to give. Okay, so yes, deploying the National Guard in this situation, and I don't even know how that this would work, but deploying the National Guard in this situation to protect civilians, the citizens of the state, would create potentially a constitutional crisis if the federal government at that point doesn't back away. But if the federal government at that point backs away, then this gives more confidence to other blue states, because it's very clear that Trump is just weaponizing federal law enforcement against blue states. That's it. Against minority groups that he wants to put in the crosshairs because he doesn't want people talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Only 0.6% of the Epstein documents that were supposed to be released in its entirety a month ago have been released thus far. 0.6%. Okay? So it worked. Trump immediately started talking about Somalians. They're animals. They're parasitic. We got to fucking crack the whip. All this shit. And then sent the goddamn Department of Homeland Security after that Nick Shitley video to Minneapolis. And then one of those psychopathic Gestapo agents ended up killing an American woman, age 37, Renee Good. And now it's fucking bedlam. But guess what? Ain't nobody's talking about the Epstein files no more. No one is talking about the pedophilic elite any longer and Trump's, personal involvement with the pedophilic elite. That's where we're at. Your daily reminder that the Trump administration was required by veto-proof law. It signed to release all the Epstein files last month. And so far, it has released just 0.6% of those files. Yep. They've successfully moved this out of the fucking conversation. That's how disposable the average American citizen is, by the way. Like, I wouldn't say this about, kidnapping Maduro, but I will say this about deploying the Department of Homeland Security and ICE to a random city. Because some of these actions that he's doing for other reasons, for a grander design, right? You're like American priorities shifting, the Donroe Doctrine, all this stuff is a goal of the administration in and of itself. It's not everything that the administration does is a distraction, but this 100% is. It's a distraction that has a higher purpose to bring about martial law potentially, okay? And the only way to push back against this is if state governments and local governments realize what the fuck is going on and take the measures necessary to defend their citizens, to defend and protect their citizens. If that does not happen, eventually people are going to take matters in their own hands. And when that happens and an ICE agent gets shot or something, okay, then they're going to use that as an opportunity to bring about martial law, tremendous discontent that needs to be suppressed violently, militarily. So the National Guard will be deployed at some point. So it's up to Tim Walz to figure out whether he gets to deploy the National Guard to defend his own citizens, or if it's the fucking president that federalizes the National Guard and deploys it in Tim Walz's stead. Okay? So the National Guard is getting deployed. Who gets to deploy it for what purpose is the real question here.
Protesters banged drums and blew whistles. Some were met with chemical spray. More than 2,000 immigration arrests have been made since the Department of Homeland Security began.
Like they're fucking macing old people, dude.
Its operation in December.
Old white people.
These latest raids come in the wake of the fatal shooting of Renee Good in Minneapolis by an ICE officer last Wednesday. Many residents are anxious about the situation. Public schools in their area are offering remote learning.
I'm a teacher, and I think that the fact that ICE has been targeting schools around here, making it difficult for children to just get a public education, terrorizing parents, the fact that I have to worry about my kids being outside because of this sort of terrorism happening out front is ridiculous.
Minnesota is the latest focus of Donald Trump's campaign to remove undocumented migrants from the U.S. The state has a large population with Somali heritage, although the majority are U.S.-born and more than 92% are citizens. On Sunday, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem pledged...
The reason why they're bringing up the 90% are citizens number is because it renders the entire deployment argument ridiculous, right? Like, you're talking about targeting Somalis and 90% of them are American citizens. Like, you're targeting them on immigration grounds and they're all fucking citizens. What are you talking about? What immigration grounds do you have at that point? That's the reason why it's important to bring that up, especially because a lot of people don't realize that Somali Americans are Somali Americans. They think they're just undocumented migrants or migrants in general.
To send hundreds more agents to the area.
While I was on the ground, I was in shock. I just knew I was getting handcuffed. It was all happening very fast. I'm like...
I just don't get, I truly don't understand how people can't comprehend what's happening in front of their own fucking eyes. Like, how... Do you have friends that look at this shit, chat, and go, it is what it is? Like, I don't know. Like, how do we sleepwalk through this process? Really? Like, are we just not looking at the same shit? Like, do you not see that these images are identical to what took place less than 100 years ago? How can you look at this and engage in denial? What will it take for you to recognize what the fuck is up? What will it take for you to realize, like, this is some Nazi shit? This is straight up Nazi shit. Like, I don't know. Because I'm seeing a lot of people on the streets, but they're mostly older people. It's mostly like older, elderly white people, right? Like, there's not a lot of young people out there in the streets. There's not a lot of organizing. There's not a lot of youth organizing in general around this sort of thing. And at least historically speaking, in moments of discontent such as this one, in moments of disarray such as this one, youth has always been the vanguard. And in America, the youth is nowhere to be seen. And I guess, like, part of it is because they're afraid. Part of it is because they don't realize it. Part of it is because they're just, like, too busy with their day-to-day, right? With their jobs, trying to fucking make rent. But I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe they're all just watching Aiden Ross and Asmongold and XQC and don't realize that this is just, like, an unsustainable situation. It's, like, totally fucked. We're too jaded, man. I can't even fucking hate too much because, I mean, when people were stuck at home during COVID because of the lockdowns, and there was a lot of anger that was brewing. And in the aftermath of the George Floyd assassination, only a couple blocks away from where Renee Good was shot and killed, a lot of people did take to the streets. And they did everything right. They did everything by the book. They protested. They showed their discontent. They then turned around, plugged their noses, and voted for Joe Biden. Because that was the only guy that could beat Donald Trump, they said. Right? So they went and they voted. And Joe Biden won. And what came? What came after that? Nothing. None of the demands were met. Nothing actually changed at all. Okay? So they were taught a very important lesson. And that lesson was, no matter what you say and do, all of your work amounts to nothing. You will never be able to stand up against the much more powerful, domineering forces of empire. And there's no pressure valve out of this duopoly. So either you become increasingly more radicalized and get more frustrated, decide to organize, as many of you in this community have, or you just choose not to recognize it anymore because you say, well, neither party represents my interests. I guess it doesn't fucking matter, right? I guess it does not fucking matter.
How did I get here?
How do you think that the youth have been taking the beating here for Palestine? How much more can the youth do? We're at general strikes and possible militants, you know? I mean, look, I know that. I mean, my community is all up and down this shit too, just like they were all over the student encampments as well. I'm just saying, like there needs to be more mobilizing.
How did documenting their activity lead to this?
In early November, Border Patrol agents moved into Charlotte, North Carolina. The deployment was part of a broader federal enforcement effort spreading across the country from Los Angeles to Chicago and now Minneapolis. Cell phone footage has emerged from each city, showing agents detaining immigrants and protesters. The people filming the federal agents call themselves ICE verifiers. These verifiers have since become a focal point in the Trump administration's response to the fatal shooting of Minneapolis resident.
Yeah, Brooklyn Dad Defiant did the whole Obama shit. God, some liberals are lost in the goddamn sauce too. They just like fantasize about a world that is totally different. Brooklyn Dad Defiant tweeted, "I'm old enough to remember when President Obama deported so many people they called him deporter-in-chief, but he did it without his agents shooting U.S. citizen mothers in the face 3 times." Brother, is the problem from where you're standing the fact that like mass deportations are taking place, but you don't like the way they're taking place? Or is the problem mass deportations as opposed to mass amnesty? This is a crisis of lack. This is a crisis born out of a lack of hope, a lack of knowledge over alternatives, okay? In some ways, I do bring this back to the Democrats all the goddamn time for this reason, because the Democrats do not present an alternative. So these guys who are regime pilled, who are just party pilled, they're just party mouthpieces, just go along with whatever the party is presented as like the appropriate measure here. If the Democrats are saying, no, you don't understand. The real problem with this is not like, mass deportations. The real problem is like the way they're conducting the mass deportations. If the Democrats were pushing, if the Democrats loudly, proudly, boldly pushing mass amnesty, recognition of humanity for migrants, explaining the processes in which the two-tier labor system actually undermines the domestic labor pool and obviously treats the undocumented labor pool as cattle, and seeking to address that dynamic, not through the violent apprehensions and deportation and kidnapping operations, but instead through processing their paperwork, recognizing decency, our shared humanity, and following basic international humanitarian laws, then these guys will be saying that too. This is what I always repeat to people. Like, there's no fucking Joe Biden dick riders. There's no Kamala Harris dick riders. There's party dick riders. So when the party presents these people as the only alternative, they just respond in kind. They think, yeah, these were the only alternatives and you didn't fucking vote for them. Fuck you. You're my enemy too now. But if the party was presenting Bernie Sanders as the only alternative against Donald Trump, for example, these people will be the number one Bernie dick riders on the planet. They don't have any ideological convictions. They're just responding to what the Democrats are showing is their worldview, is their politics, their ideology. Same goes for the Republicans too, honestly. I think there's a good deal of Republicans that would love Donald Trump even more if Donald Trump magically overnight turned into a fucking pro-healthcare guy. Okay? They're just regime enjoyers. That's it. They like it. Democrats like the regime, and so do the Republicans. It's not about the policies that they're presenting. Yeah, the ACLU sued Obama twice in 2018. The Border Patrol was monstrous under Obama. Imagine how, not a 2018 article, but under the Obama administration, the ACLU sued the Obama administration twice. People do not actually factor in prior administrations. They get lost in the aesthetics of the Obama administration. He's charismatic. He's handsome. He abided by civility standards. Unlike Donald Trump, he wasn't rude. He wasn't crass. And they punished him endlessly for being black. And there's some truth to that for sure, right? There was a lot of hatred and animosity directed at Barack Obama because he was black. I mean, he is black. Sorry. I don't know why I'm saying was, like he's no longer black or alive or something, right? But having said that, it's obvious that he also expanded the existing permission structure when he was president. And a lot of liberals don't recognize that. And a lot of Republicans don't understand why we criticize Barack Obama. They will come to us and say, oh, you don't care when Obama did it. It's like, no, bitch, I did care. I was there. I was fucking criticizing it. I was complaining. I was trying to get people to mobilize against Barack Obama too. Not that it matters. It's not like the consistency here is relevant to the conversation. No one gives a fuck about consistency. They actually punish you for being consistent endlessly. They call you a fucking socialist, communist tanky that's an ever-present danger to American democracy when you have a consistent position on this shit. When you say, hey, it's actually utterly ridiculous, inhumane, and inappropriate no matter which administration is engaging in these sorts of actions. Ugh. Breaking. ICE agents in Minneapolis are seen arresting another teenager without verifying his identity first and admit to it on camera. In the video, the teenager calmly tells agents he can go inside and get his ID to prove who he is. The agents refuse. Instead, they say, we'll take pictures of headquarters and then force him into their SUV anyway. This is deeply alarming. Law enforcement is not allowed to detain people first and figure out who they are later without lawful justification. Yeah, guess what? ICE agents are not allowed to do that at all. Like, even cops are not allowed to do that. And cops at least have like more liberties in terms of like violating your liberties. ICE doesn't even, you're just kidnapping a child at that point.
No voy a entrar a tu casa. Okay, you can wait me here. I will go. Pero fácilmente no vas a regresar. Vamos a checar aquí. No. Ahí, wait. Stay back, please.
They're Nazis kidnapping children. Nick Sorter hits a female. She was seen blocking him from filming her friend with a plastic shield. Sorter then knocks her to the ground, blocks her from retrieving it, and then things escalate in flashbangs, Pepper balls are deployed. Nick Sorter and Cam Higbee have escalated every situation they've entered into, whether it be Portland, Chicago, DC, and now Minneapolis.
I don't want it.
It's one of those pig fuck Nazis, by the way, Nick Sorter. And Cam Higbee is the one in the background, I think, with the face shield. He's the one who's the PragerU correspondent that went to Israel.
Hey, they love
They're
hitting
all
women.
Nazi agitators, all
They
of
love
them.
hitting women. Look at that's what these. Oh, there he hits her again. You just hit her again, brother. There you go. God, that fucking Nick Sorter. God, dude, that fucking Nick Sorter is a fucking. He causes all that, dude. You guys can see that, dude. As soon as Nick Sorter gets into a fucking argument, they tear gas and flashbang everybody. That Nick Sorter and fucking Cam. I'm so fucking sick of it. Both of them, bro. Hey, it was fucking Sorter again. So they're antagonizing people, and then they come out and fucking do all this shit, bro. It's Nick Sorter and Cam Higbee. Hey, Nick Sorter hit a girl in the face. I heard this. Yeah, bro. I don't fall. Fuck that.
Renee Good earlier this week. Republicans have said that people following and monitoring ICE are impeding immigration-related arrests and endangering officers and civilians.
Why are you taking it?
What is on the grass? Just be clear.
How do you understand the ICE resistance?
This is a cult-like, this is a cult. This is cult behavior.
That woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job.
She was a agitator, probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion, she was an agitator.
Should we send people to Gastonia, yes or no? This community defense work has been something that Siembra has done since 2017, which is how it got started. These are all volunteers who have been trained on how to verify whether an activity is actually ICE or Border Patrol.
Do we know who that is up there? Okay, let's figure that out. We're trying to anticipate where they are. We're looking for them.
What's going on? What are you doing?
Someone's honking and screaming, La Migra, ICE, Border Patrol.
They're impeding our investigation. So
When somebody goes up to them and is like, hey, what are you doing? They also aren't used to that. They're breaking the law left and right. So the more that you can get them to talk about that, at least in my opinion, the better that is.
Verifiers say documenting these encounters serves two purposes: alerting the community and preserving evidence. They say video from these interactions can later be used in court.
We are going to what we believe is one of the staging areas for CBP and ICE. Our hope is to, just verify and have confirmed reports from the community about what they're doing, when they're moving, how many cars they have, what they're driving. This is it, but they are not here. There are no cars here. This kind of makes me worry that we don't know where they are.
Usted me lo quiebra, usted me lo paga. Usted quiebra mi ventana.
By the end of the week, the Department of Homeland Security had carried out more than 300 detentions across the Charlotte area.
Oh, you guys want to know something crazy, by the way? That is a surprise to absolutely no one, probably. These last couple of months, with all of the ICE apprehensions that have taken place, they've gotten, I think, 0 criminals. 0. Slicer Dicer, buy one, get one free, says, this chat is R-worded, ha 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 ha, everything I expected it to be. All right, we're going to unban that guy. I would love to hear from this wonderful individual who's very smart. Like, they're not even, look, they have rarely ever targeted criminals in their apprehensions anyway. It makes up a tiny margin of the people that are actually in these detention facilities. But as of late, it's gotten even fucking less. Like, the percentage is almost, I think it's either 0 or almost 0. Aaron Reichlin Melnick posted about it recently because they do like these apprehension and processing numbers. How did Slicer Dicer get banned already? Oh, because you guys kept banning him after I unbanned him, as you can see right here. I want to, whatever, it doesn't fucking. What is this? Here are the mugshots. Here are the mugshots of the men, women, and ICE arrested in Minneapolis before, during, and after the Renee Nicole Good shooting. These criminals have already been convicted. Mayor Frey wants these people to stay in the city. Their crimes include forcible sodomy of a young boy, young girl, rape of a teenage girl with a gun, trafficking. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? If these, first of all, I don't believe anything that I see on Twitter. Having said that, however, if these guys have already done crimes. They are already in the fucking system. What are you talking about? These guys don't just like get released, okay? You don't fucking get released if you sodomize a young boy and a young girl. What planet are you living on? What? This is so fucking stupid. These people are so dumb. These people are so fucking dumb, dude. They have, oh my God. Oh my God. I don't even know what we're going to do. I don't know what we're going to do. I saw a fucking tweet the other day that was like, yeah, unless you're Jeffrey Epstein or one of his fucking friends, you're not like, they personally think these guys are so stupid that they think that in the past, a criminal, like a migrant, an undocumented migrant would go up and like rape a child or something. And then they would get processed through the system. They would get caught, apprehended, detained, charged, convicted. But at some point along that process, the government would go, oh my God, this is an undocumented migrant. We have to release him. If you think that that was what was going on, you are genuinely too stupid to reason with. I do not know how we can have a normal back and forth conversation because you're not living on the same fucking planet. You're not living on the same planet as us. Okay? You're not living in reality. You're out of your mind. There is no world where like any local law enforcement or federal law enforcement or any law enforcement at all or any courts at all will look to an undocumented migrant that has done a heinous crime and go, oh, dude, you're an undocumented migrant. Well, that's like, that means we can't prosecute you. You're a fucking idiot. The only people that rape young boys and girls that get away with it are the super wealthy. Okay, that's it. As a matter of fact, the only people who even get away with like violating immigration rules while also doing a metric ton of heinous shit are, again, the super wealthy, including the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon fucking Musk, who at a certain point in his life was also in violation of American rules around immigration in the country illegally when he dropped out of fucking school. But of course, because he's Elon Musk, nobody cares. I'm trying to see. Oh, I'm trying to find the Aaron Reichlin Melnick post here about the numbers that we do have on hand about the migrants that are being processed through the detention facilities right now and their criminal background. Crack that DP open for me, big fella. You want this? You want me to crack this open, this bad boy? A little Dr. Pepper, blackberry, zero sugar. Engage in the juicy delights. There you go. DP time, baby. Dude, you know what's crazy? Someone in the chat said, someone in the chat brought up Agartha as a meme, and ever since then, has been stuck in my fucking brain permanently. Okay, I'm perma-fried. Thank you. New data released by ICE shows that virtually the entire growth of detention in the last few months has been among people with no criminal record at all, no criminal convictions, and no pending criminal charges. 92% of ICE detention growth in the fiscal year 2026 is driven by immigrants with no criminal convictions. ICE published new detention data today that brings the current population to a record high 68,990. ICE published new detention data today. ICE records first detention death of 2026. ICE records first detention death of 2026. But of course, even though Donald Trump initially said all undocumented migrants are doing like rapes and doing drug deals and doing crimes, like unlimited crimes, now the goalpost shifts. When you look at this and you say, these guys don't even have any prior convictions, like the largest growth has been no criminal record, migrants with no criminal record whatsoever, they turn around and say, well, who's this? Oh, is this JD Vance? Nice. Then they turn around and say, oh, well, they're undocumented migrants. That's a crime. Yeah, so is jaywalking, dumbass. Okay? It's a civil offense. It's a misdemeanor. Who gives a fuck? Peter Thiel, I believe? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's finish this.
Most were not recorded.
And then I want to watch the Kirsty Noem thing. And then I might even actually watch the new Nick Shitley video, or at least pieces of it.
Documenting Border Patrol activity on Charlotte's east side when he noticed he was being followed after photographing a Border Patrol vehicle and its license plate.
Charlotte 911, do you need police, fire, or medic?
Police. There's two Wagoneers, and they've got their sirens on, and they're Border Patrol. They're not police, and they're trying to pull me over right now, and they've been driving recklessly. Go down!
Long was forcibly removed from his car and handcuffed on the ground. He was cited for impeding a federal investigation. He was one of at least 8 verifiers arrested during the week-long operation.
There's like 50 cars here. I'm walking up on foot. They're going out.
To me, this feels like a bully has come into town and they're picking on the little guys.
It's crazy to me to cheer on a fucking militarized Heil Hitler brigade dominating the fucking masses, okay, over literally just like paperwork. Okay, it's just paperwork. Like the people that they're engaging in dragnets and like pulling aside from their families and kidnapping are in violation of a paperwork crime. Okay, and the lowest version of a paperwork crime. Like I'm not even talking about like, you know, mass fraud or tax evasion or any number of different things that could have like serious repercussions down the line. That's it. It's fucking crazy. Wake up.
And honestly, they're targeting people because of their skin color.
Shame on you. Shame.
I don't regret doing what I did. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Hope you have a terrible day.
HasanAbi, crime is a felony. You should start saying misdemeanor. What? Crime is a felony. You should start saying misdemeanor. I'm confused as to what that means.
To go terrorize our communities.
Almost taken by ICE, 2 men who say they have legal papers to be in the U.S. said they were...
It's a civil offense. It's a civil offense. That chatter is right. It's not a felony. LA County landscapers say they were almost taken by ICE despite having documentation.
By federal agents, all while on a landscaping job in Downey today.
In a story you'll only see on CBS LA, they tell our Hunter Sowards they feared for their lives, Hunter.
Yeah, that's right, Leslie. Federal officers have what appeared to be a paintball gun and some kind of bear spray painted at not only those 2 men, pointed rather, but also at the bystanders who were recording this. Now, while this operation ended with nobody being taken into custody, the family of those 2 men targeted say they are just so thankful this was all recorded.
Right here in Downey.
It's a chaotic scene playing out on streets across the country.
Take your mask off.
This situation unfolding in Downey. 2 gardeners approached.
Hey, Hassan, can you crank up the woke factor by 2? Thanks, King. It's already cranked. It's already cranked. Thank God for Connor Eats Pants carrying the fucking torch, by the way, pretty aggressively. But when you got people like Cutie Cinderella promoting Connor Eats Pants and saying like, oh, Connor Eats Pants should run for president or whatever, and he's getting mass celebrations, the woke factor is already leveled up. Okay? He's carrying the flame. He's fighting for the gospel. He's honoring the name. But 100%. Like it's already here. Was Connor always woke like this? Yes, dude. What do you mean? Yes, of course he's always been woke like this. Thank fucking Christ, dude. The environment of fear and silence in this corner of the fucking internet was created by a shit ton of overwhelming force and scrutiny and mass harassment initiatives. But now people feel protected because they see how wrong this is, and they also feel protected in the crowd. They have numbers, and luckily there's other people also pushing back, and eventually the dam will break.
By agents who they say did not identify themselves and tried forcing them in their car.
Fantano's been pushing back. No, Fantano is like me. He's been there nonstop. And Connor has been there. Connor has been there throughout this process too. I'm just saying that like the other like normie content creators that don't get involved in politics are now speaking out. That's why I said the attitude shift is here.
Uriel Diaz so hard they ripped his shirt.
They showed up looking like they were ready to kill us. I asked if they were real ICE agents.
Jose Solorio says he repeatedly tried explaining they are both legal citizens, showing us the cards he was trying to give authorities.
He was telling us they got there and they tripped him. They didn't say no words and didn't, say immigration, blah, 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 whatever. They just got there, assaulted him.
Jose's son calling it his worst nightmare. That's when Victor Correa took out his cell phone and started recording.
You're not supposed to get involved, but you can be the best witness that you can possibly be. So you always try to record and stay steady.
At one point, an agent appears.
Morris Critical is dead silent, making videos about anything but the current situation. No, he'll make some. He'll make new ones soon. The ICE situation is crazy. Guys, Trump's really uncrusted my uncrustables. This McFuckstick is actually crazy. It wasn't enough that he, throated Israel and also Jeffrey Epstein, but now he's actually sending the ICE agents down people's doors. Stop caping for him, dude. What? I fucking clocked it and I called it a week before he did the Israel video. It's coming. It's not. I'm not. I've been nothing but, you know, above board with Charlie. I've always said he is the normie meter for me.
To aim a paintball gun at him and later some kind of spray.
I've grown up here my whole life, 38 years, and this is the saddest day.
Your chat has a hate boner for him? Yeah, I know, because they don't like the way he commented on the Kaya situation. That's the reason. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't care, okay? I don't. I can't. I care more about, like, from my perspective, what I care about is the output of these guys. And as long as their output is, like, reliably moving the needle in the appropriate direction, then that's great. I don't care if they fucking despise me. I don't care that if they personally, and I'm not even saying Charlie does, but I just don't give a shit, okay? Even if someone is right-wing, I don't give a shit, and I don't think Charlie is. Yeah, and we do need to stop behaving as though, like, anyone that has ever, you know, wronged me, your favorite content creator, is like the great Satan or something, okay? If I can let bygones be bygones, you should be able to as well, especially when you understand that at the end of the day, when they actually, when content creators do come out and speak out, it's still good. It's still a good thing.
That I could remember living in the city.
Jose emotional when describing the gratitude he has for the people who came out and tried to help.
I was so happy I cried because I don't know how I'll ever thank them for helping me from the bottom of their hearts. I'll be forever thankful.
Jose says he's been in the country 40 years. He has a green card and no criminal history. Immigration attorney Alex Galvez says stops like this are legal under a 2025 Supreme Court ruling.
An immigration officer can racially profile. They could use your image, your language, the type of job that you work as reasonable suspicion for ICE to initiate a stop.
Hasan, stop singling me out for no reason and muting me. I'm here for constructive conversation and debate. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep coming back. I'm receiving the online version of ICE treatment. Chad has my back on this. Okay, take another second off. But I do know, I hope you know you're not. Chat does not have your back on this. You're being fucking annoying.
So what happens if you are wrongly detained?
Chances are that...
What the fuck are the celebs doing right now? Where the fuck are they all at? Like, are they going to do it? What are they going to do if Taylor Swift roll up Millie deep on Minneapolis? You think Taylor Swift, you think out of all the celebrities you could have pointed to, you chose Taylor Swift? You think Taylor Swift is going to... Oh my God. Oh my God. That was so crazy. My body is reacting to it. Like, that was such a crazy fucking... What the fuck? Bro. Taylor Swift? Yeah, any day now. Taylor Swift is actually going to light a Israeli flag on fire, too, at the ICE protest. She's going to say this is a dual struggle. She's going to say that the very same violent forces that are putting the boots on the neck of Palestinians are those who actually train our own domestic forces here that put the same exact boot on the necks of hardworking immigrants. United, we will actually emancipate ourselves. You have nothing to lose but your chains. And then that's her next album. That's what she's going to do. Yeah. She's going to say it's Intifada Revolution. Oh, that's funny. Feds cuff elderly grandfather with valid work permit. Okay, let's watch this because this was a fucking annihilation from Jake Ass Tapper.
Been criticized for your comments. The shooting, we should note, was Wednesday at 10:37 a.m.
What
it
is
just
it?
said something to me that kind of threw me for a loop. I wasn't expecting that, and I asked if he would repeat it for y'all.
As a combat veteran, I'm having a hard time seeing the difference between ICE and ISIS. ISIS covered their face and publicly executed citizens. ICE is doing the same thing. ICE is operating as a government-sanctioned terrorist organization.
I don't ever really see you get upset. This kind of has me thrown, darling.
Oh, fuck it. We take it. We take those. We take those. We take those. Okay? We take those. Anyone who fucking turns around and goes, oh, what do you think combat veterans are doing in Iraq? They're behaving exactly like ICE, you fucking asshole, or whatever. Shut up. Just don't say anything. Just let him cook. Okay? Shh. I know you immediately. I know you immediately want to say, what do you think a combat veteran was doing in Iraq and Afghanistan? They were doing the exact same shit that ICE is doing on our neighborhoods now. All of that violence that you dished out overseas is finally coming to return to your doorstep, and now you realize it. But even then, you still think, oh, it's just like ISIS. Yeah, guess what? There's not a lot of differences from the perspective of the Iraqi civilian that gets slain in the hands of ISIS or gets slain in the hands of the American, the American invaders that aren't supposed to be there. Shh, don't say it, okay? Don't say it.
Should concern us all.
You said it. That dumb fuck needs to hear that. Look, I'm talking directly to you, misanthropic leftist. No, that's not good. Okay? That's not. That's what I'm talking about. Don't do that. Don't do that right now. This is a good opportunity to organize. This is a good opportunity to get people on board. Okay? Be a little bit more strategic. Okay? Be a little bit more strategic. Be a little bit more strategic. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Please. You don't have to be antisocial. You don't have to be antisocial every step of the way. I promise you. I promise you. Especially in the domestic front. Like, it's good. That guy is never going to go back and join the forces anyway. It's like he's 70. Stop scaring the hoes and be a little bit smarter with your organizing. When you have common ground, you don't have to immediately fucking slap that away, okay? Dude, I know that guy. He's 32. What the fuck, man? Shut the fuck up.
a.m. Eastern. Just over 2 hours later, the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement.
Highlight that the Red Army was built out of White Army defectors. I'm not even going to get into that conversation. Yes, but a lot of people who go, every veteran is a bloodthirsty monster that is constantly trying to terrorize the global South doesn't understand that, yes, regardless of that initial position, when push comes to shove, you're going to need someone who knows how to handle a fucking gun. And I know your bitch ass don't know how to fucking shoot a gun at all, okay? We're not going to get into this conversation right now, okay?
Definitively asserting what had happened, defending the ICE agent, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. That's a characterization that you reiterated in a press conference half an hour later. Now, Republican Senator Tom Tillis said, quote, "It was very unusual to have a senior law enforcement..."
Grant Plattner is going to be our Trotsky, except, you know, he does not have the capacity to write prose in the same way that Trotsky did, regardless of my ideological disagreements with him. He was a fantastic writer. That much is 100% true. And anyone who actually contests, I mean, he wrote a little too much, as a matter of fact, if we're being real. The modern day Trotsky, Grant Plattner. Get ready for the most annoying interview of all time. Yeah, I know. Mike called himself the modern day Trot. Yeah, he would be. He would be counter-revolutionary.
Enforcement official to draw a conclusion about an event where the scene was still being processed. Generally speaking, law enforcement would recognize that a life was lost, that families are changed forever, the shooter's life will change forever. We're collecting video. We're trying to assess the situation. Why did you not wait for an investigation before making your comments?
Well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth. This administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors, and knew the facts, and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
But with all due respect, Secretary, the first thing...
The puppy murderer, Kristi Noem, that virtually every single person that comes in here to be like, Hasan, where's your dog? Did you kill him? Loves, by the way.
You said was, quote, what happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow. Correct. Because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened.
Oh, I mean, great. That's not what happened at all. You know damn well she killed that puppy in self-defense. True. That's what I've heard as well. I believe this. Everybody knows that puppy and the goat was asking for it. Yeah, what if guess what? What if that puppy ran her over? What if that puppy actually commanded a vehicle and ran her over? She had to shoot it in the head. Yeah, what now, libtards? I guess you got owned.
Those officers had been out in enforcement action. A vehicle had been stuck. They had come to help get that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the woman attacked them and surrounded them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle.
blocked the road for a long time and was yelling at them and impeding a federal law enforcement investigation. And that's what you need to focus on, Jake, is they were breaking the law by impeding and obstructing a law enforcement.
Yeah, you need to focus on my totally made up assessment of the situation rather than what you can see with your own two eyes, which is literally what everyone can see too. Please, why don't you actually abide by my perspective, which is much more favorable to the propaganda that I'm trying to cut right now? Please don't focus on the state-sanctioned murder that took place against a 37-year-old mom with plushie toys in the fucking glove compartment box in her goddamn Honda Pilot. Please stop believing your own two eyes.
They were breaking the law already, and these officers were doing their due diligence and what their training had prepared them to do to make sure they were handling it appropriately.
You said within hours of her being killed, you said that she was a domestic terrorist. How do you define domestic terrorist?
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer and the public. They are doing that.
How can you assert with certainty that she was trying to hurt the officer as opposed to she was trying to flee the scene?
If you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits the situation on the ground. This individual, as you saw in the video that we released just 40...
Like, they really, I'm being honest, I think they really fucked up here. I think this is, and I said this at the day that it happened, I said this is a turning point because it's such a clear cut, it is such a clear cut, obvious, glaringly obvious. It is such a clear-cut, glaringly obvious instance of wrongdoing, the most obvious instance of wrongdoing, especially to a victim that most people can like identify as a member of their own communities because she's a white woman. And I know that Twitter was going crazy over the whole like, oh, well, she's a lesbian and these guys actually hate like it's like the South African apartheid guy who's like the first bullet we will use is against the race traders. You know, they want to kill white people that actually defend black people first, you know, that kind of attitude. But that's just Twitter fascism. In the real world, okay, the fucking normies, when they see that, they see exactly what we see. They see a 37-year-old mom. Doesn't matter if she's bisexual or lesbian. That doesn't matter at all. They see a 37-year-old white mother with plushies in the glove compartment, assassinated in broad daylight by a fucking dickhead ICE agent who was having an ego trip. Okay? That's what they saw. And sure, the other side's argument goes a long way on the internet, okay? Especially with Elon Musk's Twitter. But I promise you, this shit looks repulsive to the average person, okay? Repulsive to the average person. And the administration should have, in this circumstance, done what they normally do, what they've done in the past. This is a bad apple. This is an unfortunate mishap. We will make sure that we go through the proper steps, investigate it, and we will let the law decide. But they doubled down, okay? They fucking doubled down. They released the personal recording where he fucking calls her, where he calls Renee Good a fucking bitch. Renee Good's last words were, "I'm not even mad at you, dude." His words after shooting and killing her was fucking bitch. Like, if you want to understand how this political polarization has warped the consciousness of so many people, they thought this was a defensive video. They released it to a right-wing blog thinking this would actually absolve the shooter. That's how fucking insane they are. They've lost their damn minds, brother. They're completely psychotic. They don't recognize it at all. If they had said, oh my God, this is so unfortunate, whatever, and did the normal thing that they did, people would still be upset. But there would be far less independents and normies that would be also horrified at the repulsive nature of this administration. It's the same thing that I said after Rob Reiner, and many of you didn't believe me. I said Rob Reiner was an American citizen who made a bunch of awesome movies, and when he was literally murdered by his son in the most gruesome fashion, Trump's response was going to come across as insane and repulsive. And sure, there's always that 20%, not 30, but 20% of the cult that will go, nah, that's right, Rob deserved it. He was libtarded or whatever the fuck. Okay? But most people that are in the margins, Most people in the margins saw that and were horrified because they were like, the fuck do you mean? This guy's just like a regular ass dude. Sure, he was liberal, but like, who cares? I watched his movies. I loved it.
8 hours after this incident showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle. She weaponized it, and he defended his life and those colleagues around him and the public.
The question is, I don't doubt. My position is, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Some people say that it clearly showed that she was trying to hit him and did. Some people say, no, she was clearly trying to move her car and flee and get away. I don't know. What I'm saying is, how do you know? How can you assert for a fact within hours before any investigation, this is what happened?
The facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weaponized and it attacked the law enforcement officer. He defended himself and he defended those individuals around him. That is the definition. When there is something that is weaponized to use against the public and law enforcement, that is an act of domestic terrorism. It happened in our shores. It happened here in our country. You don't get to change the facts just because you don't like them. We will continue to look at this individual and what her motivations were. We know that there was, throughout that morning, she had harassed and impeded law enforcement operations. That raises the suspicion level with all of these law enforcement officers as far as paying attention to what her capacity is. And as you see on the videos, and they've proven out, that this law enforcement officer took the action that his training prepared him for, and he worked to make sure that he could save his own life and those around him.
How can you assert that there's no ambiguity in this before any investigation has taken place?
I had just been in Minneapolis and had been with those officers, had seen what they were facing on the streets every day, and had talked to their supervisors as soon as the incident happened and had gotten the facts and seen videos before I ever went to talk at that press conference.
Kaya status, Kirsty Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, killed Kaya in a lawful act of self-defense.
And the Trump administration and President Trump is the most transparent and open government that we've ever had. Give the public the information, give them what they need to know about a situation.
Kirsty Noem then called her ISIS after dumping her body in a ditch. Yeah. She said Kaya is a domestic terrorist.
So they could have the truth as soon as possible.
So if this agents were perfectly fine, if everything he did was accurate, does that mean that other ICE agents should
He
look
wasn't
at what...
perfectly fine. He was injured. He went to the hospital.
No,
He
his
was
actions
treated.
were fine. I didn't say...
In fact, I think a lot of people and guests, and even you yourself, called this situation something very different and untruthful about what it was, as far as...
What did I say that was untruthful?
That this was not a correct definition of what was happening on the ground.
I said that...
My feelings are hurt because of your accurate reporting on the events that every American saw with their own two eyes. Aw, shit, dude. Well, tough titties, I guess. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of the kitchen. Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean is hurtful. Another L moment live in live TV. Oh, I'm going to get to that. Don't worry. The former spokesperson for former Ocasio-Cortez comms director, Corbin Trent, my fucking goat.
They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle is not what we see on the videotape, and it's not.
Bro, going hyper woke, telling women to get out of the kitchen? Oh, true. I didn't even realize I was being super woke. Woke too. I was telling her to get out of the kitchen, okay? Not getting back into the kitchen. You're right. You caught me, okay? Yeah, don't be ableist. Not everyone has two eyes. I'm going to be honest with you. I am being ableist when I talk about Kirsty Noem because she is dumber than dirt, okay? She has nothing going on up there. It is so crazy to me how bad she is at her fucking job. Like, what an insane administration this is, man. Trump is just like, oh, are you, like, do you have a serious intellectual disability? It's fine. As long as you demonstrate absolute fealty to me, we're good. As I like to say, she is a medically stupid person. Okay, needs constant medical supervision 24/7.
Absolutely is the facts of what happened on the ground that day. They were there pushing out a vehicle earlier. They had helped each other.
But that's not what you said. That's not what you said. Yes, they were pushing out a vehicle.
Absolutely what I said. There's not one.
We all seen the video. I don't need to relitigate it. We've all seen the video. She is blocking the street. They approach her.
You haven't seen the video of the entire morning and the previous encounters with this individual.
Oh, we have aired it. Yes, we have. On Thursday, we were airing and noting the fact that she was there for several minutes, for minutes and minutes and minutes. She was obviously, if she was there for several minutes, then
you know, she deserves to be murdered, guys. I mean, case closed. I'm an apolitical guy who's no nonsense, and common sense is what I believe. Okay, and common sense in this moment dictates that anyone that ever dare disobey an ICE agent, no matter how illegal that ICE agent is behaving in, is actually worthy of the death sentence. You know, thank God. True centrism.
Protesting without question.
And at previous locations that morning, that absolutely, that these vehicles had been previously down the block on video that you haven't seen. There's more information
But the
that
question,
this
the question
individual
is
was
not.
impeding law enforcement operations throughout the previous moments and hours before this incident
The question is, what was she doing when she was moving her car?
The question
That's the question.
Is why are we arguing with a president who's working to keep people safe? Why are we arguing with law enforcement operations that have gone on in this country for years, and we're working to collect murderers and rapists and drug traffickers and fraudsters off the streets of Minnesota, and we don't have local law enforcement and local elected officials that are partnering with us to help do that work? Overwhelmingly, the people in this country said they wanted America to be safe again, that they didn't want dangerous criminals on our streets. I would encourage the elected leaders in that city and in that state to work with us so that we can do our operations without the kind of opposition and people that are conducting and perpetuating the kind of violent rhetoric that we're seeing today.
DHS policy authorizes use of deadly force only, quote, when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternatives appears to exist. Could he not have just gotten out of the way?
That this individual in the
Once again, if you think that a random migrant, documented or undocumented, is actually a criminal and not a fucking member of ICE that is storming the fucking streets, violating the Constitution, breaking people's doors down, apprehending them with administrative warrants that give them no real legal opportunity to fucking engage in any sort of like search and seizure operation or extraction operation, or even killing people in the fucking streets, you're a goddamn dullard, okay? You are a fucking moron. You are a troglodyte. Who is the real criminal here? Random Guatemalan guy who's a landscaper? Or the fucking random Guatemalan American who's working at ICE who's shooting people in the fucking head? No disrespect to the Guatemalans, but let's be real. A lot of the ICE guys are, 52% of Customs and Border Patrol is Hispanic, okay? I think ICE are the real criminals, okay?
This officer is a highly experienced law enforcement officer. He has years of training and specialized training for these types of situations.
Actually, it's probably higher than that. It used to be 52%. It's probably fucking higher now. Let's be real.
We're grateful that he's alive. It's a tragic situation, and we're going to continue to work on the investigation into the individual and find out what the motivation.
My cousin was Border Patrol. He's darker than me. Yeah, I mean, a literal Papers, Please society. That's where we're heading. I mean, that is where we're at. That's not where we're heading. That's where we're at.
Actions that day.
We're grateful that that he's alive too. I want to play this moment from the officer's cell phone video.
Get out of the car. Fucking bitch.
Damn,
is that Agent Ross's voice calling Renee Good a fucking bitch?
Wait, what the fuck? It's not even censored? Wait, what the hell? What the hell, Leonte? CNN? Hey, yo, Jake Tapper. Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Can't determine which one it is, but it could be, sir.
In June of last year, Agent Ross had his arm.
Why is Jake Tapper asking real questions? I mean, he did this last time too. When enough liberals fucking turn on the admin, when it becomes favorable and fashionable to shit on Trump, he will do it. He did it pretty aggressively last time too. The only difference as to why CNN didn't do it this time around from the start is because they were pivoting to the right as well, and they miscalculated, in my opinion. I think a lot of people, in my opinion, miscalculated. They thought that there was a real popular mandate for Trump because they're fucking stupid. They didn't realize it was an economy election with a decrepit administration run by a carcass, and that people were very frustrated with that shit. And even then, Donald Trump won by marginal votes. He did not win this like Reagan-style sweep at all. But these fucking dumbasses thought that this meant something, that this meant like a true sea change. And what did I say? What did I fucking say? The reason why a lot of young people voted for Trump was because they were too fucking young to remember all the way up until 2020. Okay? They were too young. They also, for some weird reason, decided to claim all of like the COVID lockdowns with Democrats in general. Okay, so the only like restriction of movement that they encountered at the time, even if it was for good reason, whether it be mask mandates or whether it be mass inoculation campaigns or whether it be lockdowns, was seen as like what the Democrats are doing, even though most of that shit happened under Trump, ironically enough. And they only knew Biden as the guy who fucked up the economy, who didn't actually make the necessary changes. And they were dumb enough, especially the youth, were dumb enough to take a shot in the dark with Donald Trump. That's why Donald Trump won the low propensity voters. Okay. But what did I say? The moment that they actually get into the Trump administration and realize none of these changes are coming, and it's only going to be dumb shit like, rooting out the 14 transgender high school athletes or something, and that's the only area of impact that they are going to see. And when that doesn't fucking translate to any real difference in their lives, any material changes that they can experience, they're going to fucking experience buyer's remorse. And that's precisely what has happened. Just like I said, people who think that they wanted mass deportations because they thought every single migrant was a criminal are going to realize that their neighbors are getting deported, and they don't like that. They're going to go, these guys are the good guys. What the fuck is happening? These are the good migrants. Why are they not making this distinction between the good migrants and the bad migrants? And once again, that is what's happening as well. There's buyer's remorse in that regard as well. I told you that this is what was going to happen. Here's you saying the exact same thing in October 24th. This is another glaringly obvious example where people think they want mass deportations and concentration camps, but if it happens, they're going to be like, oh my God, this is actually kind of fucked up. This happens very frequently. Okay? This happens very frequently. Now, that's one aspect of this. Okay? People do not understand the impact of the legislation that they're advocating for. When this is October 24th, 2024, Harris Town Hall, Rishi Torres, Ben Shapiro, Jubilee, Ethan Drama, LSF. Look at that. Faced with the actual impact of the legislation that they're advocating. The only difference is I was way more fucking tan. Look at how pasty I am now. Devastating. They go, oh, that's not what's going to happen. Come on. They fantasize about a completely alternative way that this is going to unfold in a way that actually is positive for them. Okay? I don't know if this was the one. Republicans don't know anything about their party. That's very bad for American democracy. Denying people health insurance because of pre-existing conditions is both unconscionably cruel and despised by voters. As a result, Republicans will routinely lie about their position on this issue. The most outrageous instance of this is when former Senator Cory Gardner cut an ad with his mom, a cancer survivor, saying he was fighting to protect those with pre-existing conditions. There are certainly efforts to fact check, but as this result suggests, the effects of these efforts may be limited. Okay? If Republicans were full tilt, and if Republicans were unimaginably anti-immigrant, then like if they were across the board or if they were across the board, like for certain policies, they would not vote against those policies when it is presented to them in clear-cut, direct ballot measures that they vote for. Okay? You have to understand this. Stealing YouTuber content again. Sometimes I genuinely should just like play my older videos and run it on repeat. Like if I just went full screen right now and talked about this is the exact same commentary that works. It's the exact same commentary. Like I should just do that every now and then. Just run fucking reruns. Why am I wasting my goddamn breath? I'm willing to bet that chat would be also bringing up the same dumbass talking points anyway. Ugh, it smells terrible. It is not surprising. Is it not shocking to you that Republicans in deep red states, even in Ohio or Kansas, Kentucky, will vote to restore abortion protections, but they vote for Republicans that end up taking away abortion access from them? I was using abortion as an example to try to get Democrats to recognize that this immigration shit is not something to run away from, is not something to be fearful of, and that the more fearful their approach is to talking about immigration, the more reluctant they are to actually offer counter talking points on immigration, the more the Republicans will dominate discourse. And when they win, they would be able to do all of these like horrifying things in relation to immigration. And then once they actually, what is this? Illegal means illegal. They could be the best people, but the law should be enforced. I just don't get the point of enforcing immigration laws. Yeah, great question. These guys are not actually enforcing good immigration laws. You can have good immigration laws and bad immigration laws, right? I think you understand that. Good immigration laws would be the most morally just thing that you can do. I'm an ICE agent and a member of this community, by the way. Shut the fuck up. There is 0% chance that you are literally. I had a personal altercation with Brad Lander. He was still kind to us despite being there to confront us. I would want him to get elected, even though he would make our job much harder. Brother, what could you possibly be getting out of being a part of this community? I genuinely don't understand. Quit your job right now, okay? Quit your fucking job right now. Quit your fucking job right now. Dude, what the fuck? How do you get any satisfaction out of this? How can you get, I call you motherfuckers Gestapo every day. How is that possible? You're not enforcing immigration laws, dumbass. You're just basically harassing random people. The entire point of immigration, like if Donald Trump's presented argument was correct, that like these undocumented migrants were actually an ever-present danger to regular American citizens, then it would be justifiable to actually apprehend them as long as you follow due process. But that's not the fucking case. The people that you are literally kidnapping from their court hearings, as you have personal altercations with Brad Lander, are people who are no different than you. They're no different than you. As a matter of fact, they actually have helpful output in general. They're a part of the productive forces. You're not. They do more for this country than you do. That's crazy. I genuinely don't understand how you could be in here day in, day out. I swear I've been here for like the past 4 to 5 years. First of all, you've been an account created December 4th, following since December 4th. So I don't know about that. I need money. It's not an easy job, but I got pills to pay. I can't just quit. I don't brutalize them. I don't harass them. I don't get joy out of it. It's my job. Brother, quit your job and get something else. Quit your job and do something else. I promise you. Okay? It will be better for your morality and maybe even better down the line when there might be some legal repercussions for the actions that you engaged in. Because there is going to be a point. Right now, you think there is a point where you could just be like, oh yeah, I'm just following orders. I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job. You are already engaging in a bunch of fucking immoral behavior. Okay? How can you sit there and feel like what you're doing is good for the goddamn country when you're literally ripping away families in a court right after they leave the immigration court hearing? Like, how can you at any given point look at what you're doing there and go, well, a job is a job, you know? It is what it is. Like, your job is kidnapping random fucking people who could just as easily get their paperwork done. If they had more money, then they would not even be considered illegal. Let's be real. That's the exact same thing that Nazis said, by the way. I'm just following orders. That's what they said. And that's what you're doing right now. If you've genuinely been in this community for fucking every day at 26 Federal Plaza, we have a list of people with criminal offenses who will get their cases dismissed. We don't take anybody. We take specific people. Dude, we just showed that your own ICE data shows that the largest group of immigrants that are being detained right now, the largest growth in immigrants being detained, have no criminal background whatsoever. What are you talking about? No, you don't take specific people. That's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. You think ICE is taking specific people. Maybe your unit has only taken specific people. But the reality of the matter is that's not what's going on. How can you say that? They're fucking detaining American citizens all the goddamn time. It's ridiculous. And once again, even the specific people that you are detaining, even the specific people that you think you're detaining, are being detained and being deported because of paperwork. It is ridiculous. Deportation is a very violent process in general, being ripped away from your friends, your family, your job, everything that you know. The punishment needs to be suitable for the crime. If the crime is just, sorry, we're never going to give you the proper paperwork as we fucking use and abuse you, knowing full well, and if you've been an ICE agent for years, you know this already, ICE agents know exactly where the undocumented migrants are because there's a handshake agreement, at least under different administrations, as to people playing ball with ICE that will never get their paperwork cleared. But everybody knows exactly where they are. Everybody knows that they're not like violating the fucking laws in an egregious manner. At most, it's like unpaid bills or traffic violations or moving violations or whatever the fuck. Okay? You're out here making it seem like you're you know, you got people with criminal offenses like fucking rapists and baby decapitators or some shit. You either are gaslighting yourself into believing that because the facts don't actually bear that out at all. The data doesn't include crimes like DUI. DUI is a big part of people we target right now. And trust me, we do take specific people. I can't talk for ERO New York. I can talk for ERO New York, but can't for the entire country. But yes, I'm not even going to get into like whether or not someone who is engaged in a fucking DUI or at least arrested for a DUI, not convicted, arrested for a DUI is worthy of fucking deporting from the goddamn country. Defense attorney here, ICE is literally notorious in courts here for literally just sitting in courtrooms and seeing if anyone has an immigration issue and then just fucking taking them. It's not specific people. They would literally just go to court and listen for people to deport. Exactly. Yeah, ICE be like, no, nine, you don't understand it. We are only taking the bad Jews, yeah? The bad Jews. The bad Juden, not the good Juden. All right? Some of the Juden were doing usury, and we are taking them, not the bad ones. Or not the good ones, just the bad ones. I can't speak for everyone else in the SS, but mine unit is only taking the bad Jews and not the good ones. Earlier today, when you said about 20% of the country is in complete denial about the way in which the country has become unapologetically fascist, I thought it definitely has to be more than 20%. Then I remembered I live in Missouri and I'm 100% surrounded by that 20% at any given time. Yes, that's probably what it is. Like, oh, dude, you guys had a... Before I lose your attention, I need you to ask something. You always say we need to give amnesty to people. Even if we did, wouldn't we then have to enforce immigration laws? Yes, there is a point where immigration laws can be enforced, but that process is paperwork. You realize that you are fucking apprehending and deporting people for paperwork problems, right? At the end of the day, that's all this is. The punishment for a DUI is a punishment for a DUI, okay? The punishment for a DUI on top of paperwork issues should not mean that someone gets fucking lasered out and shipped off to CCOT in El Salvador into a slave labor camp. What the fuck? It's a troll. I don't even think this is a troll because, I mean, either this is the most elaborate bit because he was in here talking about Brad Lander and he's talking about New York ERO. What I'm doing is enforcing laws that the Congress passed. How come Congress people don't get any smoke, but I get screamed at every day? Brother, because you're the one who's doing the enforcement. Fuck the Congress people. You think we like the Congress people? If you've been in here for 4 to 5 years, who the fuck do you think I like in Congress? What are you, crazy? Go deport them. I think the American government, the American people would celebrate you for doing that instead of deporting random fucking landscapers. What the fuck? That's the whole point. No one who's actually worthy of any sort of serious scrutiny, serious cruelty ever gets the fucking receiving end of said punishment. It's always random vulnerable people that haven't actually done anything. And it's all just people justifying why they have to do this all the way down. Ridiculous. Kaya, please. ICE agent on Twitch. I don't believe it. I do believe it. He probably got banned in a previous account. That's why he's in here in a sock account. If he's been in here for 4 to 5 years, it does make sense. Not this community, but people recording raids yell Nazi, SS scum all the time, but no one gets to Congress and yells at them. Wait, yes, they do. Also, Congresspersons are not as accessible as an ICE agent who is doing the fucking deportation in that moment. This doesn't mean that they're not criminal scumbags either. And in opportune moments, when they are in broad daylight in public, people do that same exact thing. They're just not in public as frequently as a fucking ICE agent is. Ask me specific questions if you don't believe me, but I have a different account, but I just didn't want to dox the account I always use. Oh my God, this is like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I always wondered, like, are there any cops in here? Because I shit on cops so much. But it turns out there's ICE agents, so there might as well be fucking cops in here too. How the fuck does that even work? Like, I get why there are veterans in this community, because I do actually consistently talk about, you know, how brainwashed every American citizen is. But like maybe a former cop or something. I was shocked when there was a British cop that actually approached me and told me he was a fucking fan. But I guess they're British, so they were just like thinking I'm only shitting on American cops or something. I don't know. Brother, I know the job market is ass. Okay, I get it. I understand it. But there is no honor in this, okay? If there was honor in this, you wouldn't be trying to fucking, justify it with self-soothing statements over and over again, being like, listen, I don't know. It's just a job. It's all this shit. He put a digital mask on by creating a second account. Because, like, at the end of the day, you know how I always say cops need to do their jobs, like, and they're not doing their jobs. And there's also, like, detectives and shit, too, obviously. Like there is a valid purpose for it, okay? But there is no valid purpose for ICE. It's not defending the American borders. It's not defending anything at all. There's a valid for customs. There's a valid for border patrol. There's a valid reason for border patrol to exist. There's a valid reason for INS to exist. But the whole point of INS is supposed to literally conduct, very rarely, deportation initiatives. And for the most part, recognize if someone is actually, recognize if someone's like paperwork is actually out of date or something, is to go to them and be like, your paperwork is out of date. You have to fix this. You have to go to fucking court. Like that's, in a normal circumstance, that's how it's supposed to be. INS isn't a thing anymore. I know. I'm just saying that's what it used to be. It used to be INS. That is what it's supposed to work. That's how it's supposed to work in this situation. As a vet, I get where you're coming from, but most of the dudes I serve with kind of deserve to be on the streets with a single Hello Kitty sock and a drinking problem. Okay, that's crazy. Anyway, I don't plan on doing this forever. I would like to move on to HSI or FBI or something, but yeah, right now this is what I have to deal with. Oh my God, brother. Well, good luck, because there's not any funding on that other side either. HSI or FBI, great. Bro, you are working in a call center. They don't fuck with you. Ask them what color of the day is. What? What the color of the day is? What do you mean? Politicians are hearing about it. Congressional Republicans. What? It's Fed talk. I saw it in a movie. What? What the fuck are you saying? Bro, you have to quit your job. I'm serious. You have to quit your job and also leak all of the fucked up shit that they've done to a journalist immediately. Maybe even you can write a book about it if you want, but that's crazy. Color of the day for random drug testing? Oh. Like, I understand the job market not being shit, but that's crazy that you're like, well, job market's not shit, so I have to fucking apprehend random abuelas outside of a fucking courthouse because the current administration has decided that they ain't shit, that we're basically going to use them as a fucking talking point. You know what I mean? We're just basically going to use them. We're going to use these people that we have abused for years and years as a way to make 20% of the population feel superior and not recognize how hard they're getting ass fucked too. Because everyone's getting fucked in this situation except for the 1%. And basically all these guys are doing is like throwing red meat in front of people, and that red meat happens to be the deportation and apprehension of some of the most vulnerable people in American society that have done nothing, really. They getting lobster in the army. Meanwhile, you're getting yelled at. Pick the wrong job, bub. Hey, Hasan, I'm a longtime fascist community member. I agree with most of the things you say, but I just believe in a culture in group and strong corporate control over the economy. You shouldn't join the military either, okay? You should not join the military either. Don't do this, okay? Do anything but that. Don't join the police force. Do not join the military. Do not join ICE. Definitely do not join ICE. Holy shit. Yeah, go be a fucking firefighter, guys. Come on, go be a builder. Do something worthwhile, please.
Drove away from a traffic stop. It dragged him about 100 yards. Here's what Vice President Vance said about the incident this week.
Oh, this is my dude. ICE officer. This guy's awesome. This is Spencer Rapone, chatter. He got, Army splits with West Point grad who touted communist revolt. Yeah. I gave you his name. Yep, see, Spencer Rapone. June 15th, 2018 photo. West Point graduate Spencer Rapone leans into his motorcycle at a park in Watertown, New York as a part of the Army with other than honorable discharge for conduct unbecoming of an officer, including his online activities of promoting communism and disparaging top U.S. officials. No, I never had Spencer on the broadcast, no. Golden, yeah, but Nazi symbols are okay. Yeah, obviously, because, you know, it's the number one, the primary enemy here is the communists, obviously. Anyway, Golden Kappa train, by the way. We are in the Golden Kappa train. Opinion polling is out, not looking good for ICE. Do you think ICE agents should face criminal charges for shooting the woman in Minneapolis? Yes, 53%. No, 30%. Oh my God. God, Americans are cattle. We deserve everything that we're getting, honestly. We really do. I'm sorry. Broadly, we are a cattle country, okay? We are a nation state of cackling hyenas and cattle. Are you fucking kidding me? 30% no? Holy fuck. Democrats, 90% say yes. Republicans, 63% say no. Independents, 54% say yes. 63%. Oh my God, these Republicans, man. It is crazy. Do you think I should be allowed to enter K through 12 school campuses? Should not be allowed 64%. Should be allowed 20%. Not sure 16%. Even Republicans are at 39%. Should not be allowed, by the way. As someone who's been living here in the Twin Cities for a couple years, I can confirm these people exist. I know. We are a nation of lobotomy patients, dude. Straight up. Like a good chunk of the population is just absolutely lobotomized and don't even realize what they're advocating for, even when it's happening in front of them. Like there's a difference between voting for something, thinking that it's going to be good, and then actually receiving it and realizing it's not so good. The maximalist brain damage is basically experiencing the bad and then still trying to find a way to claim it's good. Okay? And obviously the worst version of this is when it happens to you and you still defend it. If it happens to you and you still do, thank you. If it happens to you and you still defend it, you are, I don't even know at that point. You're not even cattle at that point. You're just fucking, you don't even have the brain of an insect. There's got to be at least a couple liberals in here, though, that were previously like, Hasan, I didn't really fully understand what you were talking about. I was scared about the whole like re-education camp shit. But now I'm actually beginning to recognize that you were right. Got to be a couple of them in here, right? There has to be. For years and years, people yelled at me and said I was so fucking crazy. What is this? China's CR-450 is now the world's fastest high-speed rail. Oh, stop, dude. Stop showing me this.
Nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car.
We're watching the American fascist collapse unfold, and you're showing me fucking China flexing on us. It's. What do you want me to kill myself, dude? What do you want me to do? Die? Do you want me to just be the first person that has died from heartache?
6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about...
Oh, he was sensitive. Maybe you should get off the fucking job then. The fuck do you mean he was sensitive? That was the dumbest argument. The infantilization of a fucking Gestapo officer is so crazy to me. Okay? Oh, he was sensy. Oh, shit, dude. He was sensitive. I guess he should fuck my mom and kill my family then. If he's sensitive. Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that. Why didn't I factor the fucking feelings of the assassination guy? Why didn't I factor in the feelings of the fucking ICE agent?
Somebody ramming him with an automobile.
If this is relevant, first of all, it's horrible that that happened. If it's relevant, which the vice president seems to think it is, do you think this understandably very traumatic event that this officer went through last June might have influenced, as the vice president is suggesting happened, how he responded?
Now, there's no indication to that, but the facts is that we've seen vehicles weaponized over 100 times in the last several months against our law enforcement officers. So they definitely know that the threat is real, that individuals who are trained by activists to go out and to impede their law enforcement operations will weaponize their vehicles and try to run them over and drag them and not stop. So they certainly go into these situations with that knowledge that that could happen, and that's what their training prepares them for.
What evidence are you looking at that so many other...
That's what their training prepares them for? What, killing people? That's not the training.
People around the country look at, and they say, it looked to me, her tires were turned to the right, she was moving her car, and they see a woman trying to flee. You say she was trying to kill the officer. No investigation has happened. Why are you so certain that your interpretation is the truth when an investigation hasn't even happened?
Jake, I'm watching the videos.
Other people
I'm talking
are watching
to officers.
the videos
I'm getting
and
the
coming
facts.
to a different conclusion.
Everything that we've stated as the Department of Homeland Security and this administration has been factual. And I wish we would talk factually about what we see every day from these protesters, what they do, what they say, how they chant over and over, kill ICE, attack law enforcement, how they're trained to perpetuate violence against them and to stop the work that they do every day. Each of these law enforcement officers takes an oath to protect this country and uphold the law. They go out every day and enforce the laws of this country to keep people safe. So these individuals that are out there harassing them while they do that work, doxing their identities, threatening them and their families, it's unacceptable. And that's why President Trump is so strong in supporting their operations in all of these cities.
The officer appeared to have fired 3 shots, the first one through the front windshield, and the second and third through the side window. What is the justification for the second and third, given that the officer was out of
You're
harm's way?
watching the same videos that I am, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're watching the same ones. So you see how quickly the situation unfolded, how the officer was in front of the vehicle when she sped off, how she ran into him, and how he had to take quick action based on his training to defend himself and his colleagues around him.
Once he's out of
That's
harm's
very
way.
clear and factual from the videos that you can see. It's nobody's interpretation. We don't get to change it because we can see it with our eyes and we can build on the evidence that we have on the ground.
This morning, a man is in custody after driving this U-Haul into
Fox still doing what? The villainize the white women tag villain news network? Oh yeah, I saw that. Organized gangs of wine moms. Do you even hear yourselves? New York Times recently reported on something that happened in Huntington Park, California in June. ICE CBP used explosives to blow up the door. Yeah, I saw this.
It's just after 6 a.m. on Flower Street.
It's one of the most insane stories, dude. It is so fucking nutty.
Amid the morning calm, a security camera captured.
Wait, why don't you just send me the YouTube link, actually? Why the fuck are we watching it like this on TikTok? Low-key, they're right. The white wine moms are showing up for rapid response way more than what I would consider typical leftist protesters. Yo, no, that's what I'm saying. I think it's like, I think this is where we're at. I think the white moms, the white wine moms are radicalized.
About this case from the very beginning, and they have had to change their story and their narrative, because at first you heard Democrats, including the mayor of Minneapolis, saying that the car never struck the officer and the lethal force was unjustified. Now, of course, there is plentiful video evidence to show that the officer was struck by the car, that this deranged lunatic woman was trying to ram him over with her vehicle and was using that vehicle as a weapon, which justifies domestic terrorism. And unfortunately, we are seeing these instances play out in American communities across the country, where you have these organized, paid antagonists who are part of these groups that are actively, unlawfully impeding lawful law enforcement operations. They are harassing and targeting ICE agents, trying to make it impossible, again, for them to carry out their duties. That's what was happening in this case. That officer used his training. I understand that he's been on the force and he's been protecting American communities for many, many years. He's an experienced and brave individual who unfortunately had to make a very tough decision and was put in that position by these paid agitators who have been doing this all over the country.
Caroline.
We have no nation, man. We don't have a country. Like, this is the American government talking about an American taxpaying citizen that was fucking assassinated. Levitt needs to compare notes with Trump. Oh, yeah, Donald Trump has been also more sympathetic, at least, seemingly. Not to say much, but, you know, he's like, oh, it was very unfortunate.
What's your assessment there? It was highly disrespectful of law enforcement. The woman and her friend were highly disrespectful of law enforcement. You saw that? They were harassing them, were following for days and for hours. I think, frankly, they're professional agitators. But just disrespect. And I'd like to find out, and we are going to find out who's paying for it. But just disrespect. With their brand new signs and all the different things. But these are professional agitators, and law enforcement should not be in a position where they have to put up with this stuff. What that woman and what her friend and what their other friends were doing to law enforcement, not just ICE, law enforcement is outrageous. Do you believe that deadly force?
Never mind. I take it back. The other day when he was met with the footage, he was like, oh, it's very unfortunate. And now he's doing the boomer thing where just like, oh, she was disrespectful to law enforcement, so she deserved to die. The president, by the way, talking about, you know, an American citizen. I was wrong to assume consistency.
It's just after 6 a.m.
Actually, I want to watch bits and pieces of the Nick Shitley interview that Channel 5 conducted, because I've seen some viral pieces of it. And I know a lot of people are going to get mad and be like, oh, you're watching Channel 5 or whatever, but it's a fairly viral video. And it's not about Andrew, but more so about Nick Shirley. But before I get to that, here's the last thing I wanted to show you.
So what's funny to me is, when is violence? When is protest? When is this all acceptable?
But isn't that the same though? Why do people hate Channel 5? It's because of what the person that runs Channel 5 did. Andrew went through change now. I haven't kept up with him, so I don't know. But one thing I will say is that despite of the criminal acts, in my opinion, and even the initial response that came from him, he could have very easily pivoted to the right, and he weirdly enough did not. This isn't to like undermine victims or anything like that. It's just objectively, he did not pivot to the fucking right when he could have easily done so. He's deeply remorseful, apologized, and has made strides to learn and improve. Are you familiar with this ad running for you on Twitter? No. What is this? Disarm with style in this union-made Hassan Piker t-shirt, embrace peace and make a statement? What the fuck is this? No, I don't know what the fuck this is. Is it like AI or something? Hold on. Let me click on it. No, it goes... Wait, what? Shop? Where does this go? Shop.app products? Is this actually my own? I got those too? The fuck is this? I've seen these on YouTube. Oh, it's the Shopify aggregator. I wonder if Shopify itself is posting this on Twitter or if my like Warren James is doing it. I don't know. They're saying you paid to have them put up. Yeah, dude. Famously, I love doing ads in general. I mean, I don't know, but I'll ask Warren James if they are doing it. Check the last message. I think it's a Twitter-owned account. They're trying to bring product recommendations in-house instead of from advertisers like Amazon, etc. Yeah, it might be a Shopify ad. Like it might be something that Shopify is paying for, because I am a my website is run by Shopify. What was I gonna look at? Oh, this. Here, let's watch this. This is former Ocasio-Cortez comms director on Fox News, absolutely cooking.
So what's funny to me is, when is violence? When is protest? When is this all acceptable?
But isn't that the same though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody in Colombia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well, but they're talking about Iran at the ICE protests?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face. I mean, I think it's a very American idea to not want police forces to be able to shoot Americans indiscriminately. And the idea that J.D. Vance says is that they should have absolute immunity. You know, I thought this guy was a hillbilly. He had a book, Hillbilly Elegy. And I can tell you, hillbilly values, at least from where I'm from in Appalachia, are...
Corbin's my former boss, and he's a complete fucking asshole. Well... Don't know him personally, but he's cooking here.
That the government ought not be able to have absolute immunity when they shoot you in the face. But maybe we came from a different Appalachia.
Okay, Corbin.
So what's funny to me is, when is violence? When is protest? When is this all acceptable?
But isn't that the same though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean,
he absolutely fucking cooked him. Absolutely fucking cooked his ass. He's 100% right. And I love that because it's like such a pro-American counter too. So you just have nothing on that shit. It is the most pro-American counter of all time. Like, what can you say to that? If you're Fox News, to be like, well, why don't you worry about Iran? Why don't we talk about Iran? And it's like, brother, what do you mean? Like, the current regime in the United States of America is fucking killing American citizens. I thought this was an American news station.
Video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video. J.D. Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General. Well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota.
The beauty about Nick Shirley is that he's too stupid to understand that this is coordinated. Like he's so dumb that he doesn't have the wherewithal to at least like try to make it seem like it's not coordinated, where he's just like, it's very clearly coordinated.
And they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying. And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11?
What? Fuck you mean they're not that's not legal? What?
9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out? Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're going to have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all of the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom were like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it said they have not seen a child.
Bro, I think he's legit too stupid. I think he's legit too stupid to understand. But what's even a more damning situation for broader society is that we are too stupid, broadly, to recognize how stupid he is. Because this guy is like a regular old idiot, right? He's slow. I mean, let's be real. He is a fucking slow person, right? So slow that it kind of comes across like I'm being ableist when I criticize him. But the problem is, like, he's very clearly responding to these questions like a stupid person would. Like, why isn't there people? Why wouldn't they open the door for me? It's like, yeah, dude, because you're a fucking random stranger. Like, what? Of course. Quick question. No, hey, can you explain why he's stupid instead of saying he is? Yes, 2 minutes and 42 seconds in, he literally is asked, well, don't you think it's reasonable to not see children if you go to a fucking daycare facility outside of regular business hours? And he goes, yeah, that's, I guess, is kind of true. And then he says, the what daycare facility is open from 2 to 10 p.m. That's illegal. That's not, okay? That's not the case. You just made that up, okay? You just lied. Clearly, that's not the case. And he just doesn't understand it. Like, he's too dumb to comprehend why the fucking windows would be blacked out in a daycare facility so that, like, prying eyes can't look inside because children's safety is the primary concern. He is too stupid to recognize that, they're not going to open the fucking doors to him, whether they are criminally liable or not. They're not going to fucking open the doors to him. Like, what are we talking about? Why would they open the doors to a random person with like a bunch of masked thugs?
Child there for 8 years. And if you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they move the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child. And when I go and post my video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I filmed my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue?
Again, he is too stupid. Bro. This is a unique instance where someone is too dumb to get owned in a conversation. I'm not kidding when I say he's medically stupid. Like, you can't have a normal conversation with this guy because he can't even understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. And even worse, he doesn't understand the words coming out of his mouth. Like, the question is, it's funny because, like, the questions that Andrew's asking are all the same questions that I asked when I first watched the video, right? Where I was like, when we were looking through the Department of Human Services licensing reports, and we found that, like, every single one of these daycares had been audited as a part of the routine licensing process. And they actually had some instances of not fraud, but some issues, right? Like substandard conditions and things like that. But all of that actually proved that there were kids there. There were obviously children there, right? But I guess the very same people that looked at my commentary at the time, the very same people that were looking at my commentary at the time and saying, "Oh, you're dumb, you're wrong, actually, fuck you, you're biased, you're a commie," are the exact same people that have the same medically stupid background that this guy has.
Continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all these violations?
That seems like a really valid question.
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving a daycare center with so many violations so much money?
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center who was saying that they were open after the commissioner was on the live stream saying they were closed a week ago was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
Is the manager of the infamous Learning Center in Minneapolis also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's election victory video? The one that went super viral where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month?
So you feel like there's kind of like some nonprofit industrial complex type of deal happening?
For sure.
And the agenda is just for people to leech off the government and get free stuff?
81%.
New conspiracy theory. He latched onto the Learning Center shit because he thinks it proves that he can read. He can't. Someone told him about it. I fucking love that, dude. I love that. That's real. That's real. That's my head. That's in my head canon too now. Chatter. Oh my God. You're right. Oh my God. Someone was like, "Hey, do you know what that sign is?" And he's like, "I don't know how to read." And the guy was like, "It says quality Learning Center." And he was like, "What's wrong with Learing?" And then the guy was like, "Dude, it's supposed to say Quality Learning Center." And he's like, "I don't know what learning is." And then basically he was just like, "Just tell people that it's stupid that it says Quality Learning Center, and they'll know that you can read and you're actually comprehending the things that you're reading."
Of the Somalian population inside Minnesota is living off welfare, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota.
Care to comment why you attended a Diddy party? To fuck your mom. Yeah, that's right. Your mom was like, "Hasan, please show up to this house." I show up. Turns out it's a Diddy party. I have sex with your mom. I leave. She stayed behind. She might have, had sex with more people there after the fact, but I don't know. I was there for your mom. What happened to your hand? Is that from the ceiling fall? You're my favorite. I love this new meta of just like pulling Asmongold chatters. "You're on the TV, man. Please calm down." Sorry, we'll continue.
By the Somalian population.
So what do you think the solution to something like that is?
Go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit, and if they can't, cut the funding. And so far, no business has sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it. They haven't even tried to make the effort to show that they're a legit business.
First it was closed, then it was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having faith. Like,
what? Bro, I'm telling you, this is fucked up. I can't believe that they're making this kid. I cannot believe that they're making this kid parade around as like a Republican pundit. You know what I mean? Like, you should just send him to the farm, big dog, so we can go and, like, I don't know, pet the goats, but not too hard, not too hard. You might actually pet him too hard and then accidentally kill him. But like, he should probably stay away from polite society. He should probably, you know, not harm people, right? Or himself. Now I know why his mom drives him around everywhere, though, because there's no way. There is 0% fucking chance that this dude is safe behind the wheel. No one is safe. I do not think, I'm standing by this, I do not think he is legally allowed to drive a car. I do not think that he is legally allowed to be anywhere without constant adult supervision. I wouldn't let him boil water alone. Yeah, for sure. It's kind of crazy because, like, it really does show that the Republican side is desperate for genuinely a dumbass, right? Like, the Republican audiences were looking for a person who has the intellectual capacity of a sea cucumber. Okay, like, it was, you know, it's not even the Ben Shapiro's. I know from the Ben Shapiro's we pivoted to the Andrew Tates of the world, and clearly a lot of right wingers were like, oh, it's just too intellectual. I don't want it. It's woke and gay. I need someone who's even dumber than that and more entertaining. And then from the Andrew Tates of the world, people moved on to like the Asmongols of the world, right? Like a guy who just goes, yeah, based. But here we have an even dumber version. Like, not just like a yeah-based kind of guy who just confidently is wrong all the time, but at least in the direction of being pro-Donald Trump, but a person who legitimately cannot drive a vehicle, is not legally allowed to operate a vehicle, probably should never boil water, probably should stay away from any sort of kitchen tools and cutlery. And they're like, this is my guy. This is the fucking GOAT. Wow.
Do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest.
Hassan, kind of like what the doctors told my mom I was going to be, in parentheses, R-worded. The doctors told your mom that you were going to be like mentally. What's the fucking proper way to say this, by the way? I don't know what it is. What do you say, like, medically? Because I say medically stupid, but what's the actual mentally challenged? Bro, that still sounds crazy. Mentally, intellectually disabled, cognitively impaired. Okay, that sounds more woke.
Do you know for?
I would just say Republican since birth, honestly. Like, if I was a doctor and I found out that there was like any sort of cognitive impairment, I'd be like, I'm sorry, ma'am. You're gonna have a wonderful son, but he's gonna be a lifelong Republican voter. Yeah. Yeah, it's a real bad case of RSB, Republican since birth syndrome. It's very fucked up. Many such cases. Kind of feels like you did not consume enough Tylenol during the pregnancy, and these are the results. This is why we kept telling you, you need more Tylenol in your system. But he will have a wonderful career as a YouTuber ahead of him when he becomes of age. You'll have to drive him everywhere. You'll have to keep him away from cutlery. But
certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country, every single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other side. So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Yeah, it is pretty impressive that his mommy at least tied his shoes for him so he doesn't have to wear the zipper shoes, you know? He doesn't have to wear the Velcro shoes today. So that's pretty chill. You know, he's a big boy. He's meeting up with his idol.
You ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far as like COVID era, scamming and different types of fraud, there's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Walz has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019, 2020.
Please abandon the ad hominem on his stupidity. Just call his worldview and argument stupid. It's not a good joke to attack this man directly. It's going to alienate people in the margins. I could be wrong. What? Honestly, best to drop the entire stupid joke is disparaging and unnecessary. Can we just attack this man for his arguments? No, it's pretty funny. I mean, I've already fucking done it over and over again. Also, I'm not even joking when I say he's medically stupid. I don't think it's like, I think it's gotten to a point where because everyone is also just as stupid as this guy is, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, it's almost like a superpower. It's good that he's dumb, right? It helps him spread his propaganda further. If he was actually trying to make a convincing, like, intellectual argument, then he would probably alienate like 90% of the people that watch the video.
And they're still having millions of dollars being stolen. Billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election bid for governor. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million in fraud. Why would they not go investigate the fraud? Why would they investigate the person who investigated the fraud?
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud. And then inside of the home healthcare businesses, they were warehouse-style and industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate. We know how expensive healthcare is, and they're giving these companies millions of dollars. And the man David, who's in my video, he's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
How did you come into contact with David?
He just messaged me on Instagram, and he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud taking place here inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who has given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video. When you see the video and the screenshots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the Capitol of Minnesota.
So who is David's source?
David's source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And you don't know
and
who
that's
it is?
Public information as well.
Who is it?
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
Wait, it's public information, so you don't even need an inside source.
The lady's name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X but she's also inside the government there inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up.
Yeah, David.
Oh my God, it is that Republican. It is that Republican. It's the fucking Republican in the state government. So that lady was right. Remember when that lady was like, oh, I'm the one who fucking gave this information and told him which daycare facilities to go to. And he was like, nah, that's not the case. And then Lisa DeMuth, right? And then he fucking followed up and literally said, but you would be a wonderful governor one day. That's what he said. Yeah, Lisa DeMuth, breaking NPR News, reports that Minnesota House Republican Lisa DeMuth acknowledged the Republican Party's involvement in Nick Shirley's viral daycare video, saying, we work with Nick Shirley on this. Remember, this person has blood on her hands, for the record. Lisa DeMuth staffers asked David to DM him. He's too stupid to realize. Yeah, he said, this is completely false. I have no idea who this lady is. She's trying to make herself look good for her campaign. Shame on her. Either way, I'm sure this lady would make for a much better candidate than Tim Walz. Best of luck in the race, and the truth is the truth. Fraud is happening.
All those numbers are straight from the Capitol.
So a couple days ago, Minnesota State Representative Lisa DeMuth said that her Republican caucus.
Nick Shirley is a hero. He opened someone's eyes to the fraud happening in Minnesota, and you should be grateful for his journalism. Anyone who thinks he's a mentally challenged dumbass is correct. I'm confused by both these two statements. Are you saying that he's still a hero, even though he's a mentally challenged dumbass hero who accidentally stepped on the greatest discovery of fraud taking place? No, he's a dumbass. I'm rage baiting. Oh.
Had been, quote, working with you ahead of your coverage. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided the YouTuber with information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet. Her campaign freaked out when I tweeted that. That's the lady who I was referring to earlier in this interview. So her.
Oh, so she did help. Okay. But you're too stupid. Dude. So what's funny about it is that, so yes, the lady was actually not even clout chasing. She actually did literally direct you to go to these places. But because you're so fucking stupid and confused, you didn't realize. This is what I mean, bro. This guy would be the best spy. This is like Mr. Bean shit, okay? Like you can't put this guy on a lie detector test because he's too stupid to know the truth. You could ask him. You could ask him what he had for breakfast, and you know full well what he had for breakfast, and he could straight up lie to you because he forgot what it was, and it would not read on the detector test. This is hilarious. This is awesome. Just a guy who's stumbling in to all this stuff. I'm telling you, dunking on. I know. I've been saying this. Oh my God! Oh, it's awesome.
Benevolent billionaires.
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president. I think he.
Who do you think are?
I've never been so fucking vindicated. But also, it's not even vindication. It's like I cannot, dude. The first 48-hour media cycle of people receiving Nick Shirley's slopaganda was a mind-breaking moment for me. I was like, what am I looking at here? Like, this is a genuinely intellectually stunted individual who's not even making a fucking convincing case. And you got motherfuckers who went to college like Atriok being like, oh, there's really good journalism here. I could not believe it, dude. I know we're going back to Atriok. I don't want you to hate on him. I don't even hate him. I don't hate him at all. I actually like Atriok, but I could not understand it. I was like, what am I seeing right now? Like, what has happened to society? Fuck! I could not believe it. I could not believe it. The fucking vice president was like, give this man a Pulitzer. What is going on? I felt like I was in fucking Idiocracy, dude. It just, like, how? How is this possible? How did so many, it's not even how stupid he is personally, because that is hilarious to watch, hilarious to unfold. I mean, he literally went into a medical plaza as like looked at. When I watched the video, the second half of it was like, that's when I was like, we're not surviving as a society. He went into a medical plaza and straight up said, why are there so many competing businesses in this one plaza? Like a guy who doesn't understand the concept of a mall. Okay? Like, think about that. Like, that's a new guy. That's a guy that has not existed yet. We're talking guy who straight up crawled out of his mother like yesterday, dude. Was comatose for like 23, 24 fucking years and just got out of a coma. Like, how? How is that possible? Guy who doesn't understand the concept of a mall is a new guy in America. If we got one thing, we got malls, baby. That's the one thing that every American understands from birth. Guy who walks outside of P.F. Chang's and gets scared because he sees like the towering, massive horse riders. Okay, he's like, whoa, why is nobody seeing this? Look at how big those guys are. I've never seen an animal that size before. It's gonna trample on me. Whoa, giant horse. Oh, yes, this is why homeschooling children should be illegal, 100%.
Her staff was the people that David had received the information from because David...
Brother, people saying don't do the accent, he literally said, what does benevolent? Okay, what do you want me to do? I don't know how to do his voice. Like,
what do you mean by the word benevolent?
Like, that's just his voice, dude. Look.
Benevolent. Just... What do you mean by the word benevolent?
What do you mean by benevolent? Fuck!
Just well-intentioned.
Benevolent.
Just
the word benevolent.
Just.
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Oh, Jesus Christ. The stupid in here is uncomprehendable. What do you mean by unpropagandable? What do you mean by the word?
Reached out and she works inside the government, so she did actually a good job by doing what she's supposed to do, by serving the people and giving that information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right, but good on her.
What a comment saying, I have a deep-rooted fear that this is how I come across when I talk to people. This felt like interviewing a COD player. Straight up did not realize Shirley is borderline illiterate. Tracks, though. He's everyone's savior. He's my savior. He's your savior. Thank you, Lamau. You should have said something about Charlie Kirk. I did. No, you didn't. I did. It's in this video. Well, I didn't watch it. You should. I don't want to. Feels like a pretty succinct summation of how this guy sources info. Oh my God. I just want to point out he's not wearing shoelaces. He's wearing those laces kids get. They can't tie their shoes, by the way. Wait, really?
Actually caring about
I think his mommy actually tied his shoes. I know he can't tie his shoes. Let's be real. But I know his ass can't tie his shoes. But I just assumed his mommy tied it for him. No, it's not Velcro.
Fraud.
Fraud's
been taking place for
that was the first thing I looked at, chat. Come on, let's be real.
years.
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level too.
Wait, I think if this guy was criminally charged for the slopaganda that he put out that incited like the incident that ended up taking the life of Renee Good, he would not be found criminally liable in a court of law because of his genuine intellectual disability. I think a jury of his peers, well, not his peers, but you know what I mean, would not be able to find him criminally liable. Okay. There is no way they would be like, no, he does not know what he's doing. It's just not, call it cognitive limitations. It sounds better. No, they would just straight up say he's mentally incompetent. He doesn't know what he's doing. So it wasn't his fault. If anything, the handlers around him are probably more liable for sending his ass around.
The point where people like David are feeling it.
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're giving people 20-week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes. Meanwhile, you have billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of dollars over the past few years going to fraud. It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone to fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up because, it's like the same reason that people lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, corporate news pundits. And they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party and then Fox was an arm of the conservative wing. So the fear now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the independent creator economy like on a sleeper cell level to do their bidding for them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Like with influencer contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you saw the DNC do that. All the people that are out talking against me, a lot of them have cut checks from the DNC.
Through like a paid influencer program?
Yeah, and it's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No, never.
Hell yeah.
Like, why? I don't need it. I make enough money doing my videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why would I ever turn against their best interest?
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley. It's right-wing journalist.
I mean, I wonder why, dude.
Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
MAGA influencer Nick Shirley.
Yeah. When I interviewed Hunter Biden, they did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all like which actually sounds pretty cool. Like I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then like a liberal podcaster.
Why is it never astronaut Hasan? Yeah, exactly. They always say progressive mind and MAGA body, never astronaut. Firefighter. I want to be known as firefighter. Why no astronaut?
And that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
yeah, it's just like they're so mad that we have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more views than them. Essentially, we're a threat to their entire industry. That's why they hate us. That's why they will never give us credit. And so when they see me doing what I'm doing, when they see me get more views than they will get onto their website for the whole entire year on one single video, yeah, it's going to make a lot of people mad.
So-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Yeah, so going back to the first time we met, so what do you remember about that first interaction?
I had just started making YouTube videos again, and I was all by myself. You were going to AmFest, so was I. I was going to interview people about what's happening here inside the country, and I thought I had no idea exactly what I was walking into. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people to interview about what was happening inside the country. I thought it was like called America Fest. So I had no idea what Turning Point was. I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was at that time. It was funny because I'd watched you before on All Gas No Brakes, and you're always in that beige suit, just moving around and doing your videos. And so I was like stoked to see it was great meeting you the first time.
I remember
That's
I
what's
first
up.
saw you and you were setting up a tripod, and I was like, yo, what should I do? And you told me, you were like, you should go cover the border. And I told you, I was like, I want to go to Nogales to cover it. And you were like, no, you should go to Lukeville.
Yeah.
So you were the one who actually sent me in the right direction to do
Yeah,
those
you
interviews.
actually said, hey, can I get that information? I'd love to do something with you. I sent you the information and ghosted me right after.
Well, now the whole world's going to know that there wouldn't have been a border video without my guy Nick right here.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. Was that, so you said you had just started making videos in 2023, but had you done interviews before that?
Yeah, so I had actually I've been doing YouTube since 2017 when I was a sophomore in high school. I started just wanting to have fun with my friends, and I started watching YouTubers, and I saw kind of like the lifestyle they lived, and I was like, oh, I'm fun. I like to have fun. I'm creative. I can be entertaining. I could do YouTube. Like a lot of us think when we're in high school, like how many discussions have you had with your friends where you're just like, bro, that could be us.
You know, most YouTubers wouldn't come in here and capture this because of political stuff. You know what? I don't care. We're out here, baby. Like and subscribe.
Let's go back to the young Nick Shirley. Where'd you grow up?
Yeah, so I was born here in Utah, spending a lot of time with my family, friends, playing football, basketball, soccer, track, you name it. Sports was my entire life when I was younger.
True American life.
Yeah, true American life, going to church.
Ban Tylenol? Bro, he didn't eat enough Tylenol, brother. Come on. This is the opposite. He didn't get enough Tylenol.
Decent grades, having fun, hanging out with friends.
Jesus Christ, such a dickhead sometimes. He's still trying to figure out adjectives. Dude, you're right. I'm sorry. I don't think people understand that this is truly a new meta. Okay, people who are medically stupid are going to be the next wave of content creators for the Republicans, because even like the Andrew Tate stuff is not cutting it. You know, even Asmongold is not cutting it. They need dumber. They need someone with even less information. They need someone who can't even speak one language. You know, you had the monolinguists, the monolingual cucks, okay, who were cucked by one language. But if you have like a decent grasp, a decent command over the English language, it's still not enough. You come across too brilliant, too impossible to understand. It's too dense. The material is too dense. You need to literally go, you need to go half. You need to go 0.5 language. Okay? Yeah, semi-lingual. That's where we're at now. Because like this guy's stupidity is not all that relevant to me. What's a lot more relevant to me is that his stupidity has basically caused him to be incredibly successful in that one propaganda video. So when you get someone who's not even trying to present an argument, but simply just like doing the dumbest shit possible, get elevated by Elon Musk, you can actually change American legislation to a certain degree. Like the government took action after this video. Okay, right place at the right time. Certainly, people wanted to distract away from the Epstein files, but it is kind of remarkable. I can't get over it. I just cannot get over the fact that this guy who does not have two fucking brain cells, like demonstrably stupid, medically stupid, was capable of commanding an impressive audience who watched that video and did not think, what the fuck am I doing getting information from this guy who can't even tie his own fucking shoes? It's over. American society is over, okay? I see the Nature Journal of Medicine, like the most, you know, enterprising, the most robust medical, or not medical, but like the most robust research coming out of China. It's like the top 20 colleges are all Chinese now, okay? This goes hand in hand with that. We're cutting R&D. We're cutting research. We're gutting all of these other like institutions of higher learning for not demonstrating proper fealty to the nation state of Israel. It's over. America is committing suicide, a national suicide. And things like this are going to become more and more commonplace.
Riding your bike around.
And you said the church. What kind of church?
Yeah, so member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Is that the same thing as Mormons?
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Mormons now.
Because of South Park?
No, it's just we're not Mormon. We don't follow Mormon. We follow Jesus Christ. So we actually want people to refer to us and know us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
So Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
No, he's a prophet.
In addition to Jesus?
Jesus is a savior.
Oh, okay.
He's also a prophet, but he's also our savior. He's your savior. He's my savior. He's everyone's savior.
Thank you. So what do you think is the main thing people get wrong about LDS?
We're Christians. We're just people who love God and love Jesus. And yeah, we do follow higher standards. No drinking, no smoking, no sex before marriage. Go to church on Sunday, follow the 10 Commandments. Follow the Bible. We follow the Bible.
One of your earliest videos that you now deleted was about some of those loopholes.
Oh, yes, about soaking.
Have you ever thought about soaking here at BYU? No.
Because there's a lot of misconceptions on that, and that's not right. Soaking's not right.
Is it real, though?
I interviewed people at BYU, and they might have said it was.
So you think it counts?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Wow, the rumors are true. Kids here at BYU actually do soak.
They soak and they hump.
Definitely.
I think that's like my biggest advantage, that I don't really have many vices, whether it be pornography, whether it be alcohol, whether it be cigarettes, whether it be vapes, whether it be nicotine. That stuff doesn't tempt me.
And you feel like living a clean life that way gives you like a journalistic superpower that allows laser focus so you can just become a content machine?
No.
It's kind of what you're doing.
Well, that's just who I am.
But I mean, I feel like if you drank and partied and stuff, you might not be able to make as many videos.
Well, if I drank and partied, I wouldn't be able to show up to my job at McDonald's.
You'd probably be able to hold down a McDonald's job if you had some years.
But if you're referring to being on time and all that stuff, and
I'm talking about the sheer volume of content you've been able to produce over the past year.
I'm a highly functioning person.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Aside from the recent stuff, what pieces have you been most proud of since I last saw you at Turning Point USA?
I'd say my Brazil videos, those were very awesome. Going to the favelas, that was an experience that I can't even believe favelas are real after going there. Because I came this close to dying in the bottom of a destroyed house on the top of Rio's biggest favela.
When you say close to dying, like there was a gun on your face?
Yes, and if I didn't pay the man, I would have died.
You think so?
100%.
Você dá-lhe uma olhada que você vai ver que aqui não tem trégua.
Oh, wow, this is heavy.
É, aqui, entendeu? Não há paz.
Sim.
Paz para a polícia, fogo.
That guy, after I interviewed him, he got beat up by the gang leader and kicked out of the favela for letting me interview him.
Some other unknown, or perhaps known by some, Nick Shirley lores that you've met deceased rapper YBC Duel.
Yes, I did meet him. It was Brandon Buckingham.
Yeah.
I had no idea who he was.
A special guest right here.
Oh, we got a special guest
No,
too.
listen,
Talk to him.
this is Nick Shirley from Salt Lake City, Utah. The Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. You ever heard of the Mormons? This is the first Mormon, the first Church of Latter-day Saint member ever to be out here in Philly like this.
Just like that. Just like that.
And he feet on land.
Look at his sneaks though.
Yeah, so that was an equally, I would say, or similarly dangerous scenario.
Yeah, no, I'd say the America hoods are about just as dangerous as the...
Like, this dude makes Brandon Buckingham look like Albert Einstein, okay? I can't believe I'm saying this, but there's levels to this, man. There's levels to this shit. It's crazy. Yeah, end times are upon us, dude. National suicide, straight up.
Favelas. For instance, Chicago, you have armed militias walking around Chicago as well. Same within Philly. Think about how many young people are dying because of gang violence. Like, I loved your video you did in Baltimore about them kind of combating that and showing that like community really can make a difference and people really need to be looking out for one another because it's not worth dying for.
So going back to high school, right? So you said that after high school you went on a mission trip, right?
Yeah.
Where to?
Chile, Santiago.
Is that where you developed fluent Spanish?
Yeah, I actually was fluent in Spanish when I was younger. When I was here in Utah, when I was growing up, I was in a Spanish immersion program from kindergarten to 4th grade. Spoke Spanish fluently, moved to Washington. Similar to you, moved up to Seattle area. I didn't practice my Spanish anymore. I lost it. Decided to go on this mission thing for our church. And they sent me to Chile, Santiago, and I learned Spanish again.
What's the purpose of a mission trip?
Yeah, you're there to go share the gospel, the restored gospel of Jesus Christ, and to teach people about Jesus and give them the opportunity to come into Christ, and if they want to follow, or if you just want to teach them about Jesus, that's all you're supposed to do.
At what point did you start to really take political interviewing seriously, and why did you dive into that realm?
Well, I think when I started seeing people get trafficked into the United States from the border and started seeing mass corruption within inside the government.
He can speak 2 languages, breaking boundaries here. Yeah, he did a mission, Chad. That's why he can speak Spanish, which, judging by his English, I doubt his Spanish is that good.
I just couldn't believe that I met somebody at the border. She gives me her WhatsApp, and the next day she texts me and she's in New York City. I was like, how is this happening? How are people just being trafficked around the country? How are little kids just coming over here? How's there a 15-year-old girl, or I think she was 17-year-old girl from Dominican Republic, all by herself? How are people doing this, and how's the government enabling this to happen? I remember going to the border for the first time, and I saw migrants coming over the border. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Like, shouldn't they be running away?
Wasn't Governor Abbott the one transporting people from the Texas border to New York City?
Yes.
So you feel like there was mismanagement of the border on an executive Biden level and a state level?
Yeah. And I think like Governor Abbott, that was his.
That's why he sounds like this. Is his Spanish accent? Oh yeah, is he from Barcelona? Is it a Catalan accent or whatever it's called? Is that why he's from Barcelona? That's why he sounds like this. Yeah, guy who did a mission in Chile learned fucking the Barcelona accent. Not lying when I say this guy speaks Spanish better than he speaks English.
Way of like saying like F you to the to the sanctuary cities, and for the Democrats for just accepting and letting this happen, saying, okay, well, we're not going to deal with it. You guys go ahead and deal with it. And we'll give him a bus ticket to get out of our state or city.
So you feel like migrants kind of became political pawns for the two parties in America?
Yeah, well, we all know, like, obviously it was because they wanted to vote. Fill the swing states, fill the big cities. We would have seen what was going to happen, but thankfully Trump won.
How do you think Trump's doing so far this term?
I think Trump's delivering, especially on crises like the border. I think that's been the major win of this election. Right now, you're not seeing illegal migrants come into the country. Me and you both did videos at the Loopfield border. We spoke with migrants. That was the most inhumane thing that I think America's seen in.
Yeah, which is why we should kill them and deport them. Yeah, it's so inhumane how these migrants come into the country, which is why we need to send them to El Salvador, to a fucking slave labor colony. I mean, I guess that's just that's low-key how Republicans operate, honestly.
Years as far as letting people be trafficked into the United States and then bringing them into the system, making them rely on the government, not giving them working visas, putting them inside of shelters, busing them all around the country. Families were separated. Thousands of children went missing. The government was literally trafficking children into the United States, trafficking people, incentivizing them to leave their houses in Colombia, leave their house in Ecuador, and then to come to the United States, and you're living in a shelter in New York City.
So is it
I got scared when I saw him do the gun noises. I thought he was shooting a gun. What if, when my mommy had to pull me aside and say, Nick, that's just a gun noise. He's not really shooting a gun.
true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel?
I don't think he'd been to a clinic before making that video. Yeah. I did not realize that Nick Shirley walked to a healthcare provider waiting room, saw patients there, asked the receptionist what their healthcare rates are, posted that video as a part of their evidence of fraud, and was celebrated for his journalism. This is Ollie G level. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'm kind of bored. I can't watch this fucking idiot even any longer than I already have. The Sean Ryan video was good too. Anyway, let's talk about Iran. Iran, ladies and gentlemen, the story that everyone has been waiting for, okay? Obviously, this is something that took place in Los Angeles where a U-Haul driver, possibly an MEK supporter, drove his van, his U-Haul van, into a crowd of Shah supporters. So the diaspora is fighting amongst itself. You know, blood is in the water. But this, of course, comes after days of a fuck ton of protests exploding all over Iran, and the government shutting off access to the internet as they usually do in times like this, only to stamp out these protests in the most violent and repressive ways possible. The protests have been going on for 11 days at this point, and they have been incredibly bloody. Both the government security forces killing a bunch of protesters, including like random innocent civilians, as far as we understand, but also the security forces killing a bunch of protesters, and the protests themselves that have actually killed a bunch of members of the police. What? Typo? Sorry. What's the typo? Why did you link me my own tweet? This dude is wearing a Quality Leering Center hoodie that he made and can't even tie his own shoelace. Can't even tie his own shoelaces? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Positive billionaires who you think are creating.
All right, well, I edited it. As I was saying. Where was I? I was talking about Iran. So, as I was saying, there were security forces that killed a bunch of Iranian protesters, and there were a bunch of protesters that killed Iranian security forces, the police. There was reports of even a firefighter being lit on fire, mosques being attacked, and even though the past iterations, and including this one, of protests and mass discontent that has led to violent protests in general, like violent response from the administration, from the regime, in general, has often been talked about on geopolitical terms, whether it's like Mossad-backed, CIA-backed, and there's truth to all of that. Ultimately, I mean, there is a valid reason for why a lot of the youth in Iran, especially, are protesting. As I've said over and over again, in as far as how these things go, the American government is obviously very impactful as far as destroying the Iranian economy, and the Iranian economy has been thoroughly destroyed. The inception point for these protests came from the rial losing almost all of its worth, and shopkeepers not being able to stock their own stores that initially started off as a smaller protest on the economy has exploded into this massive thing. Okay. And there are obviously numerous reasons for it, as I've talked about over and over again. One of the major factors, of course, is the sanctions that are specifically designed to destroy the Iranian economy so that Iranians mobilize against the administration. So in that regard, there is a lot of Western involvement. Having said that, however, to say that the administration's own responsibility here in terms of not leaning into any reforms or whatsoever is not playing a major role in the discontent would be silly. Okay? Let's be real. This is something I've talked about before as well, over and over again. One of the biggest issues with the Islamic Republic is the repressive nature of the regime. Iran, contrary to what people think about it, contrary to what people know about it, is actually an incredibly educated and somewhat very woke society. And by that, I mean the Iranian population is very woke and very educated. Okay? I mean, they have, I think I saw one of these guys who's not like exactly aligned with me. I forget what his name is, but I saw a post about like how people misunderstand how the Iranian society operates, how Iranian people operate. That basically said, the Islamic Republic wants women to wear the hijab, but they want the hijabis to build the rockets. And I think that's a pretty solid way to summarize the situation, where they want female engineers. They just want the female engineers to be hijabi, right? And of course, there are a lot of people who don't want that. A lot of people in Iran that don't find that to be that find that level of repression to be unacceptable. And as far as, oh yeah, this is it. People don't here. This was the take. People don't understand the mindset of the Islamic Republican in the slightest. They are not looking for personal enrichment, Assad. They are not a sponsored state like North Korea. They're not a foreign clan ruling over an occupied country. They are a homegrown ideological movement with a large base of support. Exactly. Approximately 1/4 of the country is firmly committed to this support. Okay? They're firmly committed to this ideological movement. This is why it's a little different. Okay? They are motivated by nationalism, anti-Westernism. These first two draw their leftist and secular supporters inside of Iran. This person is not talking about outside of Iran. He's talking about people inside of Iran that still find themselves in support of the current administration in Iran, and a desire to cultivate a society that is both modern and Islamic. This last part is where most people get lost. They can imagine that Iranians want true sovereignty, or that they hate the West like other global Southerners. It's hard for Westerners to understand that Iranians are not the Taliban. They don't want to deprive women of education. They want a hijabi to design the missiles. Okay? This is why Qasem Soleimani was to Ardeshir Zahedi, a soldier of Iran, nationalism, to third worldists and anti-imperialists, and to people in Iran fighting for values. This is the reality. Iran is an incredibly complex and incredibly diverse country, okay? Many different sects, different religions, and many different ethnic groups exist under one nation's boundaries. A nation that is built around thousands and thousands of years of shared history, okay? Perish? What? So no matter who, quote unquote, runs Iran, there is always going to be a tremendous amount of difficulties, especially considering that there is the Balochistan independence movement. You got the Kurds, you got the Turks, you got the Azeri Turks, you got the Persians, right? You have Iranian Jews, which are much tinier, obviously, in numbers, I believe around like 11,000. But ultimately, this is the reason why it's a very difficult country to, and Arabs, Uzbeks, yes. This is ultimately the reason why it has had a very, bro, that tweet is obviously pro IR. No, this person is not pro Islamic Republic, brother. actually, that's the reason why I said he's not, you know, he probably doesn't align with me on some of the things. Like, I mean, I'm not pro Islamic Republic either, but I am pro Iranian sovereignty. I'm sure you can get Sharkzadeh to clarify his take. He's a great content creator, but you're obviously misinterpreting it, if I'm understanding you correctly. He's saying hijab is not repressive or incompatible with modernity. You're completely butchering his take. No, I personally think not that hijab is incompatible with modernity, but I personally think that for those who are devoid of choice does become repressive. Okay? His take there is simply stating that people see the hijab and they think, oh, this is just like the Taliban. Women can't fucking read. Women are not allowed to read. That's not the case. That's the juxtaposition. That's what he's actually highlighting here. Okay? I'm saying that some of the reasons as to why the Islamic Republic is seen in a very negative light, despite the fact that initially in the revolution, it was seen as the most viable outcome and the most viable popular support receiving faction that would deliver Iranian sovereignty. Years since the Iranian Revolution has been met with tremendous scrutiny over time. Part of the reason why they have received this scrutiny is because of the repressive elements of the state. There's also obviously some speculation surrounding corruption, but ultimately the major force here is the economy. And the reason why the economy is the way it is because of the United States of America. Having said that, the way I've always interpreted it is, as a Muslim, this is just ridiculous. The talking point should not be about the hijab. It's not. For the youth that experience economic shocks and feel like and recognize a sense of crisis, that then on top of that, experience repression from a very powerful regional actor that is consistently at battle with America's vassal state, Israel, in the region, that is desperately trying to maintain sovereignty. They both derive their power. They both derive their legitimacy from being anti-Western, and they also need to maintain their legitimacy within their base. And in order to do so, they refuse to let up from they refuse to liberalize certain aspects of their governance, especially when it comes to the Ayatollah, okay? Especially when it comes to the Islamic form of governance. Although Iran is much more woke, technically, than Saudi Arabia or many of the Gulf counterparts, there is still a level of repression that, paired up with economic instability, causes these kinds of this kind of resentment brewing in the country. Now, do I think personally that that if the led by the reformist presidents that have come and gone in the past, if they were able to successfully liberalize certain aspects of Iranian existence, would that have actually been successful in terms of keeping the population at bay, not frustrating them, and also refuse or also push back against any sort of intervention from the West? I don't know. But from what I can see, this is a part of the problem. Beyond the economic instability, there is a real element within Iranian society, specifically the Iranian youth, that don't like the Islamic Republic for a multitude of different reasons. And especially for the youth, a big part of the reason is the repression. I feel like you overblow that aspect. There are far more people pro whatever social norms the IRGC imposes than those against it. It's a Muslim country. The major cities are already relaxed. It's usually diaspora members or paid agitators or politically naive youth who are the biggest proponents. I agree the economy is a major factor. I don't think that's the only, I don't think you're right about that. Like, I think that, I don't think you're right about that at all. I think that there are people who are even normally supposed to be a part of the base that have said enough is enough about the sanctions and its impact. But then there are also plenty of people who are not a part of the base of support for the Islamic Republic that are very frustrated about the repressive elements. Okay. And then also add on to the pile the obvious paid agitation, Western intervention, both from the diaspora communities, but certainly from the CIA and also Israel. And you create a powder keg. I think that certainly plays a role, though. From my understanding, the way these protests are different is because the base of the Islamic Republic is on the side of the protests, ethnically Persian business owners It feels like you're attributing your education and Islamic initiative to yielding more pro-liberal takes. It makes no sense to me. They, women, technically have more freedom than American women to be educated debt-free. Even if they liberalized, you'd have the same problems of instability down the line. No, I don't think so. I think part of the reason, at least from my assessment, and I do have my own personal biases growing up in Turkey, obviously, which is a secular country, right? And a secular country that actually saw a fairly conservative movement take hold and develop a regime of its own, the Erdogan government, using protection of Islamic liberties, Islamic practices as a rallying cry. And that change that took place in the country culturally, and that change that took place in terms of like repression, nowhere near to the same degree as like, you know, what people experience in Iran, has led me to at least have some level of bias in terms of living under a rule where there is like, you know, you're like what you could possibly experience as freedoms you do not get. I think you're not recognizing how much that plays a role for especially a lot of young people, and simply discarding that as, or casting that aside as the silliness of youth is not correct. Okay. But to what end? Do you want them to become like France? No, that's not what I said at all. What I said simply was giving people it's already happened in bigger cities. Like the liberalization has already happened in bigger cities. Just do it across the board. It's that simple. That's it. And not only after like massive fucking discontent and massive protests, but do it as a mechanism of survival. That's it. But I do think that because the Islamic Republic derives its legitimacy from being anti-West, and in that side of the world, the most effective way to showcase your anti-Western bona fides is by being Islamist. Like, that is the most uncorruptible force. That's the way it's seen. Okay, any sort of giving up on that mentality will be met with resistance from your base, and that's basically what I'm trying to explain. Which is they're stuck between a rock and a hard place in many instances, where if they were to let up on that, they could potentially lose some of their own base, and then they couldn't justify their existence any longer. As a matter of fact, this is part of the problem right now, because the economic situation has gotten so bad that they're actually losing their own fucking base of support. This is, I believe, the major reason as to why Trump and Israel didn't strike Iran this time around. Because they entertained it, they talked about it, but I felt like if they were to actually strike Iran in the midst of these fucking protests, it would have actually whipped up public support back in the direction of the administration. Because that is what happened last time around. Because it's not like the Iranian people are oblivious to Western intervention. They're very aware of it. Maybe some don't remember a life before the Islamic Revolution, especially because the Iranian Revolution, especially because they were not around back then. But there was a reason for why the Iranian public, you know, got together and deposed of the Shah. Yeah, also, for the record, another fact about Iran that a lot of people don't understand is that the Iranian nation has some of the highest density, highest share of college-educated populations. And on top of that, the female-to-male ratio at university is the highest in the world. That's why I always laugh when people are like, oh, the Iranian women are like, they're being kept behind. Like, these, you just don't know anything. That's not the case at all. Okay? So that is where we're at as far as this iteration of the Iranian protests. For me, if I was the Ayatollah, I would, number one, develop nukes instantly. And number two, work on, I mean, obviously this is stupid and everyone's going to say that's not going to happen, obviously, but like I would work on removing the parallel state that I have designed around reasserting my power and make way for more socially conscious, more socially liberal forms of reform, you know, have a more laissez-faire attitude about certain things. Don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately. Yeah, I know. Well, develop nukes instantly, first and foremost. And I think this is a real, I think there is also a real issue with what the government has also consistently seen as like the number one ideological enemies, or at least the most threatening ideological enemies. And some might say, oh, it's because it's the socialists, but the socialists were aligning with Iraq, and that's the reason, or MEK. But that's not the reason. There are plenty of very progressive, leftist, socialist, communist Iranian writers, academics, organizers, and people that have existed throughout time. As a matter of fact, they played a formative role in the Iranian Revolution alongside the Ayatollah. And yet, they were cast aside, persecuted, subjugated. And of course, from an anti-imperialist perspective, while that is, that was a spectacular failure with long-term consequences, such as the only alternatives or the only options being for the Iranians, like leaning into Israel or fucking CIA or some shit, like the Shah, people who want to bring back the Shah, or people who want MEK to take over the Iranian government, which is neither of which are going to happen. The main ops have always been leftists. Bro, do you know anything? What the fuck? What are you saying? If you were the Ayatollah, this is such pro-Islamic regime shit. Yes, you're right. Yes. Me saying that Iranian sovereignty is being threatened when there is internal instability born out of the repressive forces of the Islamic Republic is me being pro-Ayatollah, because you don't fucking understand the English language. Yeah, I mean, there's this analysis as well from Ali Terra Noir. Iran's crisis produced a dangerous fantasy that the Islamic Republic can be swept away and instantly replaced by a Pahlavi restoration. Names, constitutions, policies are debated as if politics were a fantasy draft. This misunderstands the nature of politics and of the state. A revolution succeeds only when the embryonic new state, an insurgent organized hierarchy, is already forming inside the shell of the old one. States precede revolutions. The Pahlavist milieu is not a state in waiting. It's a loose milieu centered on symbolism and leadership fantasies, not an organized hierarchy capable of resolving the coordination of problems of 90 million people. 90 million people that are endlessly diverse, okay? Only 60% of the country is Persian, okay? When people go, oh, this is Persian, this is Iran, I am not Iranian, I am Persian, you have to understand, like, it is an incredibly diverse country. It would, as far as things goes, while there is very real interest in changing things inside of Iran, the reality of the matter is, especially if it was born out of any sort of significant Western intervention, the state, I presume, would collapse into a balkanized unit, or maybe like warring factions and numerous different smaller failed states. Now, of course, that might not be a fucking problem for America, or certainly for Israel, but that is a very reality if someone is not holding everything together. Okay? Is 99.4% Muslim? That's a unifying factor? Yeah. Okay. Is 99.4% actually happy with the rule, like the Islamic rule or the version of Islamic rule that they exist under? Come on, dude. Clearly, Islam or Islamic rule has been the connective tissue that has held it together for as long as it has, in spite of all the fucking Western intervention. But obviously, with Western intervention, the economic instability born out of sanctions, and the rule that is perceived as repressive, especially for younger generations in Iran, it's not working. You can't keep having revolts over and over again, and then putting down hundreds of people, if not thousands of people at a time. It's just not going to work. Eventually, something's got to fucking give. This is not a lib take, because the reality of the matter, as I also correctly pointed out, is that I don't know what the actual best path forward for Iranian sovereignty is anyway. You understand? A lib take would be to say, free Iran, free Iran. We need the Pahlavi. We need the Pahlavi family. We need the Shah. We need the Shah to fucking come back, and I'm going to go and dance in Israel, and then I'm going to first dance in Tel Aviv, and I'm going to dance in fucking Tehran, and Iranians are going to be happy ever after, and we're going to eat Cuba Day, okay? And I love the CIA, and I love the Mossad, and death to the Islamist rule, or whatever the fuck. That's not what I'm saying. China still has Hong Kong protests, and they're more woke than anyone at this point. They're under imperialist siege. I know that, but I'm not going to discount the people's real fucking discontent. And even with the Hong Kong protests, I talked about it as well. You're saying balkanization is a bad thing? Looks like someone is jealous of balkanization and the good it will bring. It's true. The know your rights pin is so cringe. You're right. When a fucking ICE agent comes knocking down your door, you shouldn't know what is an administrative warrant and what is a judicial warrant. You should just let them in to butt fuck you. Okay, don't worry. You can open up your asshole and brace for impact when they come in. But I do think people should know their rights. Overwhelming majority of people who face persecution in Iran, some of whom still in prison in Iran, we don't need an outside intervention. Reza Pahlavi sitting in his ass in Maryland. Mr. Trump, please, sir, bomb my country. Please, sir, I'm willing to offer you my wife. Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is the exact same thing that fucking happened. Okay, this is the exact same thing that happened when Israel was bombing Iran. A lot of people in the West were like, oh, the Iranians are welcoming our bombs as liberators. This is going to fully democratize Iran. It didn't. It actually had the opposite impact. It actually had a rallying around the flag effect in Iran, from what I saw, except that obviously didn't last for too long because eventually the economic conditions set in one more time and people were back to fucking square one. I don't think I am genuinely confused as to why they would bomb Iran. America would, because I feel like it would still have a similar impact. President Trump currently leans towards authorizing fresh military strikes on Iran, U.S. officials say, as the White House is weighing a last-ditch Iranian offer to engage in diplomacy over curbing its nuclear program. Because, like, the Iranians are very resilient people. They're very stubborn people. They're very proud people. They want their country to have sovereignty. And no, I'm not talking about the fucking diasporoids that are like, no, we should bring back the monarch, okay? At most, even if there is any call for the Shah to return, it's because they foolishly think that this will actually bring about some kind of liberal revolution or something internally in the country. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. But then again, Trump is so fucking stupid that maybe he will bomb Iran anyway, in any case, you know, because he's a fucking freak. Some senior administration aides, led by Vice President J.D. Vance, are urging Trump to try diplomacy before retaliating against Iran for killing protesters. Like, dude, we're so fucking fraudulent. We're so morally bankrupt. We're so fucking fraudulent that we think the best possible way to help the people that are like, I don't know, that have had enough of the economic hardships in Iran is by eating lead. Okay. Oh, the Ayatollah's killing people. Well, guess what? I'll show them how to kill people. I'll show them how to kill people dead with Tomahawk missiles. Like, how the fuck does that work? Like, think about it from an American perspective, okay? Think about it from an American perspective. America, the American police force kills like 2,000 people, I think, or maybe somewhere along those numbers. I don't know the exact number of how many people the American police force kills every year in the United States of America, okay? But like, imagine there's like mass ICE protests. They fucking, or no, 1,100, sorry, 1,000. 10,000 dogs a year, 1,100, around 1,100 people a year, not 2,000. Apologies, I doubled the number. And basically, like, can you imagine if Iran was like, sorry, we're gonna lob Shahed drones in fucking, you know, in New York City because you keep killing your own citizens. Like, that's ridiculous. Yes, 10,000 dogs a year is real. Who the fuck would be like, oh, sick, thank you? Like, that's not, you don't solve anything when you do that. You do the exact opposite. It's not a solution to anyone's problems. Some in the U.S. doubt that Iran is genuine about its ending its nuclear program, telling Trump that Tehran may be finding a way to buy more time and avoiding American airstrikes. Aides have briefed Trump on the benefits and pitfalls of renewed nuclear negotiations with Iran. Trump currently favors attacking Iran, but could change his mind depending on unfolding developments. Some officials said Trump may strike first and then seek serious talks with Tehran. We may have to act because of what is happening before the meeting, he said Sunday. Trump is also going to put a 25% tariff on any country that's doing business with Iran. Oh, this is why everything that you hear from Americans is inconsistent and fucked up. They do not care about Iranian sovereignty. Please, please, please do not fucking fall for this bullshit. And if Iranians come in here and try to tell me like, no, you don't understand, we want these kinds of fucking, we want our economy to fucking collapse, you're basically begging for your own demise. Okay? That's it. There are plenty of Iranians who are fucking protesting against the government, not because they are upset about the repression that they're experiencing, but more so because of the economy. And the economy is the way it is because of America. We are helping Iran by killing Iranians, either through direct military intervention in the form of bombings or through indirect intervention in the form of starving them, by starving out the Iranian economy. President Trump says he's slapping a 25% tariff on goods from China, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, India, Russia, Iraq, Pakistan, Oman, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa, among other countries, because they're doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran. God, it's so fucking devastating. It's just so fucked. Iran is using it. Just the other day, an innocent young woman in the United States, an American citizen and mother of 3, was executed by ICE at point blank range. The U.S. administration labeled her a domestic terrorist, while President Trump called it a matter of self-defense. The Department of Homeland Security threatened Americans that if you lay a finger on a federal officer or agent, you will face the full extent of the law. Here in Iran, police officers are being executed by actual terrorists overseen by what Mr. Pompeo has openly called Mossad agents. And we have the receipts. Does this look like a protest for freedom or the exact kind of scenes that the U.S. administration would never tolerate within its own borders? I'm not going to show you the video, but yes, that is, they light it on fire. Yeah, sorry, Arakshi, that's a bit of a whataboutism. You're doing the same thing ICE did. Okay, that's not even a fucking whataboutism, okay? It's worse in some ways because obviously they killed a lot more people, okay? But if a similar situation occurred in America, we would be nuking half of the fucking nation, okay? There is no world where like American protesters take up arms and start fucking burning like churches and shit, and then the American government doesn't assassinate like tens of thousands of people, okay? I mean, let's be real. Like, sure, the security forces and the police are an extension of the regime in the eyes of a lot of people, and it's understandable that they are frustrated, and it's understandable that their protest goes beyond and does turn violent, okay? But make no mistake, the only time that shit ever works is January 6th, okay? Get a bunch of fucking socialists or liberals even to come together and stand in front of ICE agents with their weapons drawn and kill a couple cops, and let's see how the American government reacts, okay? And that's really funny also because the very same, like I want a free and sovereign Iran. I want a free, democratic, sovereign Iran. I want what's best for the Iranian people, okay? And I totally understand why the Iranian population is saying enough is enough. Having said that, right-wingers do not have the same consistency. They are the ones who are going, free Iran, fuck the Ayatollah, kill them, kill the Ayatollah. And then they fucking turn around in America and they go, ICE should be able to fuck your mom. ICE should be able to come into your house, no warrant whatsoever, and basically rape and pillage your fucking cabinets and kill your family members. And sorry, you have to comply with all of that because otherwise you're not a good boy. You're a bad boy. So what the fuck are we doing? Comply or die. It's so ridiculous. All the while, we talk about like freeing Iran, and the reason why they're suffering is because of us. We are causing their suffering. The number one reason, even beyond the Islamic Republic or anything like that, is American sanctions. Okay? It's American intervention. It's specifically American sanctions. We're starving the Iranian population with this purpose. We're starving the Iranian population so they fucking rise up. Okay? And then when they end up rising up, we go, all right, here's our guy. Here's how you should run the country. It's utterly ridiculous. Yeah, I covered the Minneapolis ICE raid where they walked into someone's house with an administrative warrant, which was bullshit. Yeah, and obviously the fucking Europeans are disgusting as well. EU's callous threatens tougher sanctions on Iran over brutal crackdown. I mean, they're disgusting. And I'm sorry, but Europe kind of deserves Donald Trump as their leader, okay? They do. We've already seen this inconsistency in the way that they talked about Venezuela versus the way they talked about Greenland. And they kind of deserve being vassalized in this way and being routinely fucking disrespected by our absolutely moronic administration in the most overt ways possible, where it's just like the ways in which Trump communicates with European leaders is kind of like insult to injury all the fucking time. Yeah, they're worse because they still have decent education, no excuse for the evil. Yeah, no, they're doing it for the love of the game. At least we have incompetent morons running our country. These people are not incompetent morons. So it only leads me to believe that they're fucking openly evil. But yeah, as far as the Iranian protest goes, I know that it's like it's very black and white for a lot of people, especially because like Mossad is openly, in my opinion, greatly overemphasized their level of involvement, even though they are obviously involved, as is usually the case here. And America has done so as well, both in a tongue-in-cheek manner in the way that like Mike Pompeo talked about it. Ultimately, there is a valid reason for why people are protesting, okay? It's just the case. And recognizing that is a necessity if you want to understand how to solve the problem. Trita Parsi and many others who are otherwise consistently called like Islamic Republic supporters, okay, are regime supporters, are all singing a different tune this time around as well. I've never experienced this degree of blackout in Iran, whether during previous protests or Israel's war against Iran, but based on the selective images coming out via Iranian state TV of armed protests and the destruction inflicted, and Khamenei's defiant speech, much indicates that an extremely violent clampdown is in the making or has already started. If the calculations of certain quarters have been that once Tehran clamps down forcefully, pressure on Trump will grow to intervene militarily, I see several factors pointing in the opposite direction. There are pro-government marches too in Iran. It's not like being anti-government is in any way the majority opinion. Yes, because it's like 1/5 of the population. It's 90 million. 1/5 of the population is still a fucking ginormous amount of people. But 1/5 of the population in the other direction is also a ginormous amount of people, if you know what I mean. Okay? Does that make sense? The images of body bags leave no doubt about the brutality of Iran's repression, and communication blackout is indefensible. Across the country, Iranians are protesting real economic hardship. Much of it is deepened by U.S. sanctions. From the UK, genuine solidarity means opposing these sanctions and the imperial strategies and aspirations behind them. At the same time, this unrest is being cynically exploited by Netanyahu's genocidal government as a pretext for military intervention and regime change, a path that must be firmly rejected. It must be clear. Only the Iranian people have the right to decide their own future. No outside power should dictate or interfere. Any serious politics require holding all these truths together. Like, regardless of the outside intervention, which is very real, okay? Which is very real, maybe even a little overstated with the way that they've been flexing about it this time around. There is still very clearly a lot of discontent, okay? That's it. It's palpable. It's not something that you can, what? Guy who thinks it's base to kill liberal protesters demands the government kill liberal protesters, talking about times running up when it comes to the Islamic Republic, okay? That's awesome. Bro, this is the inconsistency, okay? This is what I'm talking about. This man was literally demanding that the American government kill people in the exact same way that he's criticizing the Iranian government. Like, literally, 1-to-1. How does nobody see this? He was demanding for the past month that the American government put a bunch of libtards in body bags in an effort to get them to understand that you must never oppose the Trump regime. Okay? I don't understand what his ex beef with Iran when his friend is Iranian. You don't understand a lot of things, Tazkit Noah. Let's be real, okay? Sorry. Tazkit Noah, I don't think you've encountered like American diaspora of any country, it seems. When Asman Mole was asked to clarify if dead Muslim Iranian child equals bad and liberal white American woman equals good, he said no comment. Yeah, based. Anyway, in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, the great Iranian nation, today you accomplished a great deed and made a historic day. Here we go. Yeah, the OG heads remember Tazkit Noah from that famous Monopoly clip where I freaked out on him because he doesn't know how to fucking be a landlord. Violence in Iran creates messy imagery, and Trump is more inclined to intervene militarily when he sees an easy, smooth, and quick path to victory. When things are messy and challenging, he keeps a distance. In Yemen, against better advice, he went after the Houthis, but quickly changed his mind after the quick victory he was promised never materialized. And the Houthis took down 2 U.S. fighter jets. Even if the protesters look like they're winning, Trump will likely wait till the last and safest moment before he intervenes so he can secure credit at minimum cost. The violent clampdown might also leave Trump with the impression that once the regime has his back completely against the wall, it is more likely to fight back than to capitulate. Its clampdown up until last night was, by its standards, very restrained. But then it dramatically turned more deadly once the regime believed it fought for its survival. Tehran is likely signaling the same message to Trump. Yes, it has only struck back symbolically against U.S. attacks since 2020, but now it will be different since it sees no exit if the U.S. attacks. Also, a lot of people are not understanding that internally you have the government, you have the Ayatollah, okay, and then you have the IRGC. So there's numerous different factions within the government, and the IRGC works in line with the Ayatollah, even if they might have differences in opinion every now and then. Sometimes they might be even more militant, as a matter of fact. But the IRGC is where the Ayatollah derives his power from, both with its interventions in the region, but also internally as well. So there is that separate reality as well. So even if you were to do like a Maduro, first of all, you can't do a Maduro style thing to the fucking Ayatollah. That would literally cause Iran to lose its fucking mind. And then you would see what a more muscular or more militant IRGC would look like, and not the much more restrained version of that directed by the Ayatollah. But ultimately, it's not like you can't do a decapitation, right? You just can't do a decapitation of the head of state in Iran and then it's over. You know what I mean? And then you install your puppet. You can't really do that anywhere. You need to have like certain aspects of the military on your side, and I don't think that they have that in Iran anyway, like for Western intervention. So at most, a lot of the conflict is led on the sectarian infighting side. You know, you got the Kurds, you got the Turks. The Azeris are actually kind of on board, and so many of the Turks are as well, on top of the Persians. But then you also have, you have people with different interests inside of the country that are not very fond of. Yeah, you have the Balochis as well. And yes, current Ayatollah is Azeri Turk. He might not be Turk, but I like to say that he is. The reformists perform well electorally among the Kurdish and Azeri areas. Yes, but the problem is the reformists don't actually end up bringing about reform. Also, Azeris are Turkic too, for the record, just so you know. You're uneducated on this, so just wanted to point that out. They are Turk. They are Turkic. Certainly, Israel, Instagram, and some opposition figures in exile will push Trump to stand by his earlier tweet, but we have already seen how Trump easily gets himself out of such promises when it suits him. He claimed that the protests killed thus far have died in stampedes. No one I have spoken to knows what he's talking about. And the main reason he was convinced to go as far as he has gone with issuing threats, etc., is that he was sold the idea the regime is extremely weak, has no fight left in it, and as a result, his military intervention would be easy, smooth, and quick. Trump is, in my assessment at this point, more likely to explore a deal with Tehran or with elements within the existing regime to seek advantage of Tehran's dire situation without risking the instability that a complete collapse of the regime and the state would bring about. See his choices in Venezuela. As I understand, the channels do exist and are activated. Systemic pressure on the supreme leader to set aside certain previous non-nuclear red lines is also growing. Except, here's the tricky part of this conversation. In many ways, America's dealings with Iran has nothing to do with Iran. It has even less to do with, obviously, like Iran not being a liberal democracy or whatever. America's dealings with Iran have everything to do with Israel and China. But more importantly, Israel. Okay? Israel even more importantly than China. Because, Chinese trade negotiations and dealings with Iran is ultimately marginal, and it's not like the American allies are not selling a tremendous amount of oil to China anyway. They are. Everyone else is selling oil to China. Iraq, after the American intervention and invasion, still kept selling oil to China at fucking bottom of the barrel prices. And Saudi Arabia still sells oil to China. Like, sure, it's a good lever to have control over if you ever want to pull it, but let's be fucking real. There's no indication that, like, whoever runs Iran is going to stop selling oil to China. And Venezuela is not going to stop selling oil to China either. And one might even wonder why China wants Venezuelan oil. It's more so probably to help the Venezuelan government rather than, increase China's stockpile of heavy crude. So it's more so about Israel. And even though Israel's dominance in the region is aligned with America's interest in the region, America's dominance in the region, Israel is the one country that definitely wants Iran to be a failed state. Okay? That's it. Anyway, Trump's statement regarding the son of the previous Shah is instructive here. Trump said it wouldn't be appropriate for them to meet. Appropriateness is dependent on the circumstances, and as circumstances change, so does appropriateness. Trump is essentially saying that he's not ready to go all regime change yet, but he will not wait for Tehran forever either. Israel's a different matter, of course, as its interest is distinct from that of Trump's, as well as, Sina is right. Israel's interests are very different from Trump's interests with Iran. Trump will play ball with the Ayatollah. He doesn't give a fuck until Israel makes the boss call and says, no, no, no. The situation is not only very fluid, but with the blackout, information is very limited and even more difficult to verify. This is not true in the 80s and 90s when Israel had less influence, yet Americans were extremely interventionist. Americans preferred Islamic Revolution to MEK taking power, but turned on them due to risks that the Shia in Saudi and elsewhere would weaken Saudi Arabia. The Gulf Arab states also are trying to play off America against Iran. True. That's also true. Yes. That's another major player here as well. You're absolutely right. Saudi Arabia in particular. But the reason why we don't talk about that is because that's just brownie points for America. The real player here is always going to be Israel. Israel must enjoy total security, and for that to be achieved, the rest of the region must be in a state of complete insecurity vis-a-vis Israel. Back in August 2025, I wrote in Foreign Policy that Israel was likely to restart the war in Iran before the end of 2025. Much indicates that Israel may do exactly this in the next few hours or days. Important to understand that it has nothing to do with nuclear weapons, freedom, or democracy, and everything to do with Israel's demands that no country in the region should be able to deter Israel. That is, Israel must enjoy total security, and for that to be achieved, the rest of the region must be in a state of complete insecurity vis-a-vis Israel. Israel cannot achieve or sustain this on its own. It needs the U.S. There is no universe in which signing up to indefinitely sustain and pay for Israel's dream of a greater Israel is America first. True. So I think that ultimately we'll see what Big Daddy Israel wants here, considering that we have decided to offload all of our Middle Eastern interventionist policies to Israel, giving Israel a commanding position here. I suspect that that's going to happen here as well. Question: what are countries supposed to do to express disapproval and not materially support other countries when they engage in crimes against humanity? Sanctions are proven to not work and just hurt the population. And invasion isn't acceptable generally either. What, if anything, should states do? I don't know the answer personally, but I would like to hear your thoughts. I think the only countries that can actually intervene peacefully with other countries when they decide to do shit that's like fucked up is countries that have already developed positive relationships with these nation states. So if there was any sort of like liberal interventionist attitude, if like the American theory of American world policing was actually a real thing and it wasn't just like a mask that's put on for American imperialism, then America would need to have much better relations with every single country around the world in an effort to make itself irreplaceable, Chinese style. Okay. And then they would be able to intervene. This is the reason why the United States of America has a much easier time telling Israel what to do if it ever chose to do so than Russia, because Israel does not exist without American support. Okay. Israel does not exist at all without American support. Russia, on the other hand, as we have seen over and over again, does very much exist without American or with direct American intervention. Okay. So if America truly was interested in being the fucking world police, they would have done a Chinese style, soft power initiative all around the globe. And I don't even mean USAID. I mean like literally develop positive relations with every country, including Iran. And then as a peaceful force, they would be able to intervene by saying, you shouldn't do this to your population. Now, of course, that's a totally hypothetical situation. We don't live in that world, and that's never going to happen. So, that's neither here nor there. I have this mindset that if left to their own devices, countries would probably reform eventually. Without the threat of external intervention, there is no necessity for tremendous brutality, tremendous repression. It is external intervention fears that cause governments to be ruthless to its own people. What? Asman doesn't want to do politics. What is your take? Size in millionaire? I don't know. I mean, he probably got heat for the first time ever, a fraction of the heat that I receive on a daily basis, and he doesn't like it. Also, his positions that he kept promoting are becoming less and less popular. So much so that I've noticed on my timeline that I'm noticing on my timeline even like people fucking calling into question his past actions, some girl that he was with or something. Like people, there's like super fucking viral posts about shit like that. Like they're finally offering like a fraction of the scrutiny that I have received for forever, basically. Like if your goal was regime change in Iran, the most effective way to do that is by leaving Iran alone. Okay? Leave Iran alone, let them fucking be a sovereign country and have a robust middle class, and slowly but surely they actually successfully implement regime change, either by force or through different means, by consistently applying pressure to the government and making it untenable for them to sustain any sort of repressive attitude over the population. Now, of course, the problem there is a sovereign Iran is always going to be a risk for Israel. So you can't have that. You can't have a sovereign Iran. That's the real point. That's the real problem here. So anyone that talks about like, Iranian feminism or women like pulling off their hijabs as an act of protest or whatever, like these people in the West don't give a fuck, or at least they've been duped into believing that like America's ambitions here is that. No, they just don't want a fucking sovereign Iran. Iran could be the gayest, most woke, most fucking feminist place on the planet, and as long as they were sovereign and still had the same fucking intensity and still had the same weapons and arsenal and weapons producing capabilities and wanted to say, hey, Israel sucks to fucking suck. We'll show you what's what if you try to fucking intervene in other countries' affairs in this region, then Israel would still want to nuke Iran because it has nothing to do with fucking feminism. Yeah, on Israeli media, they speak openly about bombing Iran after the regime falls. Do you remember that what happened 20 minutes after Assad fled to Russia? Israel turned Syria into one big shooting range. This is the state the monarchists are pinning Iran's future to. Arrow Bashan in Syria. Do you remember what happened 20 minutes after he took off the plane to Russia? The state of Israel turned Iran, Syria into one big shooting range. True, but it's not some beautiful Freudian mistake. Why is Trainwreck so hot on Iran all of a sudden? He's literally fucking Iranian, man. What are you talking about? He's Persian. He probably has family there, I assume. You need to understand something, okay? Maybe I don't have that many friends that I know that are Iranian, that are directly pro Islamic Republic. But even those who believe that the Islamic Republic is the only pathway towards maintaining sovereignty in Iran are still very upset with the government. Okay, that's it. The only people that I've seen that are just like unconditionally offering support in this instance are or saying that everyone is a fucking Mossad agent or everyone's a fucking CIA agent are they're not Iranian. Like, let's be real. Like I think it's you can't kill this many people all the time, man. That's it. Like that's it. You can't do that. That's crazy. Obviously, things are fucked up. And I understand why people's attitude is like some people will look at the Islamic Republic as like the only pathway to consistently apply pressure and harm to the state of Israel. And that is true. Okay. But that's technically not the only pathway. You don't know what might happen in Iran. I don't think the Iranian population is going to magically turn pro-Israel overnight in the way that like people present it here in the Western world. Okay. Sure. There's a lot of people who fucking hate what they perceive Islam to be, especially amongst the youth in Iran. But that don't mean they're going to be pro-Israel. Okay? Because Hassan knows me IRL, lol. Answer my question, Hassan. If Israel does not exist... Wait, what? No, I don't know this person IRL. What the fuck is this guy talking about? What the fuck? This guy's starting to get delusional. Take a day off. She's so cute. Hello. Are we having a good time? Anyway, do you ever bite her fatness? All the time. All the time. But in any case, there is nothing more ridiculous than seeing all these people that have like advocated to starve the Iranian people over and over again, advocated for Israel to bomb Iran, okay, got Israel to successfully bomb Iran, celebrated it, got America to bomb Iran, celebrated that, turning around and being like, oh, free Iran, oh my God. It's like, bitch, you don't give a fuck about the Iranian people. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If you are pro-Israel, you are not pro-Iran, okay? Everybody knows the game is up. We know you are Israel first. You're not America first. You're Israel first. Okay? If you're pro-Israel and you're Israel first, you don't give a fuck about the Iranian population. Get the fuck out of here. If you're America first, once again, you end up still being Israel first. Let's be real. And you definitely still don't give a shit about the Iranian population. It's so crazy. And it's funny because, like, as I showed you with the Asmongold situation, the motherfucker's not even America first. He's like, oh, let's free the people of Iran. It's like, bitch, you advocated to kill Americans. You advocated for this regime to kill American protesters. Fuck you mean? Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck do you mean? Free Iran. Bitch, free America from Donald Trump and free America from you. Fuck. Anyway, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's madness. It blows my mind that people don't even like question this when they don't go, wait a minute, I'm not so sure if you actually care about the Iranian people or not. For the last couple of weeks, you've been talking about how the American regime should kill American protesters. Interesting. Anyway, Anyway, we got Lindsey Graham and we got Matthew Petty. Matthew Petty says the point of the U.S. Israeli investment in Pahlavi satellite channels, etc., is not to make the Iranian opposition more effective, but to make them more dependent and therefore useful bargaining chips. It's similar to U.S. policy in Syria, where they back rebel groups at first because they assumed Assad was going to fall no matter what, then later because they assumed the country would be stalemated and wanted leverage over the outcome either way. Yeah, it's the same reason why they quote unquote back Kurds, both in Iran now as well, for the record, but also all around. They will back these groups specifically to get leverage over the Iranian government and try to get them to do their bidding. Anyway, let's look at this fucking demon too. To the Iranian people, your long nightmare is soon coming to a close. Your bravery and determination to end your oppression has been noticed by the POTUS and all who love freedom. Like, what are we talking about, dude? When President Trump makes Iran great again, Iran great again, it means the protesters in Iran must prevail over the Ayatollah. That is the clearest signal yet that he, President Trump, understands Iran will never be great with the Ayatollah and his henchmen in charge. Those to all who are sacrificing in Iran, God bless, help is on the way. Incredible stuff. Thank you, Lindsey Graham. The Crown Prince's statement about the folly of negotiating with the Iranian regime and the need to act on behalf of the Iranian people is beyond reasonable criticism. Dude, they activated all the different groups. So you have people who are pro-Shah, and then you have people who are in the pocket of MEK. Bolton is an MEK advocate, an MEK acolyte, and so is Rudy Giuliani. And MEK has even less support than the fucking Shah in Iran. And the Shah doesn't necessarily have a reasonable amount of support either, okay? Because I need you to understand something, okay? These people have already successfully deposed of the Shah. You need to understand. These people, the Iranian population, already historically successfully deposed of the Shah, okay? There is no fucking way that they will entertain Western intervention, no matter how much they suffer. They are incredibly resilient, incredibly proud people. I just don't believe that there is any world where the Iranians will be like, oh, great, we're a Western puppet state now. It's fine. I just don't believe it. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I do not believe it. They do not want internal repression, and that's the most just and understandable position that people can hold, okay? For sure, 100%. And there's a lot of internal conflict on sectarian boundaries, on sectarian lines, but the Iranian people must decide for themselves how they will be governed. Okay? That's it. There's communists in Iran? Yeah, they're all in prison, brother. What are you talking about? Yes, there are. They've been tortured, killed, and also imprisoned. So there are some communists in Iran for sure. I mean, they were fairly successful at a certain point, but they were the number one ops. I don't get it. Why is that funny? Because we like the Iranian communists. We like the Iranian socialists. And it would be a very different situation right now if the major forces that brought about the Iranian revolution that ended up winning in the power struggle were the actual Soviet aligned, or not even Soviet aligned necessarily, but like Soviet agnostic socialist movement, which played a major role alongside everybody else in the Iranian revolution. Was Mossadegh socialist? He was more of a social democrat, but even the modest amount of changes that he wanted to implement in terms of taking a new look at the oil contracts that were endlessly exploitative by British Petroleum was enough for the American government to come in and do a coup and get him out, and then put in charge the puppet, the Shah, which of course had no real legitimacy in the eyes of the Iranian population and therefore engaged in unlimited fucking cruelty. Okay? Secret police, like all of the things that people look at with the Islamic Republic now and say like these are very repressive elements, these are really fucked up. The Shah did, and then some. No, Mossadegh was a nationalist Democrat. That's why I say he was a social Democrat. I didn't say he's a socialist. Is Khamenei communist? No. What is this? Is the translation accurate? Turkish locals confronted Pahlavi monarchists attempting to attack the Iranian consulate in Istanbul. Turks were shouting, "The Shah is Zionist. You are dogs of America, and you are Mossad's dogs." Yeah, he's saying Mossad's dogs. They're calling him the dogs of Mossad. Amerikan uşakları. They said you're a servant of America. It's such a funny predicament in Turkey because, like, it's not like Turkey loves Iran either. Turkey fucking does not like Iran at all. Long-standing beef that spans across empires, if we're being real. So, what's Iran's relationship with Turkey like? Not good. Not good at all. I mean, not great. Also, Turkey's a NATO country. Obviously, it's not going to be good. Think about it this way. Turkey's forces and Iranian forces, like Iranian proxies and Turkish proxies, were literally fighting in Syria nonstop. Okay? Yaşasın devrim ve sosyalizm, yaşasın halkların kardeşliği, kahrolsun Amerikan emperyalizmi ve işbirlikçileri. Ucube, ucube. He said, long live the revolution and socialism. Long live the brotherly bonds of all nations. Damn goddamn damn American imperialism and its collaborators in Turkish. How do Turks reconcile being so anti-American while being members of NATO? They don't. They don't even think about it. They don't even realize what it fucking indicates. Because the pro-American, pro-NATO force in the country are the nationalists. So it's not even like called into question. Everybody says they fucking hate America. Meanwhile, we're we're a NATO vassal. We're a NATO country. But Turks fucking hate. Like, Turks do not fuck with American intervention at all. Not realizing that half of the intervention that the Turkish government engages in is at the behest of America and American intervention in the region. But it is sold to the public as a security concern. It is sold to the public as a matter of national security. So people kind of bite into it. Because even with the Kurdish stuff, like Turks, in some ways, I think, understand that Kurds are seen as like a proxy, a militia force against Turkey led by the United States of America. But they don't really think about how, like, America literally says, okay, you can go and slaughter the Kurds now. We're done using them, over and over again. Like, they don't even think about that. Like, do you think it's the might of Erdogan and the might of the Turkish military that America allows Turkey to fucking operate inside of Syria? No, it's because it's done at the behest of America. But having said that, there's also a lot of, a lot of drama currently between Turkey and Israel, which even got me fucking feeling a little, Aspayrakları, if you will. Israel talking about how Turkey will never have an F-35 and that they'll only let Greece have F-35 jets, even though Turkey initially was a part of the F-35 development program and then decided to get S-4000s after the American government decided not to sell F-35 fighter jets to Turkey. And now Israel is saying, we will never allow Turkey to have F-35 fighter jets. That's how much fucking the S-400, did I say 4,000? Sorry. S-400, I apologize. Guys, it's been 7 hours and 25 minutes. I'm a little tired. It's real. Turkey's Erdogan told Russia's Putin he's willing to return the S-400 air defense systems bought nearly a decade ago, a move that could prompt the U.S. to lift sanctions and allow Ankara back into the F-35 fighter jet program, according to Bloomberg. And then, literally, the Israeli government intercepted this and said, no. Khomeini in the 80s was the only actually existing non-aligned third worldist out there. Guy was killing thousands of Soviet-aligned communists, but at the same time blowing up hundreds of U.S. Marines in Beirut. He was the only one who really was against both the East and West. That's why both the U.S. and USSR were arming Iraq against Iran. That is true. He was the actual real non-aligned third worldist. It's an interesting perspective. He did hate. I mean, but that's how Iran is. People are like, oh, why won't they align with China, myself included? And that's just how Iran is. I don't know how else to describe it. They literally don't do that. Like, the only country that they have like long-standing commitments to in terms of security has been Russia so far, straight up. But at the same time, they had no problems doing JCPOA with Barack Obama. So, like, if given the option, they would play ball. They would love to play ball with America. They just understandably fucking hate Israel. America respects Erdogan's intelligent monetary policy and wants to keep him as great inspiration for the American century of prosperity. No, that's why he got Maduro. That's why he loves Erdogan, and also he arrested Maduro so that he could learn from Maduro's operations and how the central bank should be controlled by the executive. These are the brilliant. This is the brilliant mind of the this is the brilliant mind of the United States of America leaning into the nation, the glorious century of prosperity for America. Unironically, my parents say shit like that. It's time for a Chinese American president. I agree. Iran is kind of like DPRK, trade with China, partnership with Russia, attempt to deal with the US, hates South Korea. Every minute you're not streaming, Greece gets stronger, we get weaker. Wake up, we need you, dude. This is why I'm doing 7 hours and 30 minutes today. I cannot let Greece get F-35 jets and Turkey not have a piece of that action. Okay? That's right. I will not allow Greece to become stronger. Yesterday, Asmongold mistook a massive pro-Iranian government rally for an anti-government protest. There are so many people, he says with amazement. This is absolutely insane. Iran is cooked. Then he moves on until a viewer tells him to go back and read the description. Right after, Asmongold marvels at an AI video of a fake protest. He's the perfect representation of how Americans mindlessly consume propaganda. Today, millions of Iranians protest against American intervention following threats from Trump. Like the rest of Western media, Asmongold will surely dismiss them like he did for the protests in Venezuela.
But you can see there are just so many people around here. This is absolutely fucking insane.
Wait, this is Iran today. Absolutely massive crowds rising up against violence, U.S. Israeli-backed rioters and foreign interference. And not a peep from Western mainstream media, of course.
And so, yeah, exactly. Damn, exactly. So you're seeing a tremendous, like, as I said, guys, it's circling the drain. It's the beginning of the end. I mean, whenever you get confused between the...
I see. The Nick Shirley technique. I can't even shit on him because they did this in Cuba. And it was Fox News that did this in Cuba, if you remember. Because it's like technique that... foreign adversaries apply all the time, where they'll fucking bring out the masses to the streets to protest against like American intervention. And I remember they literally did this during SOS Cuba, where they had like the pro-government protesters that had like the Cuban Revolution flag and stuff like that, and they straight up fucking lied and said, look at all these Cubans that are taken to the fucking streets. At least the Cuba opposition and government have the same flag. Wouldn't the giant Islamic Republic flag tip you off? No, he doesn't know what the Islamic Republic flag looks like. He doesn't understand what the difference is. He does not. He what is the difference between this thing and fucking a lion from where he's standing? Nothing.
So that's really it. And wasn't that post-pro regime? I don't know if it was or not. Let me see what it says. Violent U.S.-Israeli backpackers. Oh, these are people. Oh, wait a minute. I see it. I didn't read it. I just assumed that it was one of the positive protests. But no, these are actually people that are supporting Iran. Well, these are all people. Look at this. Wow. And they're all in the, the robes and all of that. And they're all happy about it. So I did get it wrong. Okay. And so, yeah, it looks like there are a lot of people that do still support the regime, sincerely follow our leader. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. Look at this. This is crazy. Oh, my God. I don't know if this looks like it's an AI generated video. It does.
Oh, does it? Oh, that's funny. Oh, yeah. I click on Hasan randomly and he's watching Asman. Brother, this is the first time I responded to anything Asman's done today after fucking 7 hours and 31 minutes, man. Like, calm down.
Holy fuck. I mean, this has to be fake, right? It is? Yeah, I mean, there's no way. I mean, this is incredible. And also, like, everything's all lit up. I thought they turned out the power. So...
What? No, they turned off the internet, man. Also, even if they turned off the power, the phones could still be lit up. You know what I mean? The Ayatollah turned off the electricity in the entire country. Okay, people are dying in the hospitals. They turned off the electricity. They were like, enough. You've had enough.
Militants and mercenaries.
Oh, it's awesome. He's trying to be more stupid to compete with that Nick Shirley guy. I think so. Someone should turn off our internet, honestly. That's what they should be doing. Is woke back?
Star power?
I don't know. Probably. If there was a coordinated threat to like ICE, they'd 1000% shut off our internet. I mean, look, once again, Asmongold would be basting his fucking face off if the American government behaved like the Iranian government, okay? We know that. It's not even a hypothetical. He has literally demanded it. He has demanded it. I don't get why the admin isn't going with the ICE agent got reasonably scared in a situation where he had to make a split-second decision. It's a tragedy, but good shouldn't have been there in the first place trying to obstruct law enforcement. It would have been so much easier to sell because they're fucking stupid. and they're not thinking. Oh, there was also a fundraiser for the Minneapolis ICE shooter that already raised $178,000. And what's really interesting about the campaign that was fundraising, but this didn't happen in a vacuum. It's a direct result of anti-American traitors like Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, who is Jewish. Oh, really? Interesting. I'm glad that they put this in the parentheses. Fanning the flames of resistance, Fry blasted ICE after the incident, telling them to get the F out of his city, signing executive orders banning federal agents from using city property for deportations, and even warning that ICE agents get killed if they keep removing invaders from his sanctuary cesspool. Yeah, in some ways, I guess like Omar was spared, because I feel like they would have tried to assassinate him if he was mayor right now. Oh, it's at $561,000 now, apparently. This is how the creator of the official GoFundMe for Jonathan Ross, per Liz Collin and Megyn Kelly, described it himself. Take a look. This is the official fundraiser. The stupid cunts want to make a GoFundMe for me for the stupid bitch that got what she deserved. I made one for the ICE officer that did his job. Let's get this man some money. Cool. Oh, paper beats rock. Wait a minute. What is that? What is that I see? From Clyde Emmons. Oh, didn't even notice the PFP. Classic. Oh, wow. Just some classic wholesome memes right there. Glad that anti-Semitism destroyer Bill A. Packman donated $10,000 to this fucking dickhead's GoFundMe. Much love. The GoFundMe, which states Jacob Fry is Jewish, by the way. It appears billionaire Bill Ackman has donated $10,000 to a GoFundMe for Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who killed Renee Good. Ackman has reposted a fundraiser but hasn't posted about his own donation. Yeah, Bill Smokes Crackman. Ken got a leak, by the way. Leaked documents about ICE deployment in Minneapolis suggest they're more worried about the backlash to Renee Good's death than they're letting on. That's cool. And instead of doing anything about de-escalation, they've decided to just double down and triple down and quadruple down, it seems. So that's wonderful. Be mindful of OPSEC and officer safety. Do not wear your uniform or any piece of your uniform when entering and exiting your hotel. No BP tux. Do not display any border patrol or law enforcement insignia on your belongings. Do not divulge meeting, staging, or operation location. Do not divulge anything related to operations. Be mindful of what you post on social media. Turn off your location settings and set page to private. Always employ situational awareness. I mean, these guys are all above board, you know? Totally normal stuff. Totally cool stuff. I'm glad that they're, trying to maintain their operations in secrecy. Border Patrol agent tells Ken Klippenstein that Kristi Noem lying her ass off the cover for ICE is sending a message to them that they can use force and not feel restrained. He continued, in a nutshell, it's us versus them on steroids, and I think some Border Patrol agents are more willing to use force and not feel restrained when you got DHS leadership lying to cover for them. For example, Kristi Noem lying her ass off on what happened is like saying to the federal agents on the ground, go ahead and do whatever you have to do. We got your back. We will find a way to justify it. I mean, that's the whole point, right? That's kind of the whole point. That's the reason why they did it. That's the reason why they defended it, so that they wouldn't feel restrained. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Anyway, that'll be all for today. I'm tired. 7 hours and 40 minutes. You already know what it is.
Hey.
Love you all. And that's all I got for today.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. You already know what it is. Peace.
All
half
the
day, even after a 2-day break. Yeah, half day Hossie is back.
I'll sell people, hey.
There you go. Just kidding. Peace.
Sunny
Love you guys. Bye-bye.
California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. And Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. And plenty more to go. 90-day fiance. Talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction. A mass riot in DC. There he is is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.